Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. If you're listening to this alone, don't just focus on my voice. Pay attention to the sounds around you, the fridge, the vents, the hallway outside your door. Because that's exactly how each of these stories started. Don't look at your screen for a second. Just listen. Is there a hum in your room right now? The air conditioner, the heater, the fan? Can you hear your fridge cycling on and off? Pipes in the wall? An elevator down the hall? Maybe it's late and there's a light buzzing somewhere above you, a street lamp leaking in through the blinds, a TV playing faintly in another apartment. Try something for me. Pick one sound, any sound, the loudest one. Got it? Now imagine it stops, just cuts out. No reason, no click, no warning. 1 second it's there. The next second it's like someone reached into your world and pressed mute on that one little piece of background noise. That's the moment everyone in tonight's stories realized something was wrong. Not when they saw a shadow. Not when they felt a hand on their shoulder. It started before that, in the quiet seconds. In the bathroom with the door locked. In a small bedroom with a wall that turned out not to be a wall. In a tent in the woods with only a few millimeters of fabric between their skin and whatever was circling the fire. You're going to hear about a girl who thought she was safe because the alarm system said her house was closed and locked. The panel was silent. The doors were secure. And yet something still managed to move from room to room, stopping right outside the bathroom where she was standing barefoot on cold tile, listening to it breathe on the other side of a door it shouldn't have been able to reach. You'll hear about a 16-year-old who thought the creepiest thing about her building was the elevator that always stuck between floors, until she found a hole in her bedroom wall, pressed her eye to it, and realized her neighbor had been learning every detail of her life without ever leaving his doorway. Every shower, every outfit, every phone call, every time she said her own name out loud. And you'll hear about a camping trip that was supposed to be peaceful. No city noise, no traffic, no neighbors through thin drywall. Just crickets, a crackling fire, and the comfort of two friends breathing in a tent a few feet away. At least, that's what he thought, right up until the forest itself went quiet, and something with 2 heavy feet and a sound that wasn't quite human started circling just outside the light, slow enough that they could hear it thinking. Here's the part people never talk about in horror movies. You never know when something is paying attention to you first. You only know when it decides you're ready to notice it back. Maybe tonight, nothing will happen. Maybe when this video ends, you'll turn the volume down, scroll to something funny, forget half of what you heard. Or maybe you'll be brushing your teeth later, foam in your mouth, phone on the counter playing in the background, and you'll swear you heard a soft tap from inside the wall. Just once. Just enough to make you pause and listen harder. Maybe you'll be lying in bed with your headphones on, lights off, this video still playing, and for half a second you won't be able to tell if that footstep you heard came from the audio or from your hallway. So before we start, do one last thing for me. Check your door if you have to. Look down your hallway. Glance at the window, the closet, the bathroom across from where you're sitting. Because every person in these 3 stories started off exactly like you are right now, convinced they were alone, with just enough noise in the background to feel safe, right up until the moment the sounds changed. You can use my first name if you read this. I'm Emily. I'm 29. I work a boring office job, and I live alone in a small apartment wedged behind a strip mall in the Midwest. If you drove past where I live, you probably wouldn't even see my building. You'd see the 24-hour convenience store first, with its buzzing neon sign, then the little pizza place that always smells like burned cheese, then the nail salon with paper taped over half the windows. My building is behind all of that, a rectangular box of beige brick and narrow windows pressed up against the alley. I've always thought of myself as an overthinker, not a believer. I'm the girl who double-checks the stove 3 times, who replays conversations in her head until 3 in the morning, who can turn a creak in the wall into a full-blown anxiety spiral in under half a second. For most of my life, I've just told myself it's a brain thing. Too much coffee, too little sleep, generalized anxiety with a vivid imagination. But there's one night from when I was in 7th grade that doesn't fit into the I'm just being dramatic box. One night I've never been able to explain away, no matter how many times I try to rewrite it in my head. And recently, in this apartment, something has started to happen that feels almost exactly the same. My place is small, but not in a cozy Pinterest way. It's one of those 1-bedroom units designed to be as cheap and efficient as possible. The entry opens straight into the living room. Thin gray carpet, a wall-mounted TV, a sagging thrift store couch pushed up against the opposite wall. The kitchen is just a strip of countertop, a white refrigerator that hums and clicks, and a stove with 2 burners that work and 2 that don't. There's a single hallway leading off from the living room. At the end of it is my bedroom, just big enough for a queen bed, a dresser, and a small desk. Halfway down the hall is the bathroom, with a door that always sticks and a fan that makes a low, grinding sound when you turn it on. The central air vents into every room, so there's this constant, low-level rush of air coming from somewhere up in the ceiling. In the summer, the unit runs almost non-stop. In winter, you can hear it kick on and off with a deep metallic cough. At night, if I turn everything off and sit quietly, my apartment is never really silent. There is always something making noise. The air conditioner humming through the vents, the ice maker in the fridge, clunking to life and dropping cubes into the tray, the faint rattle of the neon sign from the convenience store up front, buzzing red and blue light through the gap in my curtains, cars rolling across the cracked asphalt of the parking lot, bass lines thumping through closed windows, footsteps now and then in the hallway outside my door, muted by thin walls and years of paint. None of that bothers me. If anything, I rely on it. I work a standard 9 to 5 in a bland office park on the other side of town. I get home around 6:30 p.m. most days, drop my keys in the little bowl by the door, kick off my shoes, and turn something on. The TV, a podcast, music on my phone. Anything to layer more sound on top of the background noise. Silence makes my thoughts too loud, and my thoughts aren't always kind. There is one thing I do, though, that people notice. Friends who have been over here exactly once always comment on it when we text afterward, like it's some quirky habit. I always lock the bathroom door. Always. It doesn't matter if I'm home alone, if it's the middle of the day, if I'm just going in to wash my hands or grab a hair tie. That little latch is always turned. If I realize I forgot to lock it, I get this sharp little spike of panic in my chest, like stepping off a curb and thinking a car is about to hit you. I'll actually go back and lock it, even if I'm halfway done. It's automatic now. I don't think about it. My hand just reaches for the lock as soon as I close the door. People laugh when I admit that. They ask, "Who are you hiding from?" And I joke back, "My overactive imagination." That's not the real answer. The real answer starts with a sound. A few weeks ago, something happened during what should have been a completely normal night. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I hate Tuesdays. Far enough from the weekend that you can't coast. Close enough to Monday that it still feels like the week is 40 days long. Work had been boring. I'd spent most of the day in front of a spreadsheet, listening to the hum of fluorescent lights and the click of other people's keyboards. I got home like always. Microwave dinner, mindless TV, scrolling on my phone. By the time the clock on my stove blinked 11:12 p.m., the building felt like it had settled down for the night. The convenience store out front was still open, but the rush hour traffic on the road beyond had thinned to the occasional whoosh of a passing car. I went into the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash my face before bed. I flipped on the light. It flickered once, then steadied. The fan came on with its usual complaining drone. I turned the faucet, let the water run until it warmed. I locked the door behind me. Of course I did. I had just spat into the sink when the power went out. It wasn't a slow dimming or a brownout. 1 second, the light over my head was bright and unforgiving, and the fan was rumbling. The next, there was an audible click from somewhere in the wall, and everything plunged into a thick, perfect darkness. For a second, I thought I'd gone blind. The noise dropped out too. The fan cut off in the middle of its groan. The steady breath of the air conditioner stopped. The fridge in the other room fell silent. Even the neon outside felt quieter, though I know that doesn't make sense. The only sound left was the water I'd left running in the sink, gurgling down the drain. I froze, toothbrush still in my hand, water splashing over my knuckles. That sudden absence of sound felt like something had sucked all the air out of the apartment. My heart started hammering against my ribs, loud enough that I could hear my own pulse in my ears. There was a pause. 2, 3 seconds at most. And then, somewhere above me, from the direction of the vent near the ceiling, I heard it. A thud, not loud enough to shake dust from the vent or rattle the light fixture, but loud enough to be unmistakable. A single, dull impact, like something solid had hit the inside of the duct, or the space just beyond it. It didn't sound like pipes. I know the knocks and ticks of old plumbing. This was different. It had weight. It had intention. The water was still running over my hand. I couldn't move. In that moment, standing there in the dark, my mind did what it always does when it's backed into a corner. It reached backward, because I had heard that exact sound before. Same weight, same distance, same impossible place. 13 years ago, in a different bathroom, in a different house, on a night when I was supposed to be home alone. I felt it as much as I heard it, like the years between now and then folded up. And I was suddenly small again, barefoot on cold tile in my parents' upstairs bathroom, listening to something walk past the door that shouldn't have been there. The lights flicked back on with a snap. The fan restarted. The air conditioner coughed and whirred to life. The fridge in the kitchen kicked back on with its usual hum. The world rushed back in. I spun around and stared at the vent over the shower, half expecting to see dust drifting down, or the metal grill hanging at an angle. It looked completely normal. I turned off the faucet and just stood there, trying to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe something shifted in the ductwork when the power cut. Maybe it was an echo from a neighbor's apartment. Maybe it was a new building noise I hadn't learned yet. I wanted to believe that. I still want to believe that. But here's the part that keeps bothering me. The part that finally pushed me to write all of this down. That wasn't the first time. That same soft thud above the bathroom has been happening on and off for months now. Always in that same spot near the vent. Always when I'm in there alone with the door locked. And once I finally paid attention to the clock on my phone afterward, I realized something else. It almost always happens right around the same time it did that night when I was in 7th grade, standing in a different bathroom, in a different house, telling myself there was no way anyone could be walking down the hall outside my door. I can still picture that house more clearly than the apartment I live in now. If I shut my eyes, I don't see my beige walls or my alley view. I see that cul-de-sac. We lived at the very end of it, in one of those cookie-cutter 2-story homes they threw up all over the Midwest in the early 2000s. Every house on the street had a little rectangle of lawn out front, a concrete driveway, a tree that was either too young or half dead, and a white mailbox tilted just slightly from leaning into years of winter. From the outside, ours looked as normal as you can imagine. Beige siding, dark green shutters, a front porch light that came on automatically at dusk. My mom's silver minivan was usually parked in the driveway, nose pointed toward the street, with a faded soccer ball stuck underneath the hedge to the right. In the winter, like on the day this happened, the whole cul-de-sac would feel wrapped in a kind of muffled blanket. Snow would gather in uneven sheets over the lawns and around the base of the mailboxes, and every sound out there, footsteps, car doors, kids yelling, would be dulled, like someone had turned the world's volume down a notch. Inside, though, the house had its own soundtrack, even when nobody was talking. When you opened the front door, you stepped straight into the foyer, a little square of tile, a coat closet on the right, and the staircase rising up along the left-hand wall. The stairs were wood, with a cheap runner stapled down the middle, and they had a very particular creak to them. The 5th step from the bottom complained loudly if you put your full weight on it. The second to top step always made a softer, higher-pitched noise, like a mouse being stepped on. Straight ahead from the front door was a short hallway that opened into the living room and the kitchen. The living room was where my dad spent most evenings, sunk into a sagging recliner, the TV remote in his hand. Even if you were upstairs, you could usually hear whatever he was watching. The canned laughter from sitcom reruns, the rising music of a commercial, the rumble of crowd noise from a game. The kitchen was to the left of the living room, separated by a counter with 3 bar stools. It had tile floors that got painfully cold in January, a refrigerator that made a sharp, metallic click, and then a low whir every time the compressor kicked on, and a dishwasher that sounded like it was trying very hard not to rattle itself apart. Over all of that, there was the constant presence of the air conditioning and furnace system. You could tell when it turned on or off by the subtle change in the house's breathing. A deep sigh through the vents when it started, a fading rush when it stopped. In the summer, it was cool air. In the winter, like on that day, it was dry heat that smelled faintly of dust and something metallic. Upstairs was supposed to be the quiet part of the house. If you stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked up, the staircase turned 90 degrees at a mid-landing. A little platform halfway between floors with a square window that looked out toward the street. You could stand there and see the tops of your neighbors' houses and the curve of the cul-de-sac. Then the stairs turned again and went up to the second floor. At the top, the hallway ran straight ahead. On the right, nearest the stairs, was the bathroom, the one my brother and I shared. Across from it, on the left side of the hall, was my bedroom, with posters peeling at the corners and clothes on the floor and a desk pushed under the window. Farther down, at the very end of the hallway, was my brother's room, a permanent disaster of video game cases, laundry, and sports gear. If you were standing in the bathroom doorway and looked down, you'd see something else. Right next to the bathroom, near the floor, set into the wall like an afterthought, was a small metal door about the size of a sheet of printer paper. It had a little handle you could hook your fingers under and pull, and it opened with a squeak and a hollow metallic sound. This was the laundry chute. It dropped straight down through the wall into the laundry room on the first floor, just off the kitchen. If you opened it and tossed in a shirt or a towel, you could hear it slide down, bumping against the metal inside, then land with a muffled thump on top of the pile in the basket below. It was one of my favorite things about the house when we first moved in. It felt like a secret shortcut for clothes, a tiny door only my brother and I really cared about. We used to play games with it, yelling into it to see how the echo sounded, dropping toys down and listening to them rattle. Then slowly, I stopped playing with it. I stopped opening it at all. I was a quiet kid, even before that. In 7th grade, my world was homework, YouTube, and fan fiction. I'd come home from school, drop my backpack by the kitchen table, grab a snack, and then disappear upstairs to my room. I liked having my little bubble. I liked putting in my earbuds, curling up under my covers, and letting video after video autoplay while I scrolled through stories on my phone. I wasn't shy at school exactly, but I wasn't loud either. I was the one teachers forgot to call on and other kids forgot to invite. That didn't bother me as much as you'd think. I was more comfortable watching than being in the middle of things. Being alone in the house was different, though. I hated the way the silence felt when it was just me and the building. Even when I told myself it was irrational, I had this persistent belief that if I made too much noise when nobody else was home, something would notice. Not a specific monster in the closet kind of thing. Not a man with a knife or a shadow with red eyes. Just a sense of something in the background, like static you can't quite tune in, waiting for the right frequency. So I developed a whole set of habits, little rituals to keep the house calm whenever I was the only one inside. I walked softly, landing on the sides of my feet, sometimes even stepping over the known creaky stairs. If I closed a door, I guided it all the way into the frame and only let the latch catch at the very end so it wouldn't slam. When I turned off lights, I did it in a sequence. Living room, then kitchen, then hallway, then upstairs. Like I was dimming the house down slowly so it wouldn't jerk awake. Looking back, I realize how crazy that sounds. At the time, it just felt like avoiding poking a bear I couldn't see. That day was in early January. I remember the particular color of the sky more than anything. That flat, leaden gray, that hangs over Midwestern neighborhoods and makes 3 in the afternoon feel like 7 at night. I got off the bus with my backpack slung over one shoulder, boots squeaking faintly on the packed snow. Our driveway had a thin sheet of ice and dirty slush on it, and my mom's minivan was already gone. When I walked in, shaking cold air off my jacket, my mom's voice called from the kitchen. She was in her work scrubs, hair pulled back, a travel mug of coffee on the counter. "Hey, Em, I'm heading out in a few minutes," she said. "I picked up an extra shift. Your dad's on late tonight, and your brother's got basketball until 8. You'll be okay here for a few hours?" I remember that my first instinct was to say yes before she even finished asking. Of course I would. I was 13, not 5. I couldn't tell her that every time I heard the front door close behind the last person leaving, the house felt like it exhaled in a way I didn't like. "Yeah," I said instead, kicking off my boots and hanging my coat. "I'll just do homework." She gave me the usual instructions. Don't open the door for anyone. Call her cell if anything weird happens. And then she left, the garage door groaning up, then down. The house swallowed the sound like it always did. For a while, it was still busy with normal noises. The TV in the living room was on an afternoon talk show, voices overlapping in a cheerful argument about something I didn't care about. The dishwasher was mid-cycle, water rushing and spraying behind its thin door. The furnace kicked on, air pushing through the vents with that warm, dry sigh. I sat at the kitchen table, took out my math workbook, and tried to focus on fractions. As the afternoon rolled toward evening, the light outside thinned, the gray sky darkened, and the snow in the cul-de-sac took on a bluish tint. Through the front window, I could see the soft glow of other people's living rooms lighting up, one by one. Inside our house, sounds began to drop away. The talk show ended. The TV went quiet when the timer turned it off. The dishwasher beeped an electronic little melody and then went still. The furnace clicked off after one last rush of air. Without the noise, I realized I could hear the clock in the hallway ticking, my pencil scratching. The faint hum of the fridge. It got to me. It always did. By 3:30, I had given up on math. I told myself I'd do it later and took my backpack upstairs to my room, every footstep carefully placed where I knew it wouldn't squeak. On the mid-landing, I paused for a second and looked out of the square window. The street was nearly empty. One parked car. No kids. No one walking a dog. The snow at the end of the cul-de-sac looked untouched, except for a couple sets of tire tracks and the faint imprint of footprints leading to a neighbor's door. I stood there for a second longer than I needed to. The upstairs hallway felt dim, even with the light on. I went into my room, tossed my backpack onto the chair, closed the door, gently, guiding it all the way, and turned on my laptop. The familiar chime of it booting up was comforting. I plugged in my earbuds, queued up a few videos, and let someone else's voice fill my head. By the time I decided to shower, the sky outside my bedroom window was almost dark. The snow reflected what little light there was, so it felt like this gray-blue glow seeped into the room from below. I grabbed clean clothes from my dresser and padded out into the hall. The bathroom light washed the beige walls in a harsh yellowish glow. I closed the door, turned the lock, flipped on the fan, and let the hot water run until the mirror fogged up. For a little while, it was just steam and the white noise of the shower. No creaks, no clicks, no distant TV, just my own breathing and the water hitting tile. When I stepped out, red-faced from the heat, wrapped in a towel, the house felt different. Heavier. Quieter. The kind of quiet that makes you want to hold your breath without knowing why. I went back to my room, pulled on pajamas, and climbed onto my bed with my laptop again. The glow of the screen lit up the posters on my wall. The video I clicked on was some YouTuber talking about a game. Their voice filled my ears through the earbuds, bright and fast, completely disconnected from the house around me. I don't know how long I lay there like that, lost in the flow of recommended videos. Enough time for the last of the daylight to drain away. Enough time for the hallway light outside my door to feel like the only real barrier between me and the rest of the house. At some point, the inevitable happened. I realized I needed to go back to the bathroom. I paused the video, slid my earbuds out, and for the first time in a while, heard the house again. The faint hum of the vents, the tick of the hallway clock, the little click of the fridge cycling in the kitchen downstairs, like a distant metronome. I hesitated for maybe half a second, staring at my bedroom door. Then I swung my legs off the bed, put my bare feet down on the carpet, and stepped out into the hallway toward the bathroom and the small metal door set into the wall beside it. The one that dropped straight down into the dark. I remember every step of that short walk to the bathroom, like my brain recorded it in higher resolution than the rest of my childhood. The hallway light was on, a weak yellow that barely pushed back the shadows at either end. My brother's door at the far end was half open like it always was, a strip of darkness just wide enough to be noticeable. The carpet under my feet was cool and slightly rough, flattened in the middle from years of footsteps. As I passed the little metal door of the laundry chute, I glanced at it without meaning to. The white paint around its frame was chipped from where we used to drop toy cars through it. The handle stuck out just enough to catch your ankle if you weren't careful. I didn't touch it. I never touched it anymore. I pushed into the bathroom and closed the door with both hands, guiding it into the frame as quietly as I could. The light flicked on and painted everything in that too bright, almost sickly tone you only ever get in bathrooms. The white tile floor, the pale counter, the slightly yellowed tub curtain. I turned the little lock out of habit, feeling the latch slide into place with a soft click, then reached up and flipped on the fan. Its familiar whir filled the small room, a low, vibrating hum that buzzed in the mirror and in the base of my skull. The air felt a little warmer in there, heavy with steam from my earlier shower. It smelled like bleach and cheap floral cleaner, the way it always did after my mom went on a cleaning spree, with a faint hint of our toothpaste mint layered over it. I sat down on the toilet, my bare feet resting on the cold tile. Somewhere inside the walls, I could hear the plumbing doing its thing, a soft, gurgling rush that faded in and out, like water was still settling in the pipes below. Above that, faint but steady, was the whoosh of the HVAC pushing warm air through the vent near the ceiling. It was a mix of sounds I knew by heart. Safe sounds, house sounds. For a moment, I let myself relax into them. I was just a kid in a bathroom. I wasn't thinking about the empty house, or the snow outside, or the way the cul-de-sac had looked abandoned from the mid-landing window. I was thinking about homework and whether I could watch another video before my mom texted to ask if I'd gone to bed. My hand reached back automatically for the flush handle. I was halfway through the motion when something hit. A sharp, solid thud came from somewhere beyond the bathroom, loud enough that the fan's noise didn't completely swallow it. It wasn't the vague, hollow, house-settling sound people always talk about. It was specific. Heavy. Like someone had dropped a box or knocked into a dresser. It came from the direction of my brother's room, at the end of the hallway. I froze, with my fingers still resting on the handle. For a split second, my brain reached for the most reasonable explanation. My brother had come home early. That was all. He'd dumped his backpack on the floor or thrown his shoes against the wall, like he always did. The logic almost worked, right up until I realized I hadn't heard the front door. We had an alarm system, not a fancy one, just the kind where a plastic box by the door would chime and say in a robotic voice, "Front door," or "garage door," whenever someone opened an entry point. It was one of those sounds I'd heard so many times I stopped really hearing it. But the absence of it was just as noticeable. If my brother had come in through the front door, I would have heard that flat female voice call out from downstairs. If he'd come through the garage, same thing. I hadn't heard anything, just the thud. The hair on my arms stood up, a tight, hot feeling uncoiled low in my stomach, like all my organs had clenched at once. My mind scrambled for alternatives. Maybe he'd come home with Dad through the garage while the TV was on, and I'd missed it. Maybe the alarm box had glitched. Maybe the sound came from a neighbor's house, and the walls carried it weirdly. I told myself any of those things could be true, but my body wasn't buying it. My hand slipped away from the flush handle. I stayed seated, not even daring to shift my weight on the toilet. The fan droned above me. The smell of bleach suddenly seemed harsher, almost chemical in my nose. I could hear my own heartbeat, hard and fast, in the small space behind my ears. Slowly, almost without realizing I was doing it, I leaned forward and reached for the lock again. I knew it was already engaged, but I needed to feel it. My fingertips pressed against the cold metal and pushed it more firmly into place, as if that extra pressure could make it stronger. Then I stood up, as quietly as I could, avoiding the one tile I knew sometimes made a tiny grinding noise when you stepped right in the center. I turned the faucet on, just long enough to rinse my hands, then shut it off. The room seemed to inhale with me as the running water stopped. I didn't flush. I don't know why that felt important, but it did. Something about the rush and roar of the tank refilling felt too loud, too noticeable. I didn't want to send any sound out into the house that didn't absolutely have to be there. I backed away from the toilet, my eyes fixed on the door, as if I could see through it. That stupid familiar phrase floated up in my mind. If I don't make much noise, it can't find me. It, not they. Not a person. I didn't put a shape or a face to the fear. It was just a presence, a vague awareness pressing in on the other side of the wood. I pressed my back gently against the cold wall opposite the sink, my shoulder brushing against the edge of the towel rack. The fan kept humming its one, steady note. The HVAC whispered in the ceiling. Somewhere far off, maybe from the street outside, a car passed, its tires hissing on the packed snow. I held my breath. At first, there was nothing. No footsteps, no voices. Just the normal, mechanical sounds I'd grown up with. I almost laughed at myself, right there in the bathroom, for being so dramatic. I opened my mouth to exhale and tell myself to get over it. And that's when I heard it. From the direction of my brother's room came a voice. It wasn't clearly speaking words, not the way you'd hear someone talking in the next room. It was low and rough and too soft, like it was being filtered through something. A closed door, a cupped hand, a layer of static. But even muffled, I could make out the shapes of certain sounds, the harshness of S, the crisp edges of T, a sibilant hiss, then a little burst, like something trying to form syllables and failing. It sounded like someone was standing in his room, right by the doorway, talking to themselves in a hoarse whisper. My chest tightened. My first thought was Dad, but my dad's voice was higher, lighter, always carrying some kind of tired humor. This voice had none of that. It was deeper than my brother's, too, and there was a wrongness to it I still don't have the right word for. Not monstrous, just not quite human in the way it dragged over certain sounds. I pressed both hands over my mouth without thinking, fingertips digging into my cheeks. The voice went on for a few seconds, muttering in that broken pattern. S, T, hiss, murmur, then faded into silence. The house seemed to lean in around it, every other sound suddenly too loud. I didn't hear any footsteps leading up to it. But after it stopped, I definitely heard steps. Slow, deliberate footfalls on the upstairs hallway floor, coming from the direction of my brother's room. The old wood under the carpet complained with each one. Creak, creak, creak. Not the quick, careless stride my brother used when he came barreling out of his room to grab snacks. Not the heavier, familiar weight of my dad heading to the bathroom in the middle of the night. These steps were measured, unhurried, like whoever, whatever, was making them had nowhere else to be. I could track their progress in my head perfectly because I knew that hallway so well. From his doorway to the framed family photo on the wall, that was 2 steps. From the photo to the laundry chute, 2 more. From the chute to the bathroom door, maybe 1.5, depending on how big your stride was. The sounds followed that invisible map exactly. Creak, creak, a pause, creak. They stopped right outside the bathroom. The fan kept droning. The vent whispered. My heart was pounding so hard I thought the thing on the other side of the door would be able to hear it. Then the doorknob moved. Just a little. It wasn't the hard, rattling jiggle of someone trying to force their way in. It was worse. The metal knob turned maybe 1/4 of an inch, slow and tentative, like a hand was resting on it and testing the resistance of the lock. I watched it move, the tiny shift of polished brass, as if the air itself had reached out and touched it. I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't even swallow. My tongue felt glued to the roof of my mouth. I bent forward slightly, instinctively making myself smaller, my shoulders hunching in like a child trying not to be seen. I pressed my back harder into the wall. The knob held in that almost turned position for what felt like forever. Every second stretched out, heavy and long. My lungs screamed for air, but I didn't dare take a full breath. Finally, slowly, it rotated back to its resting place, as if the hand on the other side had let go. For another heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the footsteps started again. This time, they moved away, back down the hallway. Creak, creak, creak. I tracked them without meaning to. Past the laundry chute, past my bedroom door, toward the top of the stairs. The sound shifted slightly when whoever it was stepped from carpet onto the first wooden stair. The creak changed timbre. It was sharper, closer to the surface. I heard the next step, and the next. Each one slow, spaced out by a full second, maybe more. Whoever was walking wasn't rushing. The staircase had 12 steps from the top to the mid-landing. I know, because I counted them that night, matching the rhythm of the impacts with the numbers in my head, like a kid trying to prove to herself that this was all just math, just physics. 9, 10, 11, 12. There was a brief silence at the mid-landing, the place with the little window. Then something hit. A loud, jarring crash exploded up through the stairwell, like a body had slammed into the wall or someone had thrown a heavy box down the last half of the stairs. It echoed through the whole house, bouncing off drywall and tile. I flinched so hard my shoulder knocked against the towel rack. I waited for the sound of someone swearing, groaning, saying, "I'm okay." I waited for the robotic voice of the alarm panel to call out from downstairs. Front door. Back door. Anything. Instead, the only thing that followed was a thundering impact at the bottom of the stairs, like something large had landed hard on the foyer floor. Then nothing. No footsteps across tile. No alarm chime. No door opening or closing. Just silence, rushing in again like water. My brain scrambled. If someone had fallen down the stairs, they would have cried out. They would have moved. I would hear them. If someone had come in, the system would have spoken. The only way to get from that bottom step to the outside was through a door. And every door in our house told on you when you opened it. I stood there in the bathroom, locked in, my hands still clamped over my mouth, feeling like the space inside my chest had shrunk to the size of a fist. 10 seconds passed. I counted them. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, all the way to 10. That's how long it should have taken, at the very least, for someone to pick themselves up off the floor, limp to the door, open it, set off the chime, and step outside. At around 10, when my muscles finally started to unclench, something else hit. Not the stairs this time, but much closer. Directly beside me, the laundry chute door, set low into the wall just outside the bathroom, exploded into motion. A sudden, vicious bang slammed up through the metal from below, like someone had taken the end of a broom handle and driven it hard against the inside of the chute, aiming straight for the little door. The impact rattled the frame. The metal panel vibrated so violently, I could hear it buzzing against the drywall. Another hit. Bang. The chute door jumped in its hinges, the sound echoing through the hollow shaft like a shout in a well. A third blow came, even harder, right at the bottom edge nearest the bathroom floor, as if whatever was down there was trying to punch its way up toward where I was standing. The fan hummed on, oblivious. Warm air whispered through the vent above my head. Somewhere in the distance, a car drove past on the snowy street, tires hissing. In that little upstairs bathroom, though, the only thing that mattered was that small metal door just outside my line of sight, shaking like it was about to burst open from the inside. And I knew, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that nothing down there had used the front door to get in. The sound coming up through that chute didn't just echo. It felt like it was trying to climb into the bathroom with me. Each hit was a full-body event. A sharp, hollow thunk that shot up through the metal shaft, rattled the hinges, and seemed to travel straight into my bones. The little door in the wall outside jolted with every blow. I could see it out of the corner of my eye through the tiny crack between the bathroom door and the jamb, a flash of off-white paint, the faint vibration of the trim. Another thunk, harder, made the towel hanging on the back of the door sway just a little. I knew that sound. I'd heard it before, in softer, playful versions when my brother and I tossed socks down there. Back then, it was funny. Back then, the chute was just a slide for laundry, something that made chores easier. This was different. These blows had the rhythm and force of someone swinging upward, like they were trying to jab the door off its frame from inside a tunnel that shouldn't have held a person. My mind clung to a pathetic little explanation. Maybe a broom had fallen in the laundry room. Maybe something tipped against the bottom of the chute and was knocking around. But the hits came too evenly, too deliberately. 1, 2, 3, with a short, awful pause between each, as if whoever was swinging could feel the impact and adjust. The fan in the bathroom hummed on, uninterested. The vent in the ceiling whispered warm air, like nothing was wrong. The only thing that acknowledged what was happening was my body. My knees wanted to buckle. My hands, still clamped over my mouth, ached from how hard I was pressing. My heart pounded so violently that my vision pulsed at the edges. The third thunk was the loudest. It landed right beneath where I knew the little door was, down at ankle level. In my mind's eye, I could see it. A point exactly in the wall between the bathroom and the hall, below my line of sight, being jabbed from below with something long and unforgiving. The metal groaned in protest. For one horrifying second, I pictured the door popping open and something pale and impossible forcing its way through that too small opening. Fingers or hands or something worse, and I pressed myself even flatter against the opposite wall, as if I could get farther away without actually moving my feet. And then it stopped. No gradual fading, no last half-hearted tap. 1 second the chute was being hammered, and the next, the house swallowed the sound completely. The fan was still going. The flush I'd never triggered sat waiting. Somewhere under the floorboards, water muttered in pipes. But the thunk, thunk, thunk was gone as cleanly as if someone had switched it off. The silence that followed had a taste. It felt thick in my mouth and heavy in my ears, like all the air in the bathroom had been exchanged for something else. I didn't move. I didn't even risk lowering my hands from my face. Every muscle in my body had locked into place, my shoulders creeping up toward my ears, my calves trembling just enough for me to feel it, but not enough for my knees to give. My brain repeated one thought over and over, uselessly. Don't move, don't move, don't move. Time inched forward in uneven chunks. At first, it felt like only a few seconds had passed. Then the stiffness in my legs sharpened into a dull ache, and I realized it had to have been longer. I tried to count in my head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. But my thoughts kept sliding off the numbers and back to the image of that little door in the hall, its edges rattling in the frame. 5 minutes is a long time when you're standing in a locked bathroom, listening for footsteps that don't come. 10 minutes is an eternity. I stood there somewhere between the two, long enough for the fan's noise to start feeling like pressure in my skull, long enough for the smell of bleach and steam to make my throat tighten. I listened for any hint that someone was moving out there. The soft give of carpet under a foot, the creak of the stairs, the alarm panel's chime. Nothing. The house had gone back to pretending it was empty. Eventually, the pain in my legs and the pins and needles creeping into my toes forced me to do something. I unclenched my jaw and let myself take a slow, careful breath through my nose. Then, with as much care as if I were disarming a bomb, I reached behind me and turned off the fan. The sudden drop in noise made my ears ring. Every little sound that remained snapped into focus. The faint ticking of the hallway clock through the wall, the distant whoosh of a car on the road outside, the whisper of air through the heating vent. No heavy breathing on the other side of the door. No scrape of something dragging across tile. No voice murmuring in my brother's room. I slid my fingers over the lock and hesitated. If something was out there, the lock was the only thing between us. But if nothing was out there, I was a 13-year-old girl barricading herself in a bathroom to hide from plumbing. I thought about calling my mom. I pictured her face if I tried to explain. The words sounded insane in my head. Something walked down the hall, fell down the stairs, and then hit the laundry chute from the inside. But the alarm didn't say anybody came in or out. I swallowed and turned the latch. The click was deafening. I waited for the handle to jerk in response, for someone to slam their weight against the wood. Nothing happened. My hand shook as I wrapped it around the knob. The metal was cool and solid under my damp fingers. I cracked the door open an inch, the light from the bathroom spilling into the hallway in a sliver. The carpet outside was empty. No shadows that didn't belong. No feet. No gaps of darkness that could hide a person. I opened the door the rest of the way and stepped out, half expecting the temperature of the air to change, to feel colder or charged, like after lightning. It felt exactly the same. The hallway light still glowed its dull yellow. My bedroom door hung slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. At the far end of the hall, my brother's room was a dark mouth, the opening deeper now in my imagination than in reality. I forced myself to walk toward it. Each step away from the bathroom felt like stepping off a ledge. My bare feet made almost no sound on the thin carpet. When I passed the laundry chute, I paused and looked down. The small metal door sat perfectly closed, flush with the wall. Paint chipped at the edges, where our fingers had grabbed it 1,000 times. If I hadn't watched it tremble moments before, if I hadn't heard the blows, I could have convinced myself that nothing had touched it in weeks. I didn't open it. Not yet. At my brother's room, I reached out and gently pushed the door with 2 fingers. It swung inward with its usual creak. The room on the other side was a mess of familiar shapes and soft shadow. The unmade bed, the leaning tower of laundry, the glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling that barely held any charge. I flicked his light on, squinting as my eyes adjusted. There were no overturned furniture, no boxes shattered on the floor, no sign that anyone had been in there at all since he'd left for practice. The window was locked. The closet doors were shut. I stepped in far enough to look behind the door and felt vaguely ridiculous when nothing lunged at me. From there, I crossed to the top of the stairs. The railing was smooth under my hand, the wood warm from the air rising up. I looked down. The mid-landing was exactly as it had always been. Pale wall, square window, a scuff where my brother had once crashed his RC car. The foyer below was neat. The rug by the front door lay flat. The small table where my mom kept the mail stood untouched. If someone had fallen, they'd done it without leaving a single trace. I went down, step by careful step, counting without meaning to. The stairs answered me with their familiar complaints. At the bottom, I turned toward the front door. The alarm panel sat on the wall beside it, its little green light glowing calmly. "Ready," the small screen declared in blocky letters. No red warnings, no list of recent door openings, no error messages. I ran my fingers over the plastic casing, stupidly hoping to feel warmth, or some sign that it had done its job and just forgotten to tell me. It was as cold and indifferent as always. If someone had opened the door, it hadn't noticed. I checked the deadbolt. Still locked. The chain. Still latched. The handle resisted when I tried it. Whoever or whatever had walked down those stairs hadn't gone out the front way. For a moment, I stood there, in the dim light from the porch fixture, bleeding through the frosted glass, trying to imagine any scenario that made sense. Maybe the sound had come from a different house. Maybe I'd imagined the exact spacing of the footsteps, the crash, the blows on the chute. Maybe anxiety could fake a whole sequence of noises now. The longer I stood there, the more the house felt like it was staring back at me, waiting to see which version of the story I'd decide to believe. I backed away from the door and forced myself into the kitchen, to the little doorway that led to the laundry room. The light flicked on with a soft click, revealing the cramped space. Washer, dryer, a shelf stacked with detergent and fabric softener, and in the far corner, the square opening where the chute ended. The metal frame there was larger than the one upstairs, with a wide-mouthed basket pushed under it to catch clothes. A few towels lay in the bottom, crumpled and innocent. I swallowed hard and stepped closer. The drywall around the opening looked normal. No new cracks, no fresh dents. The metal lip of the chute was smooth when I ran a fingertip around it. I got down on my knees, ignoring how cold the tile felt, and peered up into the dark shaft. It was just a hollow rectangle of black, disappearing into shadow. No broom handle wedged at an angle. No fallen mop. No animal scrabbling at the sides. Just emptiness and the faint smell of dust and fabric. I held my breath and listened for a long time. Nothing moved. At some point, my knees started to ache and my neck began to throb from craning upward. I pushed myself back to my feet and turned off the light, leaving the laundry room in darkness. The house hummed around me, innocent, unaware. The alarm panel at the door stayed silent and green. It would be years before I found the words to describe what crystallized in my head that night, standing between the place where the footsteps had ended and the chute where the blows had come from. It wasn't just that something had been in the house. It was that, whatever it was, had managed to move, fall, and strike at the walls without triggering the one device that was supposed to tell us when someone crossed the threshold. The alarm hadn't said a word, and that felt less like a malfunction and more like a secret the house had decided to keep. By the time anyone else came home, I'd worn a path in the carpet between my bed and the door. The sky outside my bedroom window had gone from dull gray to a deep, almost black blue. The street lights in the cul-de-sac had flicked on, throwing cones of orange over the snow and making every shadow look sharper. Downstairs, the house was back to its usual nighttime noise. The furnace cycling, the fridge humming, the TV silent only because I hadn't gone down to turn it on. I was on my bed, with my knees pulled up to my chest, one hand clutching the doorknob like I expected it to twist out of my grip at any second. I'd tried, twice, to distract myself with my laptop and earbuds again, but every time I put them in, every time someone else's voice filled my head, I started hearing phantom footsteps under the audio. It felt safer to just sit and listen to the house, even if that meant jumping at every little creak. I must have checked the time on my alarm clock a dozen times. 5:40 p.m., 6:05, 6:27. Outside, the snow reflected the streetlight glow, making the world beyond my curtains look grainy and unreal. I told myself, over and over, that nothing had happened since the chute, that whatever had walked past the bathroom and down the stairs had either left or something. I couldn't finish that thought. I only knew the house felt wrong in a way I'd never felt before, like I was inside a giant lung that had taken a breath and was holding it, waiting. It was just after 6:30 when I heard it, the low, familiar rumble of the garage door starting to open. The sound rolled through the floor and the walls, followed by the deeper growl of an engine as a car pulled in. Headlights swept past my window, smearing pale light across my posters for a second before sliding away. A moment later, I heard the muffled slam of car doors and the thump of things being grabbed. Gym bag, purse. The garage door closed again with its heavy, hollow vibration. And then, clear as always, the alarm panel's voice floated up faintly from downstairs. Garage door. I stood up too fast, my legs tingling from having been folded under me for so long, and cracked my bedroom door. Light from the hallway spilled in, making my room look darker by comparison. I heard my mom's keys jingle, my dad's uneven footsteps, my brother's heavier ones as he trailed behind them. The front door opened briefly, letting in a draft of cold air and the sound of the outside world. A burst of wind, a car passing, a neighbor's dog barking, and then shut again with a solid thud. The alarm chimed and announced front door in that same flat tone. For a second, that alone almost made me cry with relief. The system still worked. It still noticed them. Em? My mom called up the stairs, her voice echoing weirdly in the stairwell. You alive up there? I stepped out into the hall before I could talk myself out of it. My hand was still on the doorknob, I realized. I'd been holding it so tightly, my fingers had left little crescents in my palm. I'm here, I called back, and my voice sounded thin and small to my own ears. I met them halfway down the stairs. My mom was in front, cheeks red from the cold, hair pulled back in a loose bun, her scrub top hidden under a thick jacket. My dad was behind her, shrugging out of his coat, his tie loosened, looking the particular kind of tired he always looked after a late shift. My brother trailed in last, duffel slung over his shoulder, hair damp with sweat from practice. Hey, my mom said, smiling automatically when she saw me. How was your afternoon? Get your homework done? The urge to say, something's wrong with the house, rose to my throat so quickly it almost choked me. Instead, I heard myself say, something weird happened. Her smile dropped a notch. Weird how? My dad frowned, alert, but in that way grown-ups get when they're trying to gauge how serious a kid's problem is. My brother rolled his eyes slightly, already halfway tuned out. I heard someone in the house, I blurted. The words came out in a rush, too loud in the close space of the stairs. Upstairs, outside the bathroom. They walked past the door and went down the stairs and fell, I think, and then they... My voice broke. My mom's brow furrowed. Whoa, slow down, my dad said, one hand coming up, as if he could physically slow the story. You heard someone? When? I swallowed and started over, forcing myself to put it in order. I told them about being alone, about hearing the thud in my brother's room, about the low voice that wasn't Dad's or my brother's, the slow footsteps in the hallway, the doorknob moving under an unseen hand, the careful descent of those heavy steps down the stairs. I described the crash at the mid-landing, the impact at the bottom, how the alarm stayed silent. I told them about the laundry chute, about the 3 vicious blows from below, the way the metal had shuddered like it was going to burst open. I heard how it sounded as I said it out loud, like an over-caffeinated ghost story. A part of me, watching my parents' faces, wanted to edit out the worst parts to make it more believable. To say, maybe the doorknob just slipped, and I think the chute might have rattled. But another part of me, the part still vibrating from the memory, refused to downplay any of it. It was like someone was in the house, and the alarm didn't see them, I finished lamely. There was a beat of silence. My mom and dad exchanged one of those quick glances that parents think kids don't notice. My dad shifted his weight on the stair, clearing his throat. "Okay," he said in that measured, reasonable tone that always meant he'd decided how worried to be. "Okay, let's think this through. You said you were in the bathroom when this started?" I nodded. "Shower running?" "No. I'd already showered earlier. The fan was on, though." He nodded again, filing that away. "Honey, this is an old house. Pipes bang. The furnace kicks on and off. The ducts expand and contract. That can make some pretty weird noises, especially when you're alone and you're keyed up." "It wasn't just noise," I protested. "The doorknob moved. Something hit the chute. Dad, it was like someone was..." "You've had those half dreams before, remember?" He cut in gently. "When you're not quite awake, not quite asleep, and you think you hear someone calling your name. You said yourself you were tired." "I was awake," I said, heat rising in my face. "I was awake the whole time." My mom stepped in then, putting a hand on my shoulder, squeezing. "Hey, it's okay," she said softly. "We're not saying you're lying. We're just saying houses do things. Maybe the furnace kicked on and made the chute rattle. Maybe the wind hit the roof weird. You've been stressed, Em. New semester, all that." Her voice was soothing, but her eyes were doing something else. There was a tightness around them, a flicker of worry she couldn't hide. "We'll check, okay?" she added quickly. "Tomorrow, I'll call somebody to look at the ducts, see if something's loose." My dad nodded, already in problem-solving mode. "I'll look at the alarm logs now," he said, more to himself than to me. "Make sure it's working the way it's supposed to." That almost made me feel better. Almost. I followed him down the remaining stairs into the foyer. He punched in the code on the alarm panel, navigating through the clunky menu. The little green screen flicked between options, finally landing on a list of recent events. "Let's see," he murmured, scrolling. "Garage door open, closed. Front door, closed. Back door closed. Looks fine." He glanced over his shoulder at me. "Nothing between when Mom left and when we got home. No door openings." "But something walked down the stairs," I said. "You heard that part." "I heard you say it," he corrected gently. "Doesn't mean the system's broken. Look, if a door had opened, it would be here. So whatever you heard..." He trailed off, gave a little shrug, and tried on a half smile. Might have been an overachieving raccoon on the roof. My mom shot him a look, like not helping, then pulled me into a hug. I stiffened for a second, then sagged into it, breathing in the familiar smell of her laundry detergent and hospital soap. "You scared yourself, that's all," she murmured into my hair. I know it felt real. Sometimes feelings do. We're here now. Nothing's going to happen on our watch, okay? But it already did, I wanted to say. Out loud, I just nodded against her shoulder. Over her arm, I saw my brother standing halfway in the living room, gym bag dropped by the couch. He'd been listening, even if he pretended not to be. "Dude, you probably just heard the chute," he said when my mom let me go. His tone was casual, but his eyes were sharper than usual, taking in my face, the way my hands were still shaking a little. It does that. Remember when we used to throw Nerf darts down it and they'd get stuck and fall later? He mimed firing an imaginary gun, grinning. Pow. Ghost laundry. You did that when I was on the computer, I blurted. In the hallway. You shot at me through the door while I was playing games. You scared me on purpose. He blinked, then actually laughed. Yeah, but that was when everyone was home. And I definitely wasn't here today. Coach had us running suicides till like 15 minutes ago. He nudged the duffel with his foot as proof. So unless my ghost double is pranking you. He trailed off, the joke drying up when he saw I wasn't smiling. For a moment, the room felt crowded with things unsaid. The TV sat dark. The furnace kicked on again with a normal, comforting whoosh. The alarm panel's green light glowed steadily, quiet and indifferent. My mom broke the tension by clapping her hands lightly. Okay, showers, dinner, homework, she said, defaulting to routine. Tomorrow, HVAC guy. Deal? My dad added, and I'll double-check the attic. Critters love to get in there when it's cold. At the mention of the attic, my brother's posture shifted almost imperceptibly. His shoulders tightened, and his eyes flicked toward the ceiling, toward the end of the hallway, upstairs where his room was. It was subtle, easy to miss. I didn't. Later that night, after we'd eaten and someone had turned the TV on just to have it on, I caught him alone in the kitchen, digging through the fridge for a soda. The light from inside made his face look washed out, older. You don't really think I made that up, do you? I asked quietly. He straightened, can hissing as he cracked it open. I think you got freaked out, he said, not looking at me. And when you're freaked out, every noise sounds like a bogeyman, you know? He took a sip, then sighed, leaning his hip against the counter. But he hesitated, chewing on the inside of his cheek the way he did when he was deciding whether to say something. But what? I pressed. He stared at the floor between us for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. You know that attic hatch in my room? He said. Of course I did. A square of plywood in the ceiling above his closet, with a little string you could pull down to access the crawl space under the roof. I'd always hated sleeping over in his room because of it. Sometimes, he said, when you guys are gone and it's just me here, I hear stuff up there. Like crawling. Not mice. Bigger. Slow. He made a faint, dragging sound with his fingers on the countertop to illustrate. And the hatch, it sort of rattles, like something's pushing on it from the other side, just enough to make the latch tick. A chill crawled up my spine that had nothing to do with the open fridge. Did you tell Mom and Dad? He shook his head and gave a humorless little smirk. What was I going to say? Hey, I think Santa's pissed and trying to break in off-season. He shrugged. I figured it was, I don't know, wind, squirrels, whatever. Alarm never went off. If something got in, it had to use a door or a window, right? The way he said it made it sound less like a statement and more like a question he was trying to force into a fact. I thought about the footsteps on the stairs, the crash, the blows from inside the chute, the way the alarm panel had stayed silent and green through all of it. It never went off for me either, I said. For a moment, we just looked at each other, the hum of the refrigerator and the muffled noise of the TV filling the space between our thoughts. He broke eye contact first, straightening and shutting the fridge door with his elbow. Anyway, he said, his tone snapping back toward lighter, even if his eyes didn't quite follow. Don't tell Mom I said that. She'll make me sleep with the attic open to prove a point. He left the kitchen with his soda, shoulders squared like he just shrugged off something heavier than a conversation. I stood there alone, staring at the ceiling above his room, listening to the house breathe. Somewhere up there, above the drywall and insulation, something had been moving for a long time. And for just as long, the one thing we all trusted to tell us when someone crossed into our space had never felt the need to say a single word. We moved out of that house 2 years later, and for a while, I thought that would be the end of it. Not because of what happened with the shoot. That night never became the reason we left. Life just did what it always does. It piled other things on top. My dad got offered a promotion in another city. My mom was tired of the commute. The school district lines changed. There were a dozen practical reasons to sell and find something newer, closer, better for resale later. I remember walking through the empty rooms on our last day there, the way sound echoed differently without furniture. My footsteps on the hardwood downstairs sounded too loud. My voice bounced back at me when I called up to my brother, asking if he needed help with the last box. In my old bedroom, the spot where my bed had been was a darker rectangle on the carpet. The posters were gone, leaving faint tape marks on the walls. In the bathroom, the mirror looked bigger, without toothbrushes and bottles crowding the counter. The laundry chute door was still there in the hall, a small square of metal at ankle level. I didn't open it. I didn't even let my eyes linger on it. I told myself there was no point in thinking about that night. Whoever had walked down the hallway, whatever had pounded up through the chute, that belonged to this house, not to me. We were leaving it behind. In the new place, everything was different enough that it was easy, at least at first, to pretend those instincts I'd developed upstairs in that old hallway weren't necessary anymore. The new house was a one-story ranch with no stairs, no attic hatch and a bedroom ceiling, no laundry chute. The walls didn't creak in the same places. The heating system sounded different. I could walk from my room to the bathroom without passing any small metal doors that dropped into the dark. I finished middle school. I survived high school. I left for college, moved into dorms with thin walls and louder neighbors, where the sounds that kept me up at night were people laughing and doors slamming instead of footsteps when nobody should have been home. Every time my brain tried to drag up the memory of that winter evening, the voice outside the bathroom, the slow steps, the crash, the blows on the chute, I slapped a label on it to make it smaller. Old house noise, overactive imagination, sleep-deprived teenager in a creaky building. It was easier if I lined it up with all the other stories kids tell themselves at midnight and outgrow by the time they're 20. For almost 10 years, that worked. Mostly. I still locked bathroom doors compulsively. I still avoided looking at ceiling vents too long. I still felt my heart rate tick up a little whenever a furnace somewhere in a building started or stopped. But I had new responsibilities, new stress, new problems that demanded attention. The old house became a background detail in my life, the way most childhood homes do. My parents sold it after my brother and I were both gone. They downsized to a smaller place in another town, closer to my mom's work. When we talked about the move, it was about taxes and square footage and how my dad wouldn't have to shovel such a long driveway anymore. Nobody brought up the attic or the chute. The first time I saw the old house again, I wasn't planning on it. I was home visiting for a weekend a few months ago. My mom needed something from a store on the other side of the old neighborhood, and I offered to drive. It was one of those bright, brittle fall days where the air is cold, but the sun pretends it isn't. On the way back, muscle memory made me turn down our old street without really thinking. The cul-de-sac looked smaller than I remembered. The tree in our old front yard was taller, its branches bare. The mailbox was still white, but the post was new. Someone had repainted the front door a different color. There was a strange car in the driveway, a dark SUV instead of my mom's minivan. For a long moment, I just idled at the curb, staring at it. The house was undeniably itself, but altered enough that it felt like seeing an old friend from far away and realizing you don't quite remember their face. Curtains I didn't recognize hung in the front windows. A plastic tricycle lay tipped on its side near the garage. There was a wreath on the door that my family would never have chosen. Nothing about it looked haunted or ominous. It was just another house on a quiet loop of asphalt. I drove away before whoever lived there now could look out and wonder why some stranger was staring. That might have been the end of it, if not for a stupid habit I have of looking up places from my past when I can't sleep. A few nights later, back in my apartment, I was lying awake with my phone in my hand, cycling through apps. Somehow, I ended up on Zillow, of all things. Out of curiosity, or maybe something sharper, I typed in the address of our old house. The listing was still there from when my parents had sold it, archived, but accessible. There were the same photos I'd seen once before. Wide-angle shots of the kitchen, the living room, the foyer with the stairs. The upstairs hallway looked narrower in the real estate pictures, the walls a slightly different color. You couldn't see the laundry chute door in any of them. It was cropped out, just below the frame. At the bottom of the page, below the mortgage calculator and the map, there were a few lines of text I hadn't seen before. A review, left by someone who'd lived there after us and before the current owners. It was short, just a couple of sentences. Older house with great bones, it said. We loved the neighborhood and the layout. Some weird noises in the walls and attic at night, but probably just the age of the place. I read that line 3 times. Weird noises in the walls and attic. My skin prickled, a ghost of a sensation from years ago. Sitting on a kitchen stool, while my brother casually mentioned things crawling above his ceiling, the attic hatch rattling as if someone tested it from the other side, the alarm saying nothing. Probably just the age of the place they'd written. I wanted so badly to agree, to laugh at myself for the way my heart sped up. Houses groan, squirrels nest, mice scratch, boards expand and contract. That's all. That has to be all. I clicked my phone off and stared into the dark of my apartment, listening. The central air hummed through the vents. A semi-truck downshifted on the road beyond the strip mall. Somewhere in the building, another tenant's door slammed. Life went on. It was easy, in that moment, to tell myself the review was nothing. I wish the story ended there. It didn't. In my apartment now, I have my own little set of rules. I always run the bathroom fan when I shower. Not just for steam, but for sound. I usually prop my phone on the sink and let a podcast or a video play while I'm in there, filling the space with someone else's noise. I tell people it's just so I don't get bored. The truth is, I don't like hearing the building's bones too clearly. I don't want to hear what the vents might say if everything else was quiet. The night before, I sat down to write this. My routine was the same as always. Late, after a long day. The convenience store's neon sign cast its restless red and blue through the bathroom doorframe. I turned on the light, flipped the fan switch, opened the music app, and let a playlist start. There was a steady beat, a familiar voice. I locked the door. The shower was hot, the mirror fogged, the glass streaked with condensation. For 20 minutes or so, it was just me and the water and the muffled thump of bass through my cheap phone speaker. When I finally turned the water off, the fan filled the sudden gap. I stepped out, wrapped in a towel, skin damp and warm against the cool air. My phone sat where I'd left it on the counter, screen dark, music paused. I don't remember hitting stop. For a few seconds, the only sounds were the fan and the small drip of water from the shower head. Then, from somewhere inside the wall behind the mirror, right where the pipes and the vent ran, I heard it. A thud. Not as loud as the one in my brother's room all those years ago. Softer, but the same shape, the same weight. A compact, dense impact that didn't sound like pipe knock or expansion. It sounded like something solid connecting with something hollow. The fan suddenly felt too loud. I stared at the place on the wall where it seemed to come from. My breath caught halfway in my chest. Before I could move, before I could convince myself it was nothing, the phone on the counter lit up by itself. The screen sprang to life, bright in the dim bathroom, reflecting in the wet tile. There was no ringtone, no vibration, just the lock screen glowing at full brightness. At the very top, where notifications should appear, there was a blank space. No app icon, no text, just a small gray dot that pulsed once, like a heartbeat, and then vanished. The screen went dark again, leaving me standing there with water cooling on my skin and a familiar pressure building in my ears. I told myself it was a glitch. Phones do that. Touch screens misread moisture. Apps crash. Houses, old and new, make noises in the walls. That's what I keep telling myself. But the truth is simpler and harder. The house I grew up in is 3 states away now. Other families have slept there, walked those stairs, ignored those creaks. Whatever lives in its walls, an attic isn't my problem anymore. And yet, when I lock the bathroom door at night, when the fan is on and the vent breathes above my head, the sound doesn't seem to care about distance. My name is Alyssa, and I was 16 when this happened. I lived with my mom in what she always called a temporary place. But we both knew we couldn't afford for it to be temporary. It was a narrow, beat-up apartment in the Bronx, the kind of place that feels like it's stacked on a dozen other lives, all pressed together until their noise seeps through the walls. Even now, when I think about home, I don't picture the inside of our unit first. I hear it. I hear the city pressed against the building. Distant sirens rising and falling like someone's holding down and releasing a single piano key. The heavy bass from passing cars making the windows buzz. The sharp hiss of bus brakes at the corner. I smell it too. That mix of trash and hot concrete and grease and pizza. All layered together so thick that on humid days it felt like something you could chew. Our building was 7 stories high and stubbornly old, with a lobby that always smelled like floor cleaner and cigarettes. The front door had a buzzer that half worked, and a security camera that I'm pretty sure was there mostly for show. Someone was always propping the door open with a rock, just for a minute, and that minute stretched into hours. Inside, the stairwells echoed with footfalls and arguments and kids running up and down, their sneakers slapping concrete. The walls were painted in off-white that had seen too many scuff marks, too many hands, too much time. We lived on the 7th floor. Mom liked to joke that at least up there, the rats were someone else's problem. The elevator was old enough to have opinions. It worked when it felt like it. Sometimes it would arrive right away, doors sliding open with a tired sigh. Other times, you'd stand there listening to its machinery grind somewhere above or below and end up taking the stairs because you no longer trusted it to come at all. When it did work, it moved with agonizing slowness, jerking a little between floors. The ding! It made announcing each level was never the same volume twice. Sometimes it was soft and apologetic. Other times, it was loud enough to make you flinch. I learned its rhythms the way you learn another person's habits. By 16, I could tell from the way the elevator sounded whether it was going to cooperate or stall, whether I should step in or pretend I'd just remembered something and take the stairs instead. The first time my mom and I saw the apartment, the real estate guy called it cozy and full of character. What that meant in real life was peeling paint, a tiny kitchen where two people couldn't really stand side by side, and a bathroom where the tile floor had a permanent faint gray tint no matter how hard my mom scrubbed. But it was what she could afford on a nurse's salary as a single parent, and it was ours. And the lease didn't ask questions about whether my dad would ever show up again with his half of anything. When you stepped out of the elevator on the 7th floor, you were spit into a narrow hallway that made you feel like you had to pull your shoulders in just to walk. The carpet used to be red, I think, but by the time we moved in, it had been worn down to a patchwork of faded maroon and bare spots. The walls were that same off-white as the lobby, gouged in places where furniture had slammed into them, dotted with thumbtack holes and ghost outlines where someone's picture had hung for years. The ceiling lights were long fluorescent tubes in yellowed plastic covers, and they had a way of flickering just when you didn't want them to. One near the elevator would buzz and stutter, making the whole hallway feel like it was breathing a little too fast. Even when they weren't flickering, the light they threw wasn't entirely trustworthy. There were shadows in the corners that seemed thicker than they had any right to be. Our apartment was the second to last door on the right, 7G. The door was metal with a peephole at my eye level and 3 different kinds of locks: deadbolt, chain, and a cheap sliding thing my mom added herself after the first month. The number on it was crooked, leaning to the side like it was tired. At the very end of the hallway, past our door, there was a small window. It was set in a deep sill that someone had painted over too many times, making the edges gummy and uneven. That window looked out over the back of the building, down onto the cracked asphalt of the parking lot, the dumpsters, a slice of the street beyond, and a mess of fire escapes and windows from the building next door. During the day, the light that came through it was harsh and gray, bouncing off all that metal and concrete. At night, the window turned into a blurry rectangle of yellow or orange, depending on what kind of street lamp was working that week. That window seat was where he always sat. I don't know what his name was. We lived there for almost 2 years, and I never heard anyone call him anything. He was just the man at the end of the hall, like a permanent fixture, like the buzzing light or the stained carpet. He was black, maybe in his 60s, with skin the color of strong coffee and hair that had retreated so far back on his skull it was more like a thin, uneven gray ring than anything you'd call a haircut. He wore the same faded brown coat almost every day, even when it was warm enough to go without. The cuffs were worn shiny, and one of the buttons near the middle was hanging on by a single thread. Sometimes he had a knit cap pulled down low over his ears. Sometimes he didn't. I almost never saw him with it all the way off. So for the longest time, I didn't actually know if he was fully bald on top or not. He sat sideways on the windowsill, one shoulder against the wall, one knee hiked up with his foot resting flat on the edge. His other leg dangled off the side, hovering over the worn line of carpet that everyone's shoes had carved into the floor. Sometimes he held a styrofoam cup. Sometimes he held nothing at all. What never seemed to change was his face. It wasn't especially expressive, not in the ways you expect. There were no obvious smiles, or scowls, or frowns. His mouth stayed in this neutral line, lips pressed together, like he was always almost about to say something, but never did. His eyes were what people notice first in a person, usually. His weren't. Not because they weren't striking, but because they were oddly still. He didn't blink much, at least not when I walked by. The first few times I saw him, I did what most people do when they live in a big city. I pretended not to. I'd come out of the elevator, hear the faint noise of a TV behind someone's door, smell someone's dinner cooking, garlic, onion, tomato sauce, and then I'd notice him in my peripheral vision, that human shape at the end of the hall. I'd angle my body toward our apartment and head straight for 7G, keys already in hand, eyes on the locks. If I kept my gaze down, I could pretend I wasn't aware of how it felt to have a person's attention focused on me from 20 feet away in a narrow space with nowhere else to go. But even when I didn't look, I could feel it. His gaze followed me, not obviously. He didn't swivel his head dramatically or crane his neck. He'd be sitting there, staring out the window, like he was watching the smoke rise off the dumpsters or counting cars on the street. And then, as my footsteps got closer, his eyes would slide sideways and lock onto me. Every time. Slow and steady. No surprise, no curiosity, just a kind of flat, persistent watchfulness. At first, I told myself I was being paranoid. People look. That's what they do. Maybe he stared at everyone who walked by. Maybe I only noticed it when it was directed at me. But then I started paying more attention, and I realized something that made it worse. He didn't always sit out there. There were times I'd come home, and the window at the end of the hall would be empty, the sill bare, the view unobstructed. I'd feel this tiny rush of relief, like I'd slipped past a checkpoint. Those were the times I could take a breath, fish my keys out without fumbling, and unlock the door without feeling the weight of someone's eyes on my back. But the days when he was there, he never missed me. It didn't matter what time it was. After school, early evening, late night, if my mom needed me to run out and grab something from the bodega. If he was in that spot when I stepped off the elevator, if his coat and his knobby knee and his nearly bald head were outlined against the little rectangle of daylight or streetlight, then his gaze would find me and stay on me the whole walk down the hall. He didn't smile. He didn't nod. He didn't say hello. He just watched. The first time I mentioned him to my mom, she was in the kitchen packing her lunch for a late shift. Our kitchen was barely big enough for one person, so I was leaning against the doorway, watching her stack Tupperware in her bag. "Who's the guy at the end of the hall?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "The one who always sits by the window." She didn't look up right away. What guy? The older dude, brown coat, sits on the windowsill just staring at everything. She paused in the act of snapping a lid onto a container. For a moment, all I could hear was the rattling of the pipes in the wall and someone's TV through the floor. Then she sighed and put the Tupperware down. "You mean that man in 7H, she said, like she'd been hoping I wouldn't notice him long enough to ask. I didn't know his apartment number until then. Is that where he lives? She nodded, finally meeting my eyes. There was something tightened around her mouth that hadn't been there a second before. Listen to me, Alyssa, she said, in the tone she used when she talked about crossing streets and not accepting drinks from strangers. Don't talk to that man, okay? Don't say hi. Don't answer if he says anything to you. Just walk straight to our door and come inside. Why? I asked, feeling my stomach flip, half from curiosity, half from the seriousness in her voice. Did he do something? She hesitated just a fraction of a second, then shook her head. He hasn't done anything to us, she said carefully. And I'd like to keep it that way. I work nights. You're going to be coming and going without me a lot. I don't like the way he looks at you. My skin prickled, because that was the part I hadn't said out loud. He's probably just lonely, I tried, because part of me felt guilty for judging someone just for existing in a hallway. But my mom was already shaking her head again, more firmly this time. Maybe he is, she said. But lonely people can be dangerous too. You hear me? I nodded. Yeah. She picked up her lunch again, closed the bag. Good. Then don't make eye contact if you can help it. Don't be rude, but don't invite conversation. There are enough problems in this building without adding strange men to the list. That should have been the end of it. Simple rule. Don't talk to him. Walk straight home. But it's hard to ignore someone who is always there, who occupies the one spot you have to pass, who seems to exist for the sole purpose of watching the hallway. The more I tried not to notice him, the more I did. The way his head would tilt almost imperceptibly when I got close. The way his eyes would track not just me, but what I was carrying. Backpack, grocery bags, textbooks. The slow, measuring way he took me in, like I was something he had time to study. And the worst part was this. For a long time, that was all he did. No words, no gestures. Just those still dark eyes at the end of the hall, cataloging every time I came home. The first time he spoke to me, nothing about the hallway looked any different. It was a Thursday, sometime in late fall. I remember because it was already dark, even though it wasn't that late, and because my fingers were going numb around the plastic handles of 2 heavy grocery bags. Mom had called as I was getting off the train, asking if I could stop at the little supermarket 2 blocks from our place. Milk eggs, some canned soup she could throw on the stove before her shift. By the time I got to our building, my shoulders ached from the weight. The lobby smelled like wet coats and old mop water. The elevator took forever to come, making its lazy, irregular climb. When the doors finally groaned open, there was already someone inside, a woman from the 3rd floor with a stroller, a kid half asleep and lolling to one side, a teenager with headphones in staring at his phone. Nobody made eye contact. We all just breathed the same stale air, listening to the elevator wheeze and rattle its way up. The ding at the 7th floor was softer than usual, like the building was tired of announcing anything. The doors slid open onto that narrow hallway I knew too well. Cheap carpet, off-white walls, fluorescent light buzzing above, like an angry insect. The The smell of someone's cooking drifted out from under a door on the left, something tomato-heavy and overcooked. Underneath it was that permanent layer of cigarette smoke and something sour you stop noticing until you come back from somewhere clean. I stepped out, adjusting my grip on the bags, the plastic stretching white where it cut into my fingers. The elevator doors closed behind me with a hollow thud. I heard them start their slow descent, again cables whining. And there he was. He was in his usual spot on the windowsill, at the end of the hall, back against the frame, one knee up, one leg dangling. The streetlights, beyond the glass, turned him into a silhouette, at first dark coat, darker shape. But as my eyes adjusted, details filled in the line of his jaw, the glint of light on his nearly bald head, the frayed edges of his collar. I did what I always did. I focused on my own door, 7G, second to last on the right. I could walk that stretch blindfolded. I kept my gaze at shoulder height, counting the doors under my breath in my head. 7A, 7B, 7C. The plastic bags rustled in my hands. My keys jangled faintly in my pocket with each step. I was parallel with him, maybe 10, 12 feet away when I felt it. That slight tilt in the air, the sensation of his attention swiveling toward me. I didn't have to look to know his eyes were on me. It was like walking under a heat lamp. You know when you're in the beam, even if you pretend you don't. Evening, Alyssa. I didn't drop the bags, but I almost did. The sound of my name in his mouth hit me harder than if he'd grabbed my wrist. I stopped dead in the middle of the hallway, the plastic handles biting deeper into my fingers, the right bag swinging slightly with the momentum. For a half beat, I thought maybe I'd misheard. Maybe he'd said, "Miss," or "Hey you," or something else my brain translated wrong. But then I turned slowly, because I couldn't not. And he was looking directly at me. Up close, his eyes were darker than I'd realized from all those sidelong glimpses. Not just brown, almost black, with that wet reflective shine that caught the fluorescent light and turned it into thin silver crescents. They were steady. No flicker, no embarrassment at being caught. He just watched me, the way you watch something that finally did what you'd been waiting for it to do. Hi, I managed. My voice came out smaller than I wanted. He didn't smile. The corners of his mouth didn't move at all. Evening, he repeated, like we were in some polite suburb and not a grimy hallway that smelled like stale smoke and boiled pasta. My heartbeat was suddenly too loud in my ears. How do you know my name? I asked the question, slipping out before I could stop it. He blinked slowly once. The fluorescent light above us flickered, buzzing louder for a second, as if it wanted to hear the answer too. Somewhere down the shaft, I heard the elevator doors slam shut on a different floor, the sound dull and distant. He shrugged one shoulder, the motion barely there. "You hear things?" he said, voice low and rough, like he didn't use it much. Walls are thin in this building. That was technically true. I'd fallen asleep to my neighbors' arguments more times than I could count. I'd heard their TV shows, their music, their phone calls, but there was something off about the way he said it. Like he wasn't talking about overhearing my mom call me for dinner, like the walls themselves were passing on information. My hands were throbbing from the weight of the groceries. I swallowed, backing toward our door without quite meaning to. "Okay," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. My fingers fumbled the keys out of my pocket. The plastic bags crackled loudly in the forced quiet. My shoes scuffed against the carpet. The light buzzed. Somewhere far below us, a car horn honked twice short and sharp. I unlocked the deadbolt, slid the chain off, turned the knob. I could feel his gaze on my back the whole time, hot and heavy. Night, he added, as I stepped inside as calm, as if we'd been doing this for years. I shut the door faster than usual, heart banging against my ribs. I leaned my forehead against the cool metal, for a second breathing hard. My mom was in the tiny kitchen, stirring something in a pot. "Hey, Mija," she called. "You get the milk?" "Yeah," I said, my voice thin. "Mom," I added after a second. She turned, eyes narrowing at my tone. "What, that guy? At the end of the hall," I said. "He knows my name." Her mouth tightened. "What do you mean he knows your name?" I set the bags down on the counter, the plastic sliding across the laminate with a soft squeal. I was coming back from the store, and he just said it. "Evening, Alyssa." Like that. I never told him. You never introduced me. How does he know? For a moment, the only sound was the quiet simmering of whatever she was cooking and the faint hum of the fridge. My mom's face went very still. Then she turned the stove off with a decisive flick, put the spoon down, and wiped her hands on a dish towel like she was buying time. "I told you not to talk to him," she said finally. "I didn't," I protested. "He talked to me." "Did you answer?" I hesitated. "Yeah. I said hi." She shook her head, frustration and worry, fighting for space on her face. "Okay. From now on, don't. If he says your name, if he says anything, you walk past like you didn't hear. You understand. But how does he know it?" I pushed. "He said the walls are thin, but that's Alyssa." She cut me off, saying my name with a crack of impatience. "I don't care how he knows. I care that he thinks it gives him permission to talk to a 16-year-old girl in a hallway when her mother isn't there." Something in her voice made my skin crawl. It wasn't just annoyance. It was fear turned into anger, because that's easier to aim at something. She stepped closer, lowering her voice like the walls might be listening too. "Avoid him," she said again. "If I'm with you, you stay by me. If I'm not with you, you get from the elevator to our door as fast as you can. No eye contact, no conversation. He's not your friend." "Got it." I nodded, but the question still dug at me. If the walls were thin, what else had he been hearing? My late-night phone calls, my music, the way my mom said my name when she was mad, when she was soft. How long had he been collecting those little pieces before using one on me? I was still thinking about that a few nights later, when I made the mistake that changed everything. My mom's schedule wasn't consistent. Some weeks she worked days, some weeks evenings. That week, she was on night shifts. She left around 7 already in her scrubs bag, slung over her shoulder, keys in hand. "Door stays locked," she reminded me as she pulled her jacket on. "Chain too. No visitors, no buzzing anybody in. Text me when you're in bed." "Yeah, I know," I said, leaning in the kitchen doorway again. We'd done this dance dozens of times. She stepped over, kissed my forehead, then looked me dead in the eyes. "Seriously, Alyssa, don't mess around in the hall. Straight home if you go out. I don't like you out there alone at night." "I'm not a baby," I protested, but there wasn't much heat behind it. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. When the door closed behind her, the apartment felt emptier than usual. I made myself some instant ramen, watched something stupid online, did half my homework on the couch with the TV on low in the background. Around 8:30, I realized we were out of the cereal I usually ate in the morning. Mom hadn't had time to shop. If I didn't go now, I'd be stuck with dry toast or vending machine snacks at school. I told myself it was no big deal. The bodega was literally around the corner. The building entrance was maybe a 30-second walk from the elevator. I grabbed my keys and some cash slid into my sneakers and headed out, locking the door behind me like she'd said. The trip to the store was uneventful. The air outside was cold enough to sting my cheeks. The street was its usual mix of noise, a bus grinding past someone shouting into their phone music, leaking from a passing car. Inside the bodega, it smelled like coffee and cat litter and old magazines. I got my cereal, a candy bar I didn't need, and walked back with my hood up the plastic bag swinging at my side. It was almost 9 p.m. when I stepped into the building and hit the elevator button. The car came quickly this time, like it had decided to be helpful for once. I rode up alone, watching the floor numbers light up. 3, 4, 5, 6. My reflection in the metal doors looked paler than I felt. The 7th floor ding sounded louder than usual in the quiet. When the doors opened, the hallway stretched out in front of me, long and narrow and mostly dark. Only 2 of the fluorescent fixtures were on, one near the elevator, one near the far end. The one above our door was off, leaving that stretch in a dim, shadowed half-light. He was there. Of course he was, sitting on the windowsill coat, on hands resting loosely on his knee, his silhouette framed by the small pane of glass and the blurry orange glow of the street lamp outside. The bags under his eyes looked darker, deeper in this light. For a second, with the thin bulbs flickering and the carpet swallowing sound, he didn't look like a man so much as a cutout shape someone had pasted onto the end of the hall. I stepped out of the elevator, the doors whispering shut behind me. The plastic bag in my hand rustled. The motion sensor in the closer light made it hum a little louder, trying to stay awake. My heart picked up on instinct. I lowered my head, focusing on the scuffed path in the carpet, telling myself to just walk. Straight line, no eye contact. Mom's voice echoed in my head. Don't talk to that man. Just go straight home. Halfway to my door, I heard his voice. Your mom working tonight? The question was so softly asked that for a second I wasn't sure I'd heard it. It didn't have any edge to it. No obvious threat. Just a simple, almost casual curiosity, as if he were asking about the weather. But it landed wrong. Every word seemed to sink into the air, heavy and deliberate. The hallway felt narrower all of a sudden. The buzzing light overhead sounded louder. Somewhere far away, I heard the elevator doors close on a different floor with a hollow boom. I didn't stop walking, but I slowed. My throat went dry. I knew with a jolt of clarity exactly what my mom would say. If she were there, ignore him. Keep moving. Don't give strangers information about when you're alone. But I was 16 and tired, and wanting very badly not to make a scene in a hallway where sound carried and everyone's business echoed through the walls. I didn't want to look stuck up or scared or childish. And his tone, it was so mild, so ordinary. Without thinking it through, without giving myself time to picture what might be hiding behind that question, I did the stupidest thing I've ever done. I nodded. Just once. A small, almost imperceptible dip of my chin. Yes. I didn't add words. I didn't look at him. I just kept moving my keys already in my hand, the plastic bag crinkling as it swung. But I could feel his attention sharpen, like a camera finally snapping into focus. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him respond. He didn't lean forward. He didn't stand up. He just gave one slow nod back, like we'd just confirmed something important to both of us. In that nod, something in his face changed. The blankness, I'd gotten used to those unreadable eyes, that neutral mouth shifted. His gaze no longer felt simply observant. It felt satisfied, like he'd been waiting a long time for a piece of information only I could give him, and I'd finally handed it over. I slid my key into the lock with shaking fingers, heart pounding so loudly I was sure he could hear it from his perch at the end of the hall. Behind me, the buzzing light flickered once, then steadied. The lock turned under my hand. The door opened. I stepped inside. I didn't know it then, standing in the doorway, with a plastic bag of cereal and candy, the apartment dark, except for the glow from the TV I'd left on. But that tiny nod, those 2 seconds where I confirmed my mother wasn't home, was the moment the story really started. When I stepped into our apartment that night, the first thing I did was throw the deadbolt, slide the chain, and stand there for a second with my forehead against the cool metal. The hallway on the other side felt like a lung I'd just escaped from. Inside, the air was warmer, smelled like our detergent, and the faint onion smell that clung to everything, no matter what Mom cooked. Our place wasn't big. If you stood just inside the front door and turned in a slow circle, you could see almost all of it at once. Straight ahead was the living room. A sagging tan sofa we'd gotten secondhand from one of Mom's co-workers, a low coffee table with one wobbly leg, and a flat-screen TV that took up way more visual space than the furniture around it. A couple of mismatched lamps tried their best to make the room look cozy, but the yellowish light they threw only emphasized the uneven paint and hairline cracks in the wall. To the left was the kitchenette. That's what the leasing agent had called it. Like adding "et" made the lack of counter space cute instead of frustrating. It was really just a strip of laminate counter with a sink, a stove with burners that leaned, and a fridge that hummed aggressively as if determined to overcompensate for the rest of the apartment. The cabinets rattled when you opened them, and one of the doors never closed all the way unless you hip-checked it. A short, narrow hallway branched off the living room. It led to the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom. Mom's room was at the far end, the door usually open, so she could hear if I needed her when I was younger. Now, it was mostly closed, the crack at the bottom glowing faintly when she was still awake, phone screen lighting her face while she scrolled herself to sleep. My room was closer to the living room, right across from the bathroom. The walls weren't just thin, they felt almost theoretical. You could hear everything. The couple above us, fighting the baby 2 doors down, crying the guy in 7F, snoring like a chainsaw. I used to joke that we didn't live in separate apartments so much as different corners of the same echo chamber. My bedroom was small enough that if I stretched my arms out, I could almost touch both side walls. My bed took up most of the space pushed against the left wall, with a cheap dresser jammed onto the right and a tiny desk under the window. I had posters tacked up. Wherever there was blank space bands, movies, a couple of fading magazine clippings. It looked like a normal teenage room if you didn't know anything about the building or who shared its walls. On the other side of that left wall, the one my bed pressed up against, was his apartment. 7H, the man at the end of the hall. Our rooms were mirror images, 2 rectangles separated by drywall, and whatever passed for insulation in an old Bronx building. I'd always known that in an abstract way. But after he said my name, after he asked about my mom, the awareness shifted from "we share a wall" to "there is 12 feet of my life he can stand on the other side of." I found myself imagining his layout, where his bed might be, where his TV sat, whether he walked past the part of the wall my headboard leaned against when he got up at night. I dropped the cereal and candy on the kitchen counter, kicked off my sneakers, and tried to shake off the feeling that I'd just done something irreversible by nodding in that hallway. The TV in the living room was still on, showing a sitcom in reruns with the volume low. Canned laughter bubbled up now and then, too bright and fake for the dim little room it floated through. I told myself I wanted noise. Noise was good. Noise filled the gaps. I poured myself a bowl of cereal, even though it was a weird time, for it ate standing at the counter, scrolling through my phone with my free hand. The normalcy of it, cheap sugar, crunching between my teeth. My thumb tracing the same endless social media loop, helped push the scene at the end of the hall to the edges of my mind. Laundry. I should do laundry before school tomorrow. Our building didn't have in-unit machines. There was a shared laundry room on the first floor just off the lobby. It smelled like bleach and damp lint, and the fluorescent lights down there made everyone look sick. Still, it was either that or show up to school in the hoodie I'd been sleeping in for 3 days. I grabbed my overflowing hamper from my room, stuffed everything into a black trash bag, because of course we never had an actual laundry bag, and dug around in the kitchen drawer for enough quarters to feed the machines. The elevator ride down felt longer than usual, but no one else was in it. No one was in the laundry room either. Just the row of industrial washers and dryers humming the floor, sticky in places from spilled detergent. I loaded a washer, mechanically measuring out soap by eye, watching the clothes disappear behind the glass as water rushed in. The sound was almost soothing. Machinery I could understand, cycles I could predict. Back upstairs, the apartment felt emptier somehow, like the clothes had taken a layer of warmth with them. I flopped on the couch, with my back against the armrest and my feet on the cushions, scrolling through Netflix, until I landed on a show I'd half-watched before some crime thing with enough episodes that I wouldn't run out. I let the first one start volume up enough to drown out the muffled sounds of the building. Halfway through the episode, I paused it to go switch the load. Another trip down the stairwell, echoing with my footsteps, the laundry room, now a damp, overwarm box full of spinning metal drums. Move clothes from washer to dryer feed in more quarters. Push the button. Listen to the heavy thunk and start of the tumbling noise. By the time I went back up for the third time, my body had settled into a rhythm. TV, laundry, phone, repeat. Normal things. Harmless things. I told myself that if something truly bad were brewing, the night wouldn't look so ordinary. Around 10, I decided to shower. Mom always told me not to start a shower too late when she wasn't home, in case something happened and no one heard. That night, I brushed the warning aside with that particular teenage logic that thinks bad things happen to other people in other buildings. I grabbed clean pajamas from my drawer, my toiletry bag from the hook on my door, and my phone, because I never went anywhere without it. The hallway between my room and the bathroom was only a few steps, but it felt longer in the quiet. I locked the bathroom door behind me more out of habit than actual thought, and turned on the water. The pipes rattled for a second, then smoothed out as the stream warmed. Steam began to fog the edges of the mirror. I set my phone on the counter, hit play on the last show I'd been watching, and turned the volume up enough to hear over the shower. The sound of actors trading dark one-liners filled the small space bouncing off tile. For a while, the world narrowed to heat and white noise. Hot water on my shoulders, the shower curtain sticking to my calves, my own breath sounding bigger inside the enclosed space. The TV voices blurred into rhythm. I rinsed shampoo from my hair, eyes closed, mind drifting. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the building, some stomach growl of old pipes, or the elevator doing something weird. A low grumbling noise, distant and fuzzy like someone rolling a heavy object across a floor above me. It came through the wall, more than through the air, a vibration you both heard and felt. It rose and fell irregularly. Not a steady drill, not a sharp knock. More like something was dragging along plaster, or a very small power tool buzzing far away. I froze shampoo, dripping down my neck, straining to listen past the spray. On the other side of the wall, behind the shower, was not the hallway, not the building's innards, but another apartment. His apartment, 7H. The realization prickled across my scalp, sharp as the water starting to cool. The sound came again, a rasping rrrr that built for a second, then cut off. My brain flipped through explanations, superdoing late repairs, neighbor hanging something on the wall, someone running cables. All reasonable, all fine. But there was something about the timing that made my skin crawl. It kept starting and stopping in these short, intentional bursts. Not long enough to be someone drilling a full hole. Just quick probing bites into the wall. I shut the water off, heart now beating fast enough to make my hands tremble a little. The sudden quiet made the grumbling clearer. It was there then, gone, then there again. Closer this time, like it had moved a few inches along the wall. My show was still playing on the phone, muffled by the counter and the fan I'd turned on. I reached out and paused. It turned the fan off too. The bathroom fell into a thick, damp stillness, broken only by the occasional drip from the shower head and that intermittent teeth-on-edge noise from the wall. Building's old, I whispered to myself, voice barely audible. They're always fixing stuff. As if on cue, the sound stopped. Not faded, stopped. No echo, no residual vibration. Just the soft tick of cooling pipes and my own breathing louder than I wanted it to be. I listened for another full-minute towel, wrapped tight around me skin, cooling in the clingy air. Nothing. The world outside the bathroom door went on someone's TV, faint through the ceiling, a car honking twice out on the street. Okay, I said louder this time, trying to make it sound like I was dismissing it to an imaginary audience. Okay, I toweled off, quickly pulled on my pajamas, and wiped a circle in the fogged-up mirror with the side of my hand. My reflection looked slightly warped, edges gone soft, where the steam still clung. I avoided meeting my own eyes too long. With my phone in one hand and my toiletry bag in the other, I unlocked the bathroom door and stepped back into the hallway. The apartment seemed exactly as I'd left it, lamp still on in the living room TV screen, paused in mid-scene, the hum of the fridge steady in the background. It wasn't until I walked into my bedroom that I noticed the wall. At first, it was just a sense that something was off. My posters all looked the same. My bed was still a mess of blankets and pillows, my hoodie draped over the back of my chair. But there on the wall, just above, and to the right of my headboard, something caught the light in a way it shouldn't. I stepped closer. There, in the center of a patch of off-white paint, was a tiny hole. It was no bigger than the tip of a pen, small enough that you might miss it in dimmer light, small enough that it could have been mistaken for an old nail mark from a picture frame long gone. Except I'd lived in this room for nearly 2 years. I knew every scuff, every tape scar. That hole hadn't been there that morning. My stomach dropped slowly, like an elevator letting go. I set my toiletry bag on the bed and reached out with my free hand, fingertip hovering just short of the wall. From this close, I could see that the edges of the hole were rough, specked with a fine dust that clung to the paint. I touched it. The rim of the hole felt warm. Not hot enough to burn, just warmer than the rest of the wall. Like someone had pressed something against it hard. Like friction had just recently chewed through layers of plaster. There was a faint acrid smell too, when I leaned in a ghost of burned drywall and metal. The hairs on my arms stood up. On the other side of that wall, a few inches of space away, was 7H. If I pressed my ear to the plaster, I might hear his TV, his footsteps the scrape of his chair, or something else. I swallowed my throat suddenly dry. Logic whispered loud enough to be convincing the super had probably drilled into the wrong wall running a cable. Or a previous tenant had patched something badly and it finally gave. Things happened in old buildings. But the hole was exactly at my eye level when I stood there beside my bed. Exactly where someone on the other side in the mirror image room might also have eye level if they stood in the same spot. I don't know what made me do it. Curiosity, stubbornness, some ugly need to prove to myself that it was nothing. That it wasn't what my gut already knew it was. I set my phone down on the nightstand, its screen casting a dim bluish glow. The apartment was otherwise quiet, wrapped in a layer of city noise and radiator ticks. Then slowly, I leaned in toward the wall. I lowered my face until my forehead nearly brushed. The paint turned my head slightly and brought my right eye level with the tiny dark circle in the plaster. I hesitated there for a heartbeat, breath-shallow eyelashes almost touching the rough edge of the hole. Then I closed my left eye, focused everything through the right, and pressed closer, letting the world narrow to that pinprick of black in the wall between us, and looked in. I don't know how long my eye hovered there in that tiny circle of darkness. It couldn't have been more than a second or two, but in my memory, it stretches out like slow motion, every fraction of an inch closer, ratcheting up the tension until my brain couldn't hold anymore. At first, all I saw was black, just a small, perfect void in the plaster. Then something shifted in the dark, and the void changed. A faint smear of gray appeared like light filtered through another room. The focus in my right eye adjusted on instinct, trying to make sense of what was on the other side. Shadows resolved into shapes I didn't recognize. And then abruptly, it wasn't a smear of gray anymore. It was white. The white of an eyeball filling the entire hole. I was so close, I could see everything. The slick gloss of the sclera, the network of red veins branching out from a darker edge just outside the circle my vision could reach. The iris was a deep, muddy brown, the pupil slightly dilated, a trembling black coin that seemed to swallow the little light coming through. For one frozen heartbeat, the eye didn't move. It was just there, less than an inch from mine, separated only by crumbling plaster and a thickness of air. My own reflection was a tiny distorted shadow on its surface. Then the eyelid twitched. Just a tiny involuntary flutter of skin as it blinked once, as if the person behind it had been holding their eye open as long as I had. The lashes brushed the edge of the hole, sending a whisper of dust into the space between us. I saw moisture glisten and gather at the lower lid the way it does when you forget to blink. The eye focused. I could tell. Anyone who's ever had someone suddenly lock eyes with them from across a room knows that feeling, the small but unmistakable tightening of attention, the "oh, it sees me" moment. Multiply that by 100 and squeeze it through a gap no bigger than a pen tip. That's what it felt like. Whoever was on the other side had been looking through that hole into my room. But when I leaned in, when my own eye filled their view, they adjusted. Their pupil tightened, as if trying to bring me into sharper clarity. It wasn't a passive gaze anymore. It was mutual. For half a second, I couldn't breathe. The whole world shrank down to that staring, unblinking eye. It felt like it was inside my skull rather than on the other side of a wall. A fog of warmth bloomed across the tiny opening, clouding the edges of my view. It took me an extra horrifying second to realize what it was: breath. Their breath. Exhaled so close to the hole that it left the faintest ghost of condensation along the rim. That broke me out of it. Something in my chest snapped, and adrenaline hit me like a truck. I screamed no words, just a raw, panicked sound, and flung myself backward. My shoulders slammed into the dresser, the corner digging painfully into my blade. The phone on the nightstand rattled, nearly sliding off. One of my posters crinkled loudly as my elbow scraped it. The eye disappeared from the hole as I fell away. Not with a start, not with the jerk of someone startled, but with a slow withdrawal, like whoever was behind the wall was simply stepping back out of view. My legs tangled in the pile of clothes on the floor, and I landed hard on my hip, the impact shooting up my spine. My heart was going so fast, it felt like it might actually burst. My hands scrabbled blindly at the carpet, trying to find purchase something solid, anything that wasn't giving beneath me. For a second, I just lay there on my side, staring at the ceiling chest heaving. The room seemed wrong, the angles, the light, all of it slightly off, like I'd been dropped into a copy of my own space, where things were just a fraction of an inch out of place. I forced myself to sit up, back pressed against the dresser. My legs were shaking. The little hole in the wall looked impossibly small from this distance, just an innocent dot above my bed. If I hadn't just seen what I'd seen, I could have convinced myself it was nothing. A nail mark, a flaw in the paint. But I had seen it. The bloodshot white, the blink, the way the pupil tightened when it finally met mine, the breath. It took another long, shaky moment for the next thought to push its way through the fog of panic. That wall wasn't just between me and some abstract neighbor. It was between me and him. Our building layout flickered through my mind like a blueprint I'd never really studied until right then. My room shared a wall with 7H. I'd always known that, but never really pictured the details. If you walked down the hall and turned right into his door instead of mine, where would you end up? A small living room, same as ours. A kitchenette along the same wall, a short hallway, a bedroom in the same place as mine, a bathroom across from it. His bedroom was probably a mirror image of mine. Bed against the same wall. Or maybe he'd put a chair there, a stool, something he could lean on while he pressed his face up close to a hole that lined up perfectly with where my head would be when I slept. My stomach lurched. If he'd drilled that hole there, what else had he done? I thought about the grumbling I'd heard in the bathroom wall earlier. The short, stuttered bursts of sound. The way it had seemed to move, as though someone was adjusting their aim. The bathroom shared a wall too. My breathing hitched. I scrambled to my feet, one hand grabbing the edge of the dresser to haul myself up. My legs felt numb, like they belonged to someone else, but they moved when I told them to. I crossed the room in a few stumbling steps, nearly tripping over my own shoes, and burst into the hallway. The bathroom door was open a crack. Light from my bedroom spilled into it, making the tile floor gleam. Everything looked normal. The towel hanging where I'd left it, my shampoo bottle on the edge of the tub, a streak of steam still fading on the mirror from my shower. I pushed the door fully open and flicked the light on. The overhead bulb buzzed faintly as it warmed. The fan was still off, so every sound seemed sharper. The tick-tick of water dripping from the shower head, the distant murmur of a TV from another unit, the city outside, humming under everything. I knew what I was looking for now, even if I didn't want to find it. The wall opposite the shower plane painted unremarkable-faced 7H. If the apartments mirrored each other, the way I thought they did, his bathroom should be on the other side of that wall. And if he'd gone to the trouble of drilling a hole by my bed, I stepped closer, running my fingers slowly along the plaster, pretending I was just feeling the coolness of it and not mapping every inch for irregularities. Near the center, my fingertips brushed over something that didn't feel quite right, too smooth, too deliberate. I leaned in. There it was, another hole, smaller than the one in my bedroom if that was possible, the size of a pinhead. From a few feet back, it vanished into the chaotic texture of the paint. Up close, when you knew exactly where to look, it resolved into a perfect intentional circle. The edges were cleaner here, less ragged, like whoever had made it had taken more care. My throat closed. I raised my hand again, pressing the pad of my index finger gently around the rim. Like the first one, the plaster was warmer there faintly, so as if a drill bit or a piece of metal had been generating friction not long ago. A smear of white dust clung to my skin when I pulled away. I didn't need to look through it to understand what it meant. The hole was at about shoulder height for me, a little lower than the one by my bed. If you stood where I was standing now, bare feet on cool tile towel, slipping on wet skin, you'd be perfectly framed in it. From the other side, someone would have a direct view of the shower curtain, the mirror, the entire length of the tub. A slideshow of past showers flickered through my memory in an awful cascade. Every long day I'd come home and stepped under the water, thinking I was alone. Every time I'd drop my clothes in a heap on the floor, humming to myself, phone playing on the counter. Every late night, when I'd taken my time, letting the hot water beat between my shoulder blades, head tipped back, eyes closed. All of it potentially seen through that tiny invisible window. Weeks, months. How long had that hole been there without me noticing? How many times had he pressed his face close eye open watching? How often had he listened through the wall as the shower turned on, waited for the right moment, then leaned in? My skin crawled. A wave of shame and fury and nausea rolled through me so fast I had to grip the edge of the sink to steady myself. On the other side of that wall, feet away from where I stood in thin cotton pajamas, he was in his apartment, maybe in his bathroom, maybe in his bedroom by the hole near my bed, maybe standing in the dark with his ear pressed to the plaster, smiling to himself. I stared at the pinprick in the paint until my eyes watered. Every instinct screamed at me to put my own eye there, to confirm, to catch him in the act, the way he'd just caught me, to see some proof, a glint of light, a hint of movement that I wasn't imagining the whole thing. But something else, older and deeper, held me back. I didn't want to give him that again. That closeness. That mutual recognition. It was one thing to know the eye had been there. It was another to willingly invite it back. My heart hammered. My reflection in the mirror looked like a stranger face, pale pupils, blown wide hair still damp and frizzing at the edges. The little hole in the wall waited, a single dot, a doorway no bigger than the tip of a pencil. I took one slow step backward, then another, keeping my eyes on it. The apartment seemed to hold its breath, with me every sound from the building fading into a dull, indistinct hum. I knew two things with absolute icy certainty. One, the man at the end of the hall hadn't just been watching me walk back and forth. He'd been watching me in here, in the places I thought were private. And two, I wasn't the one who'd opened the smallest window in my life. He was, for a few long, shaking seconds. After I found the second hole, I just stood there in the bathroom, back pressed against the opposite wall, breathing like I'd run up all 7 floors instead of just stepping out of the shower. The apartment felt too small, all at once, like the walls had leaned inward a few inches while I wasn't looking. There was nowhere I could stand that didn't put me against plaster that was shared with somebody else's life, with his life. My phone was still on the nightstand in my room screen, glowing faintly where I'd left it, casting a dull rectangle of light across the tangle of blankets. For the first time all night, I didn't want to cross the space between the bathroom and my bed. Not because of ghosts or monsters in the closet, but because every inch of floor I crossed was a step closer to that first hole, the one I'd already put my eye to. Still, the thought of not having my phone within reach was worse. I forced my legs to move. I walked out of the bathroom, every step feeling too loud on the cheap flooring, grabbed the phone with a trembling hand, and climbed up onto my bed, curling into the corner where 2 walls met. It made no real difference, but some instinctual part of me felt safer with something solid at my back on 2 sides instead of 1. My thumb shook so badly I hit the wrong contact twice before I got to my mom's number. I pressed call and brought the phone to my ear, holding it so tight my knuckles went white. It rang once, twice. On the 3rd ring, she picked up. "Hey baby, what's mom?" My voice broke on the word. I hadn't meant to cry, but the second I heard her, whatever thin control I had left snapped. Tears blurred my vision. My breath came in ragged pulls that turned my words into fragments. "Mom, there's holes. There's whoa, slow down." Her tone flipped from distracted to sharp in an instant. I could hear the background noise of the hospital behind her, muffled voices, the distant beep of monitors, a rolling cart squeaking over linoleum. "Alyssa, what's wrong? Are you okay?" I tried to answer and got choked by a sob instead. I wiped at my face with the back of my free hand, dragging in air like my lungs had forgotten how. In my wall, I managed finally the words, coming out as a hoarse whisper. "There are holes in my wall, in my room, and in the bathroom. He drilled them. Mom, he drilled holes between our apartments." There was a beat of silence on her end that scared me more than if she'd yelled. Then quietly, "What are you talking about?" "What holes?" I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself to talk, to push the images into words. I told her about the grumbling noise in the bathroom, the warmth around the tiny gap in the plaster. I told her about the hole by my bed, about leaning in, about the eyes staring back, the veins, the blink, the breath fogging the opening. My own breath turned into a shaky gasp at that part, like reliving it out loud made it worse. "He's been watching me," I said, voice dropping to a raw, low whisper. "In my room, in the shower. I don't know for how long. The holes are new, I think, but I don't know." It feels like they've been there forever, and I just didn't see them. Mom, he was right there. On the other end of the line, my mom swore under her breath, in Spanish, the kind of word she usually only used in traffic. Chairs scraped. I could hear her moving fast, the rustle of fabric, the change in acoustics, as if she ducked into a quieter hallway. When she came back, on her voice had that thin, high edge it only got when she was genuinely scared. "Listen to me, Alyssa." She said, each word clipped. "Lock the front door, if it's not already locked. Make sure the chain is on." "It is," I said. "I locked it when I came in." "Good. Stay away from the wall you share with him. Don't go near those holes. Do you hear me? Do not touch them again. Don't talk through them. Don't look through them." The thought of putting my eye back to that tiny opening made my stomach twist. "I'm not," I croaked. "I won't." "Okay," she said, more to herself than to me, like she was organizing her thoughts. "Okay, I'm calling the police. Right now. You stay on the phone with me. If anyone knocks, you do not open the door. I don't care what they say. You don't open it for anyone but a cop. They'll identify themselves through the door before you undo anything. You understand. What if my voice shook? What if he knows I saw? What if you stay on the phone?" she repeated, overriding me. "I'm leaving work. I'm coming home. I'll call them. You call 911 if he tries anything. Just stay away from the door, okay?" My heart hammered so loud I could hear it over the faint hospital noise on her end. I swallowed, tasting metal. "Okay," I said. "Okay." I was about to ask her how far away she was, what I should do until then, when it happened. A sudden, sharp bang on the front door made me flinch so hard I nearly dropped the phone. It was the sound of someone hitting metal with the flat of their hand hard enough to make the frame shudder. My bedroom was close enough to the living room that it felt like the door was right there in the room with me. The knock came again. 3 quick, heavy blows that rattled the air. "What was that?" my mom demanded, voice rising. "Is that your door?" "Yeah." I whispered the word, barely scraping out. My throat had gone dry. I pulled my knees up tighter, curling smaller in the corner of the bed. Every instinct screamed at me to be as small and quiet and invisible as possible. "Don't move," she said. "Don't answer. Alyssa, do not." Another round of pounding cut her off, louder this time. The sound boomed down the short hall, vibrating through the thin walls and into my bones. It wasn't polite knocking anymore. It was a sustained, angry assault. Then I heard his voice, muffled by the metal door and the intervening space, but still unmistakable. Deeper than I was used to, rougher stripped of whatever thin courtesy he'd worn in the hallway. "Open the door." The words crawled over my skin. My fingers dug into the comforter so hard my nails bent. I didn't drill those holes. For a second, I thought I'd misheard. Who in the world starts a sentence like that at someone's front door? But then he said it again, louder. Each word punched out as if he were delivering a prepared line. "Open the door." I didn't drill those holes. "Oh my God," I whispered. Hearing him say it out loud made the situation tilt sideways. He knew I'd found them. He knew exactly what I'd seen. The idea that he might have been pressed against the wall, listening to me on the phone, tracking my movements through the vibrations in the plaster, made my chest seize. "Is that him?" My mom's voice came through in a hiss. "Is that him?" "Yes," I whispered. Talking felt dangerous, like sound might leak through the walls and let him know exactly where in the apartment I was. "He's at the door. He's saying he didn't." The man outside struck the door again harder. The chain rattled in its track. I imagined the cheap screws, holding it in splintering out of the frame. "Open the door, Alyssa," he called, and hearing my name come through the metal in that ugly, insistent tone made bile rise in my throat. The way he said it, flat impatient, was nothing like the mild evening Alyssa from days before. It sounded like a reminder I know exactly who you are. I didn't drill those holes. I don't know what you're talking about. Open up. Don't you dare. My mom breathed into my ear. I could hear her moving again, the echo of her steps, something slamming. Maybe a locker door, maybe an exit. "I'm calling 911 right now. Stay away from the door. Go to the bathroom, lock yourself in there if you have to. Just don't go near him." But I couldn't quite bring myself to move deeper into the apartment, to turn my back on the one barrier between us and the rest of the world. Instead, I slid off the bed and sank to the floor knees, hitting the thin carpet. I stayed low crawling so that my weight didn't creak the boards. The phone was pressed so tight to my ear it hurt. "He's still knocking," I murmured. Another set of blows. The door shuddered in its frame. I pictured his fist slamming into the metal, the skin of his knuckles splitting, the impact traveling up his arm. Something in his voice changed with each repetition, too. He started out sounding defensive, like someone accused of something they thought they could talk their way out of. Now, a thread of anger had worked its way in tightening everything. "I didn't drill those holes," he barked again. I said, "Open the door. Don't you lie about me. Open this goddamn door." His voice bounced down the hallway, mingling with the hum of the building. The fluorescent light outside our unit buzzed in that irregular way that made it sound on the edge of dying. In the distance, the elevator dinged a soft, useless chime that suggested it had arrived on the floor, but I didn't hear anyone step out or any new footsteps join the corridor. No neighbor yelling, no chain sliding in another door. Just him. Him in the building, and us. A draft pushed under our front door, a faint whistle of air that carried the cold from the stairwell and the faint smell of cigarettes someone had smoked earlier. I imagined it sliding past his shoes as he stood there filling his coat, brushing the back of his neck. I moved down the hallway, on my knees, staying low, shoulder brushing the wall. My mom's voice was a constant, urgent murmur in my ear, telling me to go back to wait for the police to listen to her. My own breathing sounded too loud in my head, but I couldn't make it quieter. I reached the short stretch of wall right next to the door. From here, I could hear the knocks even more clearly, feel the vibration against my shoulder. The metal boomed with each hit. "Alyssa, are you by the door?" Mom hissed. "Get away from there. Don't look out." He could, but the problem was I needed to see. Not to open, not for long, just enough to know where exactly he was, what he was doing. Just enough to make the banging and shouting into something concrete instead of an all-direction threat. I rose slowly into a crouch, my knees protesting. The peephole in our door was right at my eye level when I stood. The metal around it was warm from his knocks. I could hear him breathing now, between shouts, a ragged, in-and-out, angry air forced through angry lungs. "I didn't drill those holes," he muttered again, lower, as if to himself. "You can't say I did. Open this door. Open it, girl." My hand shook as I reached out and steadied myself against the door palm, flat against the cool painted metal. For a second, I just stood there, heart-stuttering Mom's voice, a thin string tethering me to somewhere outside this hallway. Then very slowly, I leaned in. I held my breath and pressed my eye to the peephole. At first, all I could see were warped shapes, the distorted fisheye blur of the corridor, the yellow glow of the buzzing light overhead, the far wall with the little framed fire escape diagram. the shadow on the floor, where his feet must be. Then he moved. His face slid into view, too close to the door, magnified and bent by the cheap lens. I saw half of it, one cheek part of his nose, and one single eye pressed almost directly to the other side of the glass. It filled my vision. The same eye I'd seen through the hole in my room. Brown iris, ringed with red veins, lid twitching in tiny irritated flutters. His pupil, huge in the dim hallway, contracted a little as he realized I was there looking back. He smiled then, or tried to. It didn't reach the eye I could see. His lips moved against the metal, and his breath fogged the peephole for a second, turning the world into a smear of gray. "I see you," he murmured close enough that I felt the words in the thin skin near my ear as much as heard them. And staring into that warped, familiar eye, I realized that for him, the holes in the wall and the lens in the door were all the same thing, just different sizes of window. None of them meant for me. All of them already claimed. I didn't remember dropping the phone. 1 second, my mom's voice was in my ear, tight and urgent, telling me not to move. The next, I was on my knees in the hallway, hand still on the door, my cheek practically pressed to the peephole, staring into that warped, too close eye. He didn't blink right away. Neither did I. We were separated by less than 2 inches of glass and metal and air, and years of bad decisions by a property manager who'd rented both units to the wrong people. His breath fogged the peephole in tiny bursts. Each time it cleared, his pupils seemed a little sharper, a little more intent. "I see you," he repeated, quieter this time. Not a threat, not quite. More like a simple statement of fact. A status update. Something in my body finally caught up to what my brain had been screaming for minutes. I flinched back from the door, so hard I almost fell. The motion tore me away from the fisheye view of his face. My shoulder clipped the hallway wall. My hand scraped the deadbolt. On the floor behind me, my phone was lying on its face speaker. On my mom's voice, a tinny roar. "Lissa, Alyssa. Answer me, Alyssa." I snatched it up, fingers clumsy, and pressed it to my ear as I scrambled backward away from the door. "I'm here," I gasped. He's right outside. He's right there. As if he'd heard her through the speaker. As if just the word police carried through the frame, the pounding on the door changed. It didn't stop, but it lost some of its wild edge. The blows came slower, more measured, like he was thinking now instead of just reacting. "I didn't drill those holes," he said again, but it sounded different, less like denial, more like rehearsal. I retreated down the hallway on my knees, then turned and half ran, half stumbled back into my room. The moment I wasn't at the door anymore, the air in the apartment felt a fraction less thin. Not better, just different. My mom's voice in my ear was overlapping with something else. Now a second voice, calm and professional, asking her questions. "Dispatch," I realized. "Ma'am, we're sending a unit now," the dispatcher said. "Can you stay on the line? Is your daughter in a safe room?" "She's in her bedroom," my mom answered. "The door's locked. The man is outside their unit. He has drilled holes in the wall between apartments. He's been watching her. You need to get there now." I curled up on the floor beside my bed, pressing my back into the corner where 2 walls met. My bedroom door was still open. I could see a sliver of the hall, the rectangle of light from the living room. The banging at the front door was steady, but maybe a little less confident now, as if he couldn't decide how committed he wanted to be with cops on their way. Every second stretched. The sounds of the building filtered in around his voice. The light fixture in our little hallway buzzed and flickered. Far off on another floor, a door slammed. Somewhere outside, a siren wailed in the distance, one of 100 that move through the Bronx on any given night. For the first time, I found myself wondering which one was for me. Alyssa? My mom said her own breathing ragged now. Talk to me. Where are you? Are you hurt? I'm in my room, I managed. On the floor. He's still at the door. He keeps saying the same thing. I don't think he's trying the locks anymore. He's just hitting it, telling me to open up. How many locks are on the door? The dispatcher cut in. 3, I said. Deadbolt chain and the regular one. Don't touch any of them, the dispatcher said. Officers are on the way. They're almost there. Stay where you are. Stay on the phone and do not engage with the suspect. Do you hear any other voices in the hallway? I listened. It was just him. The angry thumps. The demands. The mantra. Open the door. I didn't drill those holes. It didn't sound like he was trying to convince me anymore. It sounded like he was trying to convince himself. The siren I'd heard earlier grew louder, doubling, then tripling its pitch, climbing as it turned corners and closed in. The dispatcher murmured something I couldn't quite catch, clipped radio codes and street names. My mom was talking over them, both telling me she was already on her way out of the hospital, that she'd meet the officers there, that I just had to hold on. The banging stopped. The sudden absence of impact made everything else sound huge. The radiator tick, the muffled TV through the ceiling, the high-pitched whine in my own ears. I sat up a little straighter, heart spiking all over again. I didn't hear his footsteps retreat. I didn't hear his door open. 1 second, he was on the other side of the metal. The next, the hall was empty. In that way, only city spaces can be full of noise but lacking the one person you want to track. Alyssa, the dispatcher said. Is he still at the door? I don't know, I whispered. I don't hear him. Stay put, she said. Officers are about to enter the building. Do not open the door for anyone, even if they say they're the police, until you confirm through 911 that it's them. We'll stay on the line. The siren's wail flooded the street outside, a wash of red and blue light pushing in through the cracks of our blinds. I heard the screech as it stopped abruptly, the thud of car doors slamming. Voices shouted firm and commanding words bouncing up off concrete and brick. Police, someone yelled downstairs. Open up. They weren't talking to me, not yet, but the words still sent a jolt through my system. A minute later, the building's lobby door slammed. The elevator's machinery groaned to life. My throat went dry. I imagined them crammed into that tiny metal box, 2, maybe 3 officers' radios crackling on their shoulders, hands near their holsters. The car jerked upward, floor by floor. Somewhere, a neighbor opened their door, a crack, listening. The 7th floor ding, this time, sounded like salvation. Officers are on your floor now, the dispatcher said in my ear. Do you hear them? Heavy footsteps moved down the hall. A deeper voice called out closer now. NYPD 7G. You the one who called? I scrambled to my feet, still clutching the phone. They're here, I told the dispatcher voice, shaking. I hear them. Ask them for their names through the door, she instructed. They'll identify themselves. I moved toward the front door. Staying a few feet back, my shoulder pressed into the wall. What's your name? I shouted louder than I meant to. Say your name. This is Officer Ramirez, with the 46. The voice came back, slightly muffled. With Officer Green. We just spoke to your mother, and to dispatch. You called about your neighbor. The dispatcher on my phone confirmed it, her calm tone making something unclench in my chest. That's them, Alyssa. You can open the door now, but keep the chain on until you see them. My fingers fumbled with the locks, palms slick. I opened the deadbolt, turned the knob, cracked the door as far as the chain would let it. In the gap, I saw exactly what I'd imagined: two uniformed officers, one taller, one shorter, both glancing past me into the apartment. Beyond them, over their shoulders, the hallway was empty. The window at the end looked down on the parking lot, bathed in strobing blue and red, the lights from the squad car slicing up the darkness. "He's not out here now?" Officer Ramirez asked, eyes flicking to the peephole to the line of my sight. "No," I said, my voice fraying. He was just here. He was just here. "We've already knocked on 7H, Officer Green said. No answer. "We're going to need your permission to come in, talk to you and your mother, and then we'll be speaking with the super about accessing his unit." "Okay." I nodded, even though the chain was still between us. My hands shook as I slid it back. The metal links made a faint scraping sound that seemed too loud in the charged air. Then they were inside, bringing the smell of cold and exhaust and leather with them. The next hour blurred into a sequence of scenes. My mom, arriving hair slightly mussed from pulling off her work cap, eyes haunted. Her arms around me, squeezing so tightly it hurt in a good way. The super stumbling up in sweatpants and a jacket half-zipped keys, jangling nervously in his hand, eyes wide with the realization that something was happening in his building that could get him in very real trouble. They looked at the holes first. The one in my bedroom above the headboard seemed so tiny under the officers' flashlights, just a dark dot in a wash of white light. Up close, though, you could see what I'd felt with my fingers: the rough edges, the smears of plaster dust, the way the paint around it flaked like it had been disturbed recently. "Jesus," the super muttered. I didn't know about. No one said anything about holes. In the bathroom, the second pinprick looked almost like a defect in the wall until the beam of a flashlight hit it straight on. "That's not settling," Officer Green said flatly. "That's a drill." They had the super unlock 7H. He called out the tenant's name, not the one I'd ever heard, just a last name from a lease, and got no response. After a beat, Officer Ramirez knocked harder, then announced, "Police, we're entering the residence." The super's hands shook as he fit the key into the lock. The door swung inward. His apartment smelled like old coffee and sweat, and something sour underneath. The layout was just as I'd imagined: a mirror of ours living room kitchenette, short hallway, 2 doors. The lights were off. A TV glowed in the corner, muted screensaver bouncing. We trailed behind the officers, my mom's hand tight around my wrist. I remember the weird detail that his couch had a cigarette burn on one arm, a perfect little black crater. There were dishes stacked in the sink, newspapers on the table, an ashtray overflowing. The bedroom stopped me cold. Where my posters were, he had nothing, bare walls, and a bed shoved against the wall we shared. On his side of the plaster, directly across from where my head would be at night, there was a hole. From this side, it wasn't a tiny dark dot. It was a little tunnel, raw plaster edges, no paint, just a clean circular cut, about the diameter of a pencil. On the floor beneath it, a dusting of white showed where he hadn't bothered to vacuum. Another in his bathroom, lined up perfectly with where mine was. In the small, grimy cabinet under his sink, Officer Green found more. A drill, the cord wrapped clumsily around it. A handful of cheap camera lenses, the kind you could snap onto a phone or cheap recording device. A small digital recorder, a roll of black tape. A wad of tissues stained in ways I didn't want to think about. A little notebook with time scribbled down in the margins. numbers that looked suspiciously like the hours my mom worked nights, the days I had after-school activities, the times he'd know I'd be alone. "Looks like we've got enough," one of the officers said, jaw tight. The super paled. "I had no idea," he said again, voice weak. "No idea." "If I knew, you'll get your chance to explain it," Officer Ramirez told him. "For now, we're going to put an immediate hold on his lease and log this as evidence." They took photos. They measured. They bagged the drill, the lenses, the tissues. They took statements from me, from my mom, from the super, who suddenly looked 10 years older. By the time they were done, the hallway outside was quiet again. The red and blue lights had gone, replaced by the usual yellow of tired street lamps. Other tenants, who had surely pressed their ears to their doors at the sound of sirens and footsteps, now pretended they hadn't heard anything at all. They never found him that night. He wasn't in the stairwell, or the alley, or the parking lot. No one had seen him leave. The cameras in the lobby, half working, half for show, had nothing clear enough to be useful. For a while, his door stood open, the little fissure between his life and ours exposed. Then the super shut it and changed the lock. He was evicted on paper in the weeks that followed. My mom filed a report. There were detectives, phone calls, suggested charges, voyeurism, invasion of privacy, whatever else they could make stick. I had to tell the story again and again and again, watching strangers' faces go through the same set of expressions: disbelief, disgust, professional distance. We moved out of that building within a few months. My mom pushed the timeline along, used whatever leverage she had to break the lease. "I'm not staying on the same floor with that door," she said, and I didn't argue. Even with locks and an empty unit, the end of the hall felt contaminated. The management promised to patch the walls, to seal the holes, to make sure no one else would ever have to cover their shower with a towel, wondering who might be on the other side of the plaster. For a long time, I told myself it was over. Years went by. We left the Bronx. I finished high school in another borough, then moved again for college. Different city, different skyline entirely. The new apartments had smoother walls, thicker insulation. The ads boasted soundproofing and modern construction, as if that could fix the feeling that basic privacy is something you should be able to trust. I still locked the bathroom door, even when I lived alone. I still set my phone on the counter and let music play while I showered, turning the volume up too loud. Whenever I moved somewhere new, I ran my hands along the walls. The first week, palms flat, feeling for any irregularities. I slept with my bed pulled a few inches away from any surface I didn't control. People told me it would fade. That time dulls fear. That therapy could teach my brain the difference between then and now. Mostly, they were right. Mostly. I was 23 when I signed the lease on a small one-bedroom in a city 3 hours and a whole world away from the Bronx. It was in a new building, all bright hallways and clean paint fire sprinklers shining in the ceilings like jewelry. The manager had smiled as she handed me the keys and said, "You're the first tenant in this unit. Everything's brand new." The first night there, I stood in the middle of the empty living room, listening. The fridge hummed softly. The air vents whispered. The neighbors on either side hadn't moved in yet, so the walls were quiet, blank. I slept better that night than I had in a long time. Weeks went by. I filled the space with furniture, with cheap rugs, with my own noise. I worked, I came home, I locked the deadbolt. Sometimes I thought about an old hallway with flickering fluorescent lights and a man on a windowsill, but it felt far away, like a story I'd read instead of lived. Then one Thursday, late again, after a long shift, I was in my new bathroom, stepping out of the shower. The mirror was fogged the vent above my head, soft and steady. I turned off the water, wrapped myself in a towel, and reached for my phone to stop the playlist. That's when I heard it. A faint rrr, almost too soft to notice. Not the steady hum of the vent, not the clank of pipes. A small, irregular grind that came from somewhere inside the wall behind the mirror. It lasted barely a second, then stopped. Then came again, a tiny bite of noise like a drill hesitating against drywall. Every muscle in my body went cold and tight. I held my breath, the old instincts roaring back to life as if they'd just been napping. Slowly, I moved closer to the wall. The paint was flawless, the surface smooth. No marks, no cracks, no tiny suspicious holes. New building, I told myself under my breath. They're still doing work. It's nothing. The sound came again, a little higher this time, a little closer to where my head would be when I brushed my teeth. I pressed my palm flat against the plaster. It felt cool at first. Then maybe there was a hint of warmth in one small circle, the size of a coin. I don't know why I did it. Habit, compulsion, fear dressed up as curiosity. I turned my head and pressed my ear to the wall. On the other side, the tiny grinding stopped immediately. The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. It pressed against my eardrum, filling my head with the sound of my own heartbeat. For a moment, it was just that my blood in my ears, my lungs straining not to move, the vent whispering above. Then so faint I might have imagined it, I thought I heard the smallest brush of breath in the plaster. Like someone had leaned in at the same time. Like someone was listening back. I jerked away, towel slipping, heart ricocheting around my chest. The bathroom, the apartment, the city, none of it looked new anymore. It all felt old suddenly, compromised. I didn't sleep in my own bed that night. I curled up on the couch with the TV on until dawn, every creak in the building a reminder. I keep telling myself it's nothing, that it's just construction, or a neighbor hanging a picture, or my brain connecting dots that no longer exist. After all, this place is different. The walls are clean. The management cares. They ran background checks. They gave me a thick stack of paperwork with my name on every page. The walls were brand new. The lease had my name on it. And someone, somewhere on the other side, still knew it well enough to whisper it. My name is Jake, and if you'd asked anyone who knew me back then to list the top 3 places I'd never willingly spend a night alone in the woods, would have been somewhere near the top, right between crowded nightclub and anywhere without Wi-Fi. I was never the outdoorsy type. Bugs love me. My allergies hate me. My idea of roughing it was a motel that didn't have cable. My best friend Hal was the exact opposite. Where I collected coffee punch cards and gaming hours, Hal collected merit badges. He was an Eagle Scout, the kind of guy who could look at a crooked tree, a patch of moss, and the position of the sun, and tell you which way was north, what the weather would do in 3 hours, and which berries wouldn't kill you. His Instagram was a never-ending carousel of state park signs, waterfall selfies, and wide shots of empty trails with captions like "Best Therapy" or "Out where the service bars disappear." I used to scroll past those posts from my apartment couch, one hand deep in a bag of chips, and think, that looks nice. For other people. I liked trees in theory. I liked mountains on desktop wallpapers. I liked the idea of nature as something you could visit on a screen and step away from with a click. So, I still don't fully know why I said yes that weekend. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was guilt after bailing on his last 2 invitations. Maybe it was the way Hal said, "Come on, man. You can't let my girlfriend think all my friends are soft, half teasing, half serious," when he texted me about a quick weekend trip in October. Or maybe I was just tired of feeling like a spectator in my own life. Whatever it was, when he called on a Thursday night and said, "We're heading out after work tomorrow. You in?" I heard my own voice answer, "Yeah, sure," before my brain could list all the reasons it was a terrible idea. We meant the 3 of us, me, Hal, and his girlfriend Maya. I liked Maya. She'd shown up in our friend group about a year earlier and somehow fit right in without trying. She laughed at my dumb jokes, called me out when I deserved it, and had this dry, steady sense of humor that balanced out Hal's earnest enthusiasm. Where he was all camp stoves and topo maps, she was oversized sweaters, chipped black nail polish, and a camera always hanging around her neck. The forecast decent Hal said on the phone, "Cool at night, but clear." I found this spot off the state highway, not far from town. We'll be back Sunday before dinner. Easy. Like campground. I'd asked already, picturing RVs, bathroom buildings, kids with glow sticks. He chuckled. Not exactly. Campgrounds are training wheels. We're going a little deeper. Trust me, you'll actually be able to hear yourself think. That line stuck with me more than it should have. Hear myself think. At the time, my life was basically a loop of office fluorescent lights, email notifications, and microwave meals. The idea of a place quiet enough to hear anything, my thoughts, the wind, whatever, sounded almost appealing. Almost. We left late Friday afternoon. Hal picked me up in his beat-up silver pickup, the one that always smelled faintly of pine needles and gasoline, no matter how many times he vacuumed it. The back seat was already a maze of gear, 2 tents and stuff sacks, rolled sleeping bags, a red cooler, a duct-taped plastic bin labeled First Aid, a coil of rope, a hatchet, and about 1,000 other things I wouldn't have thought to bring if it were up to me. Maya sat in the passenger seat, feet on the dash, scrolling her phone as Hal idled at the curb outside my building. She leaned out the window when she saw me grinning. Look who decided to risk soil and fresh air. Don't get used to it, I said, tossing my duffel into the back and climbing in. If I get eaten by a bear, I'm haunting the both of you. Relax, Hal said, pulling away from the curb. Bears don't care about you as much as you think they do. That's not as comforting as you think it is, I muttered, but he was already merging into traffic. The city fell away faster than I'd expected. 1 minute, it was strip malls and car washes and drive-through everything. The next, it was long stretches of state highway, cutting through fields, telephone poles, ticking by in a lazy rhythm. The sky turned from fluorescent parking lot glare to a softer, whiter blue. As the sun sank lower, it smeared orange along the horizon, painting the tops of distant trees gold. We stopped once for gas at one of those tired stations, where the lights buzzed and the concrete around the pumps was stained darker than the rest. Inside, the air smelled like burnt coffee and old hot dogs. I grabbed a couple of energy drinks and a bag of jerky, figuring that's what people ate when they were pretending to be outdoorsy. Maya took pictures of the sunset reflected in the windows, catching Hal's silhouette in one frame as he filled the tank. "Look at you," she said, showing him the screen when we got back in the truck. Single tear, so proud of your natural habitat. He rolled his eyes, but smiled that wide, unself-conscious grin he got when he was exactly where he wanted to be. "We're not in the real thing yet," he said, flicking his chin toward the crescent of shadowed hills in the distance. Wait till we get off the main road. Another 20 minutes of driving bled the rest of civilization away. The highway narrowed the occasional gas station or diner sign, thinning out until there was nothing but trees pressing in on both sides and the occasional reflective eyes of deer flashing at the shoulder. Hal's headlights carved 2 pale tunnels through the gathering dark. There, he said, at one point, nodding toward a barely visible break in the trees. I squinted and saw nothing but shadows and brush. He eased off the road anyway, turning the wheel and guiding the truck's nose toward a gap in the guardrail I never would have noticed. The transition from asphalt to dirt was abrupt. The truck lurched, tires crunching on gravel. Branches scraped the sides with fingernail sounds that made my teeth clench. "Is this legal?" I asked, gripping the oh shit handle as we bumped along. Hal shrugged eyes forward. "It's state land," he said. "We're not building a house, we're not leaving trash, we're not lighting the forest on fire. Rangers have better things to worry about than 3 idiots and a couple of tents." "That's not exactly a no," I muttered. Maya twisted in her seat to look back at me, her face lit by the dashboard glow. "Relax, suburbanite," she said. "We're not the first people to do this. You should see some of the places he drags me." "That's comforting," I said. But a small part of me felt a twinge of excitement under the unease. This wasn't a manicured campsite with numbered posts and rules printed in cartoon fonts. This was somewhere else. The dirt road we were on wasn't really a road, not in the way I understood them. It was more like 2 vaguely defined ruts weaving through the trees, the center strip overgrown with grass and weeds. No streetlights, no signs, no other cars. The truck's headlights found trunks and branches and curtains of leaves that snapped back into darkness as we passed. We drove like that for a few minutes, deeper and deeper, the state highway's distant hum vanishing behind us. The only sounds were the engine, the crunch of gravel and dirt under the tires, and the occasional thud when we rolled over a buried rock or root. Eventually, Hal slowed and then stopped completely. To me, the spot looked like every other random slice of forest we'd passed, trees on all sides. The ground, a patchwork of dead leaves, dirt and low ferns. There was no clearing, no fire ring, no sign anyone had ever been here before. "Why here?" I asked, looking around. "How do you even know we're here?" as he killed the engine. The sudden quiet felt loud. "Because I've been here," he said, simply unbuckling his seatbelt. "There's a stream about 100 yards that way." He jerked his chin into the darkness on the right. "We're far enough from the road, no one's headlights will reach us, and there's enough flat ground for tents. No houses for miles, no other campers." "Translation," Maya said, popping her door and sliding out. "If we get murdered, no one hears us scream." "Don't help," I said, even as Hal snorted and told her to stop messing with me. I stepped out of the truck and was hit by a wall of sound I hadn't realized I'd been missing until it was all there at once. Crickets. So many crickets, a dense layered chirping that seemed to come from every direction. The soft, constant hiss of wind moving through leaves high above. Somewhere deeper in the forest, a single owl calling low and hollow. Beneath it all, a faint rustle, the small secret movements of things living their lives out of sight. The air smelled different here. Damp earth, cold and metallic like stone, the sharpness of pine, the faint lingering smoke of someone's old fire far away and long ago. My breath puffed white in the headlights before the engine ticked down and the lights died, plunging us into a darkness so complete it felt almost physical. My city eyes took a minute to adjust. Above us, between the black lattice of branches, the sky was suddenly crowded with stars, more than I'd seen in years, a whole spilled salt shaker of them spread from horizon to horizon. "Okay," Hal said, clapping his hands once. "Rule 1, what we carry in, we carry out. Rule 2, if you see anything with glowing eyes that isn't attached to a friend, tell me before you scream. Rule 3, this." He spread his arms, turning slowly in a circle, taking in the enveloping trees and the unseen road. "This is the real thing. No RV hookups, no bathrooms, no neighbors arguing 2 tents over. Sold," Maya said, shouldering her backpack from the back seat. Her breath curled in front of her. "Let's get the tent up before I freeze." We unloaded the truck in stages. Tents first. Hal tossed me a bundle of poles and a crinkling nylon bag and said, "You can handle this right like it was a test." Sleeping bags rolled and strapped. The red cooler, heavy with clinking bottles and Tupperware. A collapsible camp chair. A cheap lantern that Hal flicked on its LED glow, throwing a soft circle of light onto the forest floor. The trees pressed close around that bubble of brightness, their trunks rising like dark pillars into a ceiling of moving leaves. Just beyond the reach of the lantern, the forest turned into suggestion and shadow. I caught myself staring into that gray-green darkness. More than once, half convinced, I could see shapes moving there just out of sight. "You good, Hal?" asked at one point, catching my gaze. "Yeah," I said, forcing a shrug. Just making sure Bigfoot knows we're not worth the effort. He laughed and went back to staking the tent. Within an hour, we had a campsite. 2 tents facing each other with a patch of bare ground between them. A ring of stones Hal insisted on making himself before we even thought about a fire. Sleeping bags unrolled and puffed inside the tents like waiting cocoons. The cooler parked between the chairs. The first beer hissing open in my hand. "We're far from any campsite," Hal said, as the first flames caught, licking up around the twigs and kindling he'd arranged with practiced hands. His face glowed orange in the rising light eyes, reflecting the flicker. The forest beyond our little circle stayed dark, the line between light and shadow drawn sharp on the ground. No RVs, no screaming kids, no generators. "This is the real thing, man." I nodded, watching the fire take and grow sparks spiraling up into the cold, star-drenched night. For the first time since we left the city, I let myself relax a little. Of course, that was before I understood how dangerous it really is to sit at the center of a circle of light with your back to a forest you can't see. If you've never watched night actually arrive in the middle of nowhere, it doesn't happen the way it does in the city. There's no slow dimming of streetlights, no glow from shop windows hanging on a little longer than the sky. Out there, once the sun drops behind the trees, it's like somebody starts turning down the volume on everything you can see and hear one notch at a time until the only thing left is the circle you're sitting in. At first, it was perfect. Hal had us collecting dead branches from the ground around camp before it got fully dark. "Nothing green," he kept saying, snapping off the occasional twig to check dropping it with a shake of his head if it bent instead of broke. Dry burns hotter, and we're not killing anything that's still trying. We piled the branches next to the fire ring he'd made, and he built the fire up from nothing. A little pyramid of twigs and bark shavings, a few strikes of a lighter, careful breath. It caught with a soft woof, spreading from one twig to the next. Before long, there was a steady column of flame-orange tongues licking up and around the bigger pieces of wood, the whole thing crackling like it was actually happy to be alive. The smell hit me next. Not the processed campfire smell you get from those prepackaged logs, but real wood smoke, sharp and clean, at the same time, with a hint of something sweet underneath. It wrapped around us, sank into our clothes, wove itself into my hair. Maya dug out a bag of marshmallows and a couple of bent wire hangers Hal had borrowed from his closet. She twisted them into skewers and handed one to me with a flourish. "Initiation," she said. "You can't claim you went camping if you don't ruin at least one marshmallow first." "I'm aiming for golden brown," I said, holding it tentatively over the flames. "You say that now," Hal replied, poking at the fire with a stick. "Give it 30 seconds. We sat in our cheap collapsible chairs, knees angled toward the fire shoulders, turned toward each other. The flames painted everything in shades of gold and amber. Hal's face, his jawline flickering between light and shadow. Maya's profile, the reflection of the fire dancing in her eyes. My own hands, ghost pale one moment and bronze the next. Beyond the reach of the firelight, the woods were just dark. Not one big chunk of black, but layers of it, tree trunks fading into nothing, underbrush turned into low shifting blobs. Every so often, a random branch at the edge of the circle would catch a lick of light and flash a pale streak in the gloom, then disappear again. We talked about nothing important at first. Old stories, dumb stuff from high school, the terrible haircut Hal had senior year, the time I'd almost set off the smoke alarm in my apartment microwaving a Hot Pocket. Maya shared a story about a girl in her dorm who used to sleepwalk and try to steal other people's pillows in the middle of the night. The longer we sat, the more the fire became our whole world. The only thing that existed was this little circle, 3 chairs a cooler, the tents yawning open like slack mouths behind us, and the flames. Everything else was suggestion. My marshmallow did in fact catch fire. 1 second, it was gently browning. The next, it whooshed up into a tiny torch. "Blow, blow, blow." Maya laughed. I panicked and shook the stick instead, sending the flaming puff sailing off into the leaf litter, where it landed with a sad little hiss. "Classic rookie move," Hal said, grinning. I panicked, I said. My fight-or-flight response doesn't know what to do with sugar emergencies. We went through half the bag that way, eating some, sacrificing others to the ashes. Maya immortalized my worst failures with her camera snapping pictures of me holding up blackened, sagging lumps of sugar like forensic evidence. As the night deepened, the forest sounds shifted without me noticing at first. The crickets, which had been a constant wall of chirps since we got there, started to thin out. The low murmur of wind through the canopy softened. At some point, I realized I could hear more of our own little noises. The pop and hiss of sap in the fire, the clink of bottles as we reached into the cooler, the creak of fabric under us as we shifted in the camp chairs. I glanced at my watch. It was a little past 11. "Is it just me?" I said, "or did someone hit mute on the bugs?" Hal leaned back, stretching his legs toward the warmth. "Nah, they do that. Temperature drops, some of them shut up. Some of them go on the night shift." "Can we request the ones that don't sound like they're planning a coup?" Maya added, hugging her knees to her chest. "It's fine," Hal said. "You'll get used to the quiet." That's the point. But the quiet didn't feel like the point to me. It felt like a held breath. We let the conversation trail off for a while. Maya fiddled with her camera, reviewing shots from earlier. Hal stared into the flames like they were showing him something. I watched the fire eat its way through a thick branch, slowly collapsing it into glowing coals. That's when I heard it. A snap from somewhere in the trees, Not huge. Not a backfiring car or a gunshot. Just the clean, unmistakable sound of a branch breaking under weight. I sat up straighter, without meaning, to my hand tightening on the arm of the chair. Did you hear that Hal's gaze flicked up? Hear what that? I held my breath. For a moment there was nothing. Just the fire. Just us. Then crack. A little farther off this time. Or maybe from a different angle. It was hard to tell because the dark eats direction, but it was definitely the sound of wood giving under something heavier than a squirrel. Maya stopped scrolling through her photos. Okay, I heard that. Hal tilted his head, listening, then shrugged. Probably a deer, he said, or a raccoon. Stuff moves around out here at night. It's fine. Does stuff include mountain lions, I asked. He smirked. If it did, you wouldn't hear them first. Again, not comforting, I muttered. He laughed, but it was softer this time. He picked up the stick he'd been using to poke the fire and shifted a log, sending up a swirl of sparks. It occurred to me that it wasn't just the log he was shifting. He was adjusting too, just enough that he sat more upright, more alert, without making a big deal out of it. We went back to talking, but the easy rhythm from earlier was gone. Conversation came in short bursts. We'd say a few sentences, then all fall silent, listening. The forest seemed to be listening back. After a while, it came again, not behind us this time, but off to the right, just beyond the edge of the firelight. Another crack followed by the faint crunch of leaves. Okay, I said, heart ticking up. That's closer. Hal nodded slowly. Could still be deer. Maya hugged her legs, tighter chin on her knees. Isn't deer plural? She asked, like the grammar might change the situation. That's not the part I'm worried about, I said. The thing was, if it were a deer, it would have either wandered into the light by now or run off. They don't stay at the edge of your vision on purpose circling. At least that's what I told myself. Somewhere above us, a twig fell from a branch and dropped straight down into the circle of light, landing with a soft tick on the cooler. I jumped. Hal flinched. Maya swore under her breath. Relax, Hal said, but the words sounded automatic. His eyes were scanning the dark, now tracking an invisible perimeter. The sounds kept coming. Not constant, not on any obvious pattern, but every few minutes, somewhere out there, there would be a step, not a scamper, not the skitter of something small. A step. Weight on dry wood. A crack, a crunch, then nothing. If you've ever been watched from the dark, you know the difference between random forest noise and movement that's about you. The way the air feels different on the back of your neck. The way your brain starts mapping each sound like pins on a radar. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination filling in the gaps, but a picture was forming whether I liked it or not. Whatever was out there wasn't just passing through. It was moving around us. At about the 5th or 6th crack, something else started to bother me. The pattern of the noise, or more accurately, the rhythm of it. Deer don't walk like that, I said finally. Hal glanced over. Like what? Like that? I gestured vaguely at the trees. Listen. Another step came as if on cue. Crunch, pause, crunch. A few seconds later, farther off to the left, crack, crunch, pause. You hear 4 beats? I asked quietly. Or 2? He frowned. Really listening now. We waited. The fire popped. Embers shifted. Then from somewhere behind Maya's tent. Crunch, crunch, crunch. 2. The pause between each one. Not the rapid, uneven pattern of 4 feet, but the slow, deliberate fall of something with 2 legs. Could be a person, Hal said, but even he didn't sound convinced. In the middle of nowhere at 11 at night, just walking around our camp, Maya's voice had gone tight. With no light, the three of us fell silent. The woods seemed to lean in. That's when we heard the other sound. At first, I thought it was my imagination, some noise the fire was making, that my brain was trying to turn into language. A faint, irregular clicking just at the edge of hearing. Then it came again, a little louder, wrapped around the next step crunch. Click, click, crunch. Tell me that's not a branch, I said. It wasn't. It sounded like, I don't even know how to describe it properly, like someone gently tapping their teeth together, or like a piece of metal knocking against another piece of metal in a pocket, except it had an almost wet quality underneath, like it was happening inside a mouth. With each new sequence of steps, the sound came with it, sometimes more click, sometimes more low, rough vibration, a barely there growl that didn't sound like any animal I recognized. It reminded me of someone trying to clear their throat while holding something between their teeth. A stuttering, grinding noise like a jaw moving wrong. It wasn't loud. That almost made it worse. Whatever was making that sound wasn't trying to announce itself. It just existed glued to the footsteps. Hal Maya whispered, "What is that?" He didn't answer right away. His eyes were fixed on the dark just beyond the fire's reach. His expression suddenly older, more serious than I'd ever seen it. "I don't know," he said finally. "Could be. I don't know." Another circle. That's what it was. It hit me all at once. The steps weren't just random. They were moving in a rough, uneven ring around us, never crossing into the light, never straying too far away, just pacing, testing. Keeping the same careful distance like the edge of the firelight was a fence it didn't want to climb yet. Every time it passed behind a different angle of trees, the sound changed shape slightly. Sometimes the crunch was muffled by moss. Sometimes it was sharper on exposed roots, but always 2 beats. A pause, and that unsettling clicking growl, like someone rolling something across their molars as they walked. "We should probably put the food in the truck," I said, my voice a little higher than I intended. In case it is something with teeth. Hal opened his mouth, probably to give some lecture about proper bear protocol, or how the cooler was sealed. Then another step came closer, this time followed by a longer string of click, 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 as if whoever or whatever was out there had turned its head and was adjusting something. He shut his mouth, swallowed. Maya shifted her chair an inch closer to mine, the legs scraping the ground. I could see the reflection of the fire in her eyes, but just beyond that, there was something else, a shape, a shadow in the pupils, like she was seeing things moving where I couldn't. The circle held. Outside, a ring of yellow light, something with 2 legs and a mouth that didn't sound right, was walking slow, patient loops around our camp, just far enough away that if we wanted to see it, we'd have to step into the dark. If I'm being honest, that's the moment I started wishing for something simple, like a guy with a chainsaw or a bear with obvious intentions. At least those things make sense in your head. You know where you stand with them. You don't know where you stand with footsteps that walk in circles and a jaw that sounds wrong. The 3 of us sat there for what felt like an hour listening to that slow orbit. None of us were talking anymore. The fire had burned down from cheerful flames to a lower, more sullen glow, logs slumping into a bed of coals, the occasional flicker licking up and then falling back. Beyond that, the woods were all teeth and darkness. Another crunch from the trees, followed by that faint click-click. It grazed the edge of my hearing, coming from somewhere off my right shoulder this time. Every hair on my arms rose. "Okay," Hal said finally, and his voice had that forced calm that told me he was just a few steps ahead of us on the panic scale, not miles. "Look, we're making this worse by sitting here and staring at the dark. The fire, the food smells. Whatever it is, it's curious. Dear raccoon, some drunk guy from God knows where, doesn't matter. We just need to make camp less interesting." "How do we make camp less interesting?" Maya asked, voice thin. "We're in the middle of the forest. We are the interesting thing." "Exactly," he said. "So we stop advertising. We've got the food sealed up, no trash lying around. We don't need a whole bonfire broadcasting free snacks to the entire ecosystem." He jabbed the glowing log with his stick, pushing it inward to collapse the fire a bit more. "We kill most of the light, get in the tents, keep quiet. Whatever's out there will lose interest and move on." Another step, this one closer. I flinched despite myself. "Lose interest isn't exactly my go-to survival strategy," I muttered, but I could see his logic. Predators, scavengers, weirdos, they all liked an easy target. We were sitting in a spotlight in the middle of nowhere. If you drew a circle around things that could go wrong, it would look a lot like our campsite from above. Maya chewed on her bottom lip, eyes flicking between Hal and the tree line. The firelight made the shadows under her eyes look deeper. "You really think it's just an animal?" she asked. Hal hesitated a fraction of a second too long. "I don't know what it is," he said. "But I know we're tired and we're jumpy. And if we keep staring into the dark, waiting for something to show up, every tree stump is going to turn into Bigfoot." We go inside. Zip up. No more talking. No more marshmallows. Just sleep. We'll feel stupid in the morning when we see deer tracks. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe in a future version of myself, rolling his eyes at this whole night. "Okay," I said finally. "But if I die, I'm leaving a very passive-aggressive ghost review." "Deal," he said, and managed a small smile. We made a show of being casual about winding down. Kicked dirt over the heart of the fire until the flames choked, leaving a red, pulsing bed of coals that glowed like buried embers from a cigarette. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees the second the light faded. The trees pressed closer. Our faces disappeared, leaving only silhouettes against the dying orange. Hal scattered the remaining twigs, making sure nothing could flare back up. "We leave it like this," he said softly. "Heat without a lot of light. It'll go out on its own." "Perfect," I said. "A stealth fire." We shuffled around in the dark, the beams of our headlamps flashing white streaks across bark and nylon as we found our tents. Hal and Maya disappeared into theirs, a slightly larger dome to my left, talking in low voices I couldn't quite catch. I tried not to imagine their conversation, if they were actually reassured, or if they were performing calm for each other, the way Hal had just performed it for us. My own tent yawned open a few feet away, its flap a darker patch of dark. I ducked inside, zipping it behind me with a long, slow zeep that sounded too loud in the quiet. Inside, the world shrank down again. The thin nylon walls made everything feel both safer and more vulnerable at the same time, like hiding under a sheet from a burglar. My cheap sleeping bag lay spread out on the foam pad, my backpack stuffed near the entrance as a makeshift pillow. The faint orange from the coals outside seeped through the fabric, tinting everything with a low rust-colored glow. I crawled into the sleeping bag, sweating a little despite the chill. My own breath sounded huge in the small space. Every rustle of nylon as I shifted might as well have been gunfire. I could hear Hal and Maya murmuring through the tent wall, indistinct, just the rise and fall of voices. Then their zipper closed, and their light clicked off. One by one, the little islands of man-made glow disappeared, leaving only that dim pulsing ember light and the sky beyond. For a while, nothing happened. I lay there on my back, staring up at the faint seams in the tent ceiling, listening to the forest recalibrate around us. The crickets hadn't come back. The owl had gone silent. Somewhere far away, a single branch cracked, but it sounded small, incidental, like the forest exhaling. Maybe we did imagine it, I thought. Maybe it really was just some deer that caught a whiff of cheap hot dogs and decided we were lame. I rolled onto my side, tugged the sleeping bag up to my chin, and closed my eyes. That's when the footsteps came back. There was no build-up this time, no distant snap to warn us. 1 second, it was just me and my heartbeat in my ears. The next, there was a crunch in the leaves so close it made my entire body go rigid. The sound wasn't outside the circle anymore. It was inside, somewhere near where the fire ring was. Another step slower. The shift of weight on dry ground. Something brushing against fabric, the faintest rasp, like a coat sleeve sliding across nylon. I froze, eyes snapping open to a ceiling that hadn't changed. My hand crept instinctively toward the zipper of the sleeping bag, fingers wrapping around the little plastic pull. Don't move, something in me said. Don't breathe. Don't give it a reason. My lungs disagreed. They wanted to heave. I forced them to take shallow, quiet sips instead, each one a negotiation. The coals outside must have still been lit, because suddenly there was a shadow on the tent wall. Not sharp, not like a movie projection, but smeared and soft, taller than it had any right to be. It slid into view along the side of the tent, starting near my feet, just a darker gray against the gray fabric, and then stretching up. I watched it move my body a statue. If it had been a person, the scale would have made sense. Shoulders, head, maybe a hint of arms. But this shape was wrong. Too long in the torso, as if someone had grabbed the figure by the top and bottom and pulled. The shoulders were broad, uneven. The head was tilted forward at an odd angle, as if the neck couldn't hold it up properly, or like it was hanging from something instead of resting on bone. It moved with a slow, almost delicate precision. No jerky animal darting, no swagger, just one measured shift at a time, like it was careful about every inch. Step. The shadow crawled closer along the wall. Step. It elongated the top of it, nearly brushing the place where the tent ceiling sloped. If I'd reached out with my hand, I could have touched the place where its outline hovered. It was on the left side of the tent now, between me and where the fire pit was. If it turned slightly, it would be facing me. If it leaned, it could press itself against the fabric. I squeezed my eyes shut, then forced them open again. There was a part of me that didn't want to see it. But there was another part, the part that leaned into the hole in Alyssa's wall. The part that stepped closer to the laundry chute that needed to know what was there, even if it ruined sleep for the rest of my life. The shadow stopped, right by my head. The vague silhouette of the upper half of it was inches from where my skull lay, on the thin foam pad, separated only by a skim of synthetic material and air. The head dipped slightly, like it was listening, or smelling, or just appreciating its own patience. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to roll away, to scramble to the far side of the tent, to call out to Hal, to unzip the flap and sprint blindly into the trees, anything but lie there, and let this thing hover over me. But some animal logic, older than fear, said moving would break some fragile agreement. As long as I stayed still, maybe it wouldn't decide anything. The sound came next. Up close, the clicking wasn't some distant, ambiguous noise. It was right there at my ear, vibrating through the fabric and into my teeth. A stuttering staccato, tick, 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 like long nails or metal caps tapping gently against the nylon. Slow, exploratory drumming tracing along the curve of the tent wall just above my head. Click, click, click. There was a texture to it that made my skin crawl. Not just hard on soft, but a faint drag between each tap, as if whatever was hitting the surface had something sticky on it. Or as if it wasn't just nails, but nails attached to something that flexed. A low noise rode underneath the clicking, a barely audible rumble, almost a purr, almost a growl, almost someone humming with their mouth closed. It vibrated the fabric, a subtle tremor that made the tent feel thinner. I bit down on the inside of my cheek to keep from whimpering. The copper taste of blood bloomed on my tongue. I focused on that, on the pain, on the small human reality of my own body, and tried not to think about how close the shadow's head must be. Seconds stretched. 10, 20, 30. The tapping traced a lazy semicircle over me, mapping the shape of my fear. Then with agonizing slowness, the shadow started to move again. It didn't jerk away. It withdrew. The outline slid along the tent wall toward the back, shrinking a little as it went, then across toward the far side, the side that faced the other tent. Step. Crunch in the leaves. Step. Fabric whispering under something brushing by. The clicking faded, with it growing softer, more distant, until it was just that weird growl hum without the percussion. I finally let out the breath I'd been holding in a shaky exhale that felt a lot louder than it probably was. Through the thin nylon and the hush of the woods, I could hear Hal and Maya's tent now. Not clearly enough to make out words, but enough to tell that up until a moment ago, they'd been breathing like normal people. A rustle, maybe a muffled word, from Hal, the soft shh of a sleeping bag shifting. The shadow reached their tent wall. I couldn't see it from where I was, but I could imagine it projected onto their thin barrier, just like it had been on mine. The long shape, the hunched head, the wrong proportions. The way it might lean in closer, closer until there was nothing between it and them, but a layer of fabric and some bad decisions about camping. There was a pause, a pocket of silence so complete that for a heartbeat, I wondered if I'd finally gone deaf from my own pulse. Even the coals outside must have gone dark, because no trace of light seeped through anymore. Then from Hal and Maya's tent, I heard it a single sharp inhale. Maya. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't even loud, just one quick ragged breath cut off halfway, like something had shocked the air out of her. And then, nothing. No whisper, no rustle, no nervous laugh. Just a sudden, unnatural stillness from the thin wall of nylon that separated them from whatever had circled our fire all night. I lay there in the dark, every nerve straining toward that silence, waiting for any sound at all to tell me what had happened next, and hearing absolutely perfectly terrifyingly nothing. You know that moment when you're not sure if you're awake or dreaming, where your brain is still rearranging itself and the world doesn't quite make sense yet. That's where I was when everything went wrong. I must have blacked out for a few minutes. Not real sleep, just the kind of exhausted float you fall into when your body gives up for a second. 1 minute, I was staring at the tent ceiling, listening to the silence from Hal and Maya's side of camp, trying to decide if I'd imagined that little gasp. The next, I was somewhere halfway down, wrapped in heat and nylon, and the smell of damp fabric and smoke my thoughts starting to come unstuck. What pulled me all the way back wasn't a sound from the forest. It was the sound of fabric screaming. The first impact hit their tent so hard it made my own walls jump. A deep, hard whump that shook the ground in a way footsteps hadn't. I heard the nylon over there strain the poles snap or bend the structure forcibly collapsing inward like someone had dropped an engine block on it from above. Maya's scream tore through the night a heartbeat later. I've heard people scream in movies at concerts and haunted houses. You can tell when someone's just reacting because they think they're supposed to. This wasn't that. It was short, and it was sharp, and it was absolutely full of one thing: the knowledge that whatever had just hit her side of the tent was not supposed to exist in her world. There was no, maybe this is a prank, or maybe I'll laugh about this later in that sound. It was a sound you make when your brain has just had time to think, oh, this is how I die. The noise from outside layered over it in an awful tangled mess. The rip of stakes being dragged sideways in the dirt, the high protesting creak of aluminum poles giving under weight, and underneath all of it, that low, wet clicking growl, magnified now that the thing was pushing its whole mass against something instead of just circling. I bolted upright, heart punching my ribs. The shadow that had been on my tent was gone. The wall next to my head was empty, just thin fabric and the stained outline of leaf litter beyond. Whatever had been leaning over me had moved fast to the other side of camp. Maya screamed again, cut off halfway, like someone had put a hand over her mouth, or like the air had been smashed out of her lungs. Hal! I yelled before I even knew I was going to. My own voice sounded small inside the tent, swallowed by the overlapping chaos outside. Then through it all, Hal's voice ripped across the camp. Closer than the thing, closer than the trees, raw, panicked, and louder than I'd ever heard him. "Run!" he screamed. "Run, Jake! Run now!" When you hear run, in that tone you don't stop to ask questions. You don't stop to think about plans or gear or how good your odds are. You just move. My hands found the sleeping bag zipper before my brain caught up. I yanked it down so fast it caught halfway, and I nearly dislocated my shoulder trying to tear my way out. Nylon stuck to my skin. The cold slapped me in the face. I threw myself forward, crawling to the front of the tent, on hands and knees groping for the flap zipper. The air outside was full of sounds that didn't make sense together. The crack of something hitting the ground near Hal and Maya's side of camp. The strangled noise that might have been Hal or might have been the thing. The tent fabric over there making a long, low tearing noise like a scream with no voice to carry it. "Move!" he shouted again, hoarse and wild. I grabbed the zipper pull and ripped it up. The teeth parted with a hard zip, the flap falling open just enough for cold night air and wood smoke to flood in. I didn't turn my head toward the other tent. I didn't look at the fire pit. Every part of me screamed to look to see what had happened, to get eyes on the danger. But some animal logic, older than language, shouted louder. If you look, you freeze. If you freeze, you die. The last thing I saw of my own campsite as I lunged out was a smear of orange from the dying coals, a hint of their tent crumpled in the gloom like a crushed insect, and the impression of something big and wrong-shaped hunched over it. Then the forest swallowed everything. Bare feet on cold dirt is a shock all its own. My soles hit leaf litter, then a buried root, then a slick slope of mud. I almost went down immediately, windmilling my arms, the tent flap slapping against my shoulder as it fell away behind me. Dry twigs snapped underfoot, scratching at my ankles like hands trying to grab. I ran like someone had lit my spine on fire, like my survival was a cord someone was dragging as fast as they could through a maze of black trunks. The beam of my headlamp never came on. I didn't have it. The only light at all was the faint, dying glow of the coals behind me, and that vanished after the second stumbling step. The world went from dim to absolute dark so fast it felt like it had weight. Branches slapped my face, scratching my cheeks, fingers of cold bark raking through my hair. I plowed straight through low bushes, their twigs clawing at my shins. Every third step, it felt like the ground dropped an inch more than I expected, my feet hitting emptiness before finding purchase. Patches of wet earth slid under me, threatening to send me sprawling. My breath turned into a series of wheezing gasps. My chest burned. My heart was a drum in my throat, in my ears, in my fingertips. I had no sense of direction beyond a way. There was no path, just our tire tracks somewhere back there, and the dirt road and the truck. Somewhere. All of it blurred into a single destination in my head, not here. Behind me, something crashed through the underbrush. Not Hal, not Maya. Something too heavy, too unconcerned with obstacles to be human. The sound wasn't graceful. It was all impact. Thick cracking noises like saplings being bent out of its way. And beneath the bigger sounds, the steady pattern of two-beat footsteps pounding into the earth. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. It wasn't running flat out the way we do when we're desperate. It was striding, like it knew we couldn't outrun the dark. The strange clicking came with it, louder now, sharper, as if whatever was making that noise had been unmuted. It jittered in the air between the crashes, a hard staccato like teeth chattering around something metal. But it had a rhythm too, not entirely random. Click, 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 crunch. Click, click, crunch. At times it sounded like it was right behind me, inches from my neck. Other times, it seemed to swing wide to one side, as if it was paralleling me instead of chasing dead on. My brain kept trying to place it animal tools, some insane piece of equipment, and failing landing over and over on one awful impression: this is happening inside a mouth. Hal, I tried to yell, but it came out as a strangled croak, my voice shredded by cold air and fear. Maya, no answer, or if there was one, it was chewed up by the trees, devoured by the night. All I could hear now was the chaos of my own flight and the thing that moved with me. I didn't feel the twigs that cut my feet. I didn't feel the rock that sliced the ball of my right foot open somewhere around step 30. I only knew about that later by the blood and the pain. In the moment, my body was running on a different fuel, burning through every reserve. The forest had no landmarks in that darkness. Trunks loomed up out of nowhere. Phantom gray verticals I saw only when I was almost on top of them. I twisted at the last second more than once, my shoulders smacking hard into bark as I ricocheted off and kept going. The air felt thicker out here, full of damp and sap and rotting leaves clogging my lungs. I had no idea how far I'd gone when the terrain dropped unexpectedly. One instant, I was sprinting. The next, my leading foot stepped into nothing. I pitched forward my weight, carrying me down a small slope I hadn't seen. I slid, grabbing at whatever I could. Roots ripped out of the earth under my fingers. Rocks bit into my palms. I hit the bottom on my side, jarring my elbow and sending a bright spike of pain up my arm. For a second, There was nothing in my head but static. Then above me at the top of the slope, something moved. The sound of its approach had changed when I fell less crash, more deliberate. The footsteps slowed, careful now. It knew I hadn't gotten far. I scrambled upright, scrambling on all fours, my hands sinking into cold moss. My breath was coming in high, panicked pants I couldn't quiet. The undergrowth at the crown of the slope shivered. I couldn't see what was there. It was just a darker shape against dark, an absence of starlight between two trunks. But I felt it. The way the air went thin and electric. The way the hairs on the back of my neck pulled taut. The clicking started again, louder than ever. Not in front of me, above me, like someone drumming long, hard nails on a table while deciding what to say. Tick, 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 tick. It did something to my brain, that sound. Made thoughts skip, made time stutter. I could see my own hands in front of me pressed to the ground. I could feel the cold mud under my knees. But all of that was background to the awareness that something on two legs and the wrong shape was standing at the lip of that slope looking down. The low growl hum came next, vibrating through the dirt into my bones. Closer now. Closer. It seeped into the back of my skull, into the spaces between my teeth. I squeezed my eyes shut. It didn't help. Shutting them did nothing to the sound, did nothing to the feeling of being seen. Not watched from a distance the way you feel in a crowded train station, but seen the way you inspect an object in your hand before deciding what to do with it. There was a moment, a stretched, endless moment, when I thought it was going to drop down right on top of me. That I'd feel that wrong weight hit my back, feel fingers or claws or whatever it had closing over my shoulders. Instead, it did something worse. It went quiet. No clicking, no growl, no footsteps, just the wind skimming over leaves and my own pulse trying to rip out of my throat. I could hear the faintest sound of my breath bouncing back at me off the dirt, off the trunks, off the slope itself. I opened my eyes. There was nothing in front of me but black. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me at the bottom of the dip, it at the top, me not moving it. Not moving. Both of us listening to the same terrified heart. Then right at the edge of hearing, right above me, from that patch of darkness where sound had gone to die, it spoke. It wasn't a word at first. More like a sound trying to be a word caught in a throat that wasn't built for it. A gurgle around metal. A scrape of something hard against the inside of something wet. Then it resolved, bit by bit, into something I recognized. J-A, pause. A clack, like teeth hitting teeth. J, ache. My name pulled apart and put back together wrong, rolled around inside a mouth that did not understand how human syllables were supposed to fit. It dropped down the slope and landed in my ears and my chest, in the part of me that had thought stupidly that the woods were too far from my everyday life for anything to know who I was. Whatever followed us out there hadn't just found our camp. Somehow it had learned my name. When something out in the dark says your name in a voice that isn't built for it, your body stops caring about plans. I don't remember deciding to move. I just remember that one mangled jaw sliding down the slope toward me and every muscle in me firing at once. I ran. Again. I scrambled sideways instead of straight up clawing my way along the base of the little drop until I found an angle that wasn't so steep, then hauled myself back up into the trees. My feet slipped. My hands tore on bark. Somewhere behind and above me, there was a rustle, a shift like something large adjusting its weight. No more words. No more clicking. Just presence. The forest ahead was a blur of trunks and black spaces. I plunged into it, lungs already burning. Mind narrowed down to one thought, the truck. If we could get to the truck, there would be doors, and glass, and keys, and horsepower between us, and whatever had decided it liked the sound of my name. Jake. A voice hissed from the darkness to my left. For a split second, my chest locked, thinking it was the thing trying again. Then I recognized it, horse-shaking human. Hal. He appeared between two trees, a shadow resolving into a shape. I knew hunched shoulders, that stupid old hoodie, his eyes too wide even in the dark. He grabbed my arm so hard his fingers dug into my skin. "Come on," he said, more breath than voice. "We have to move." "Maya," I gasped. "She's ahead," he said, already pulling me. She ran. "I've got her on the road." "Jake, we have to go." A branch cracked behind us somewhere back near the slope. Not close, but not far enough. The hair on the back of my neck prickled all over again. I didn't ask questions. I didn't tell him about the voice. There would be time for that later, if there was a later. I let him drag me through the trees, our steps awkwardly, out of sync my bare feet, finding every rock and root the forest had to offer. I don't know how Hal did it. The woods looked the same in every direction, a tangle of shadow, the occasional stripe of sky, where branches parted the faint glow of stars. But somehow, even in that chaos, he kept angling us the right way, weaving between trunks, ducking under low limbs, never hesitating more than a second at any junction. "This way," he said over and over, more to himself than to me. "This way." We broke through a thick stand of saplings branches, whipping at our faces, and suddenly, the ground under my feet changed. The spongy give of the forest floor became the harder, more compacted feel of tire-chewed dirt. The trees pulled back just enough to show a ribbon of open space. The road, or what passed for one. Ahead of us, a darker lump resolved into the familiar outline of the pickup. The truck sat where we'd left it, crouched between trees like some old metal animal. One of the back doors was hanging open. Maya was there, one hand on the frame, the other braced on her knees as she sucked in air in fast, uneven gulps. She looked up when she heard us eyes reflecting whatever dim starlight there was. Even in the near dark, I could see the streaks of dirt on her cheeks, the wildness in her expression. "Get in," Hal said. No pep talk this time. No half jokes, just that get in. We did. Maya scrambled into the back seat, sliding across the cracked vinyl as far as she could, pressing herself against the opposite door like that extra 6 inches of space might keep the forest out. I threw myself in after her, not bothering with dignity or the pain in my feet. I slammed the door so hard the whole truck shook. Hal dove into the driver's seat, his keys already in his hand like he'd been holding them the entire time. His fingers fumbled for the ignition. For one terrifying second they slipped, and the keys fell clattering somewhere near the floor mat. Come on, Maya whispered, rocking slightly, hands tight around the strap of her seatbelt. Hal dropped groping under the steering column, found the keys, jammed them in. The engine turned over with a groan that felt way too slow for my heart, then caught. The truck shuddered to life, dashboard lights flaring green and orange. The headlights came on with a click. Twin cones of harsh white cut into the trees ahead, turning trunks and branches into flat, overexposed shapes with black shadows between them. The road, the rutted, uneven strip of dirt we'd bumped in on, stretched out in front of us, flanked by walls of undergrowth. The truck's sudden glow felt obscene, like shouting in a library. We'd gone from prey, hiding in the underbrush, to a grounded lighthouse screaming, "Here we are." "Turn them off," I blurted, leaning between the front seats. "Turn the lights off. It'll see us." We're lighting ourselves up for it. Hal was already shifting into gear, his knuckles white on the wheel. If I turn them off, I hit a tree in 30 seconds, he said. We have to see the road. Who cares about the road? I snapped. Just drive Jake, he said. And there was an edge in his tone I hadn't heard since we were kids, and he'd pulled me back from the edge of some stupid dare. If I hit something and we lose the axle, we're stuck here. Permanently. We need the lights. I shut my mouth. The logic was simple, and brutal risk being visible or guarantee we never left at all. He pressed the gas. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning for a second in damp dirt before catching. We rolled up the track at a speed that felt both too slow and too fast. Too slow for the thing behind us, too fast for the trees in front. The headlights swung, illuminating the road as it wound between trunks, the branches on either side forming a tunnel. Maya was turned around, kneeling on the seat, staring through the rear window. I don't see anything, she breathed. I don't, good Hal said. Let's keep it that way. The road rose a little, dipped, then took a slight curve. I recognized the shape of it in a distant, delayed way from our arrival. This was where Hal had said something about the stream being off to the right. The truck's suspension squeaked over a buried rock. My teeth clacked together. We rounded the curve. That's when the road ended. One moment, there was a narrow corridor of dirt ahead of us framed by trees. The next, the headlights washed over a small, cramped clearing, maybe the size of a living room, with trees pressed close on three sides, and nothing beyond but tightly packed trunks. Hal slammed on the brakes. The truck lurched, nose dipping my body, throwing forward against the seatbelt. Dirt slid under the tires, but we stopped just short of a massive oak that stood dead ahead, its bark flayed and pale in the headlights. What? I gasped. No, this isn't right. We came in this way. There was a road. Maya said, her voice small and high. I remember. There was more road. There is more road. I insisted, pointing uselessly at the windshield. It goes back to the highway. It has to. But the beams showed only trees. No hint of continuation. No gap in the trunks that could be a track. Just a solid wall of forest that had apparently decided, in our absence, that this was as far as the dirt went. Hal's jaw clenched. His hand squeezed the wheel so hard his knuckles were bone white. We must have overshot the turnoff, he said, though even he didn't sound convinced. These old roads have spurs. We took the wrong one. That's all. He put the truck in reverse. The problem was space. The clearing wasn't big enough for a smooth U-turn. Trees hemmed us in on three sides. The path we'd come from was a narrow throat behind us. If Hal wanted to point the truck back the way we came, he had to do the awkward, careful dance. Anybody who's ever messed up in a dead end knows forward, back, adjust. Repeat. The engine rumbled. The truck rolled backward a few feet, then stopped as Hal cranked the wheel all the way to the right. We inched forward, the headlights swinging, branches looming in the beams like reaching arms. Turn the lights off while you turn, I said again, quieter this time. Just while you turn. Please. We're a giant spotlight in the middle of I can't see the trees without them. Hal snapped. If I hit one, we're done. I'm not. He cut himself off as we crept forward again. Our front bumper, now inches from a cluster of saplings. He adjusted the wheel, backed up a few more feet, straightened, pulled forward. Each movement felt too slow. The truck's own power, nothing compared to the sensation of the night pressing in. The headlights swung with every adjustment, painting the trees in harsh sweeps. On one pass, the beams caught nothing but bark and leaves, turning them flat and pale. On the next, they sliced across the space between two big trunks at the edge of the clearing. For a second, there was just darkness between them. Then something stepped into the light. We only saw it from the knees down. Two legs too long by half pale in a way that wasn't right gray, but not the gray of a sweater or pants. The gray of skin, left too long in cold weather, mottled with dirt and streaks of darker stains. They were bare. No shoes. No fabric. Just that unnatural flesh stretched tight over joints that seemed a little too sharp. The knees bent the wrong amount, like they'd been stitched together by someone who'd only seen people walk from far away. Each foot that touched the ground was big broader than it should be the toes. Not quite toes. More like blunt extensions, uneven, some longer than others pressed into the leaf litter. The truck kept moving. Hal sucked in a breath, his foot slamming on the brake out of instinct, but momentum carried us a few more inches. The headlights jittered, bouncing the beam up for a quick, merciful half-second. The legs continued upward into a darkness that seemed thicker than the rest. There was a hint of a torso, angular and too narrow, and above that, nothing the light wanted to cling to. It was like the top half of it swallowed the beam, refused to be seen. Then the swing of the truck took the light away. The trees slid between us and it again, their trunks turning that stretch of forest back into anonymous shapes. "Did you see that?" Maya whispered, voice shaking. "Yes," I said, my own voice thin. "No, I don't know." Hal didn't say anything. His face had gone blank in the way it sometimes did when he was trying very hard not to think about something. He shifted back into reverse, the engine humming low. We didn't see it again on the next pass, or the one after that. But every time the headlights swept that gap between those two trees, I couldn't help staring, half expecting those gray legs to be there again, closer this time, or bent, or crawling. Eventually, somehow Hal got the truck turned. The nose faced back down the narrow, twisting track, through the trees, pointed toward where the highway, where the rest of the world was supposed to be. The clearing, the dead end, and whatever had waited between the trunks fell behind us, swallowed by the dark. We didn't talk, as Hal eased us forward, the headlights carving that thin path again. There was nothing to say. We'd found the truck. We'd found the road. And now, we knew for sure, we weren't the only thing out there that knew the way. Once the truck was pointed the right way, Hal stopped being careful. He didn't floor it the way people do in movies. That's how you wrap yourself around a tree. But he pushed the gas harder than I'd ever seen him do on a dirt road. The engine's low hum turned into a strained roar, the whole frame vibrating as we bounced over ruts and rocks. Every jolt rattled my teeth and sent a shock up through the soles of my already raw feet. The clearing, the dead end, the gap between those two trees where we'd seen it disappeared behind us, swallowed in the rearview mirror's small rectangle of black. No one said, "We're okay now." No one said anything at all. The headlights tunneled into the forest, chasing the road as it twisted, throwing the trees into endless repeating patterns. Trunk, trunk, shadow, trunk. Sometimes the beam hit a branch at just the right angle, and it looked like an arm reaching out. Sometimes the shapes between the trees looked too tall, too thin, like they might step forward if we slowed even a little. In the back seat, I could hear Maya's breathing. Not sobbing, not hyperventilating. Just this steady, too fast in-out that sounded like somebody trying very hard not to lose it. Every once in a while, she'd suck in a sharper breath, then clamp down on it. I realized I was gripping the door handle so hard my fingers hurt. I made myself let go. My hand left a sweaty print on the plastic. The truck bucked over a bigger rut, and the cooler still in the bed, still full of food we were never going to eat, thumped against the tailgate. There was a weird ache in that sound, like the life we'd thought we were about to have around that fire was banging around back there too. When the dirt road finally spat us out onto the state highway, it felt almost wrong. The pavement was too smooth, the lines too straight, the reflective markers in the center blurring past in a neat civilized rhythm that had no business existing after what we'd just run from. Hal didn't slow much when he hit the asphalt. He took the turn, sharper than he should have, tires squealing a little as we merged into a lane that had no other cars in it. The truck's headlights stretched out down the empty road, carving two bright bars into the night. I watched the forest fall away on either side, the walls of trees thinning into scattered clumps, then into fields. It felt like a curtain dropping on a stage where something had gone badly off script. Nobody turned on the radio. The only sounds for a long time were the engine, the low hiss of air through the vents, and the random rattle from somewhere under the dashboard that Hal had been meaning to fix for months. Every now and then, a pebble thrown by the tires pinged off the undercarriage with a sharp metallic tink, and each time, my heart leapt into my throat before my brain caught up. I don't know how long we drove in that silence. 10 minutes. 40. Time got weird in the cab. The orange glow of the dashboard clock might as well have been in another universe. I kept trying to look at Hal without making it obvious. His face was set in this stiff, tight expression I'd only seen once before when his father was in the hospital, and nobody knew how bad it was yet. His eyes were locked on the road, on the twin cones of light our truck was laying down like tracks. Every now and then, I'd see his fingers twitch on the wheel like he wanted to shake something off and couldn't. In the rearview mirror, Maya's silhouette was hunched small, her head turned toward the window, even though there was nothing out there but blurred darkness. It hit me suddenly and sharply what we'd left behind: the tents, the camp chairs, the cooler, our backpacks, my shoes, Hal's favorite hat, the one he'd hung on a broken branch by the fire as a joke, the stupid bag of marshmallows half full, an entire little world we'd built and occupied for a few hours, abandoned like trash on the forest floor. "We're not going back?" I said before I could stop myself. Hal's jaw clenched. "No," he said. "We're not." "What about no?" He repeated louder this time. "I don't care if that cooler had $1,000 in it. I'm not turning this truck around." The tone in his voice killed anything else I might have been about to ask. It wasn't anger at me. It was something colder, aimed at the idea itself. I sank back into the seat, pressing my head against the cool glass. Outside, the world finally started to look like the world again. A road sign reflecting green in our headlights, a distant orange halo marking the edge of some small town, a gas station blinking sleepy red and white as we blew past at too high speed. We didn't stop. When we finally dropped Maya off at her place, the sky was just starting to ghost lighter at the edges. That gray, exhausted pre-dawn, where the streetlights are still on, but morning is technically trying. We pulled up in front of her apartment building. Hal put the truck in park and stared straight ahead. None of us reached for the door handle. "You okay to go in?" he asked after a moment, his voice rough. "You want me to? I can walk you up." She let out a short, humorless breath that might have been a laugh in another life. "I don't want to be in another dark hallway with either of you," she said. "No offense." "None taken," I murmured. She reached for the door, then paused, fingers on the handle. "What are we going to tell people?" she asked quietly. "When they ask why we're back early, why we don't have any gear." Hal's grip tightened on the steering wheel. His knuckles were still scraped, I realized. Dirt was ground into the creases of his skin. "We'll say we heard coyotes," he said after a beat. "Too close for comfort. Got spooked. Came home." "That's it?" I asked. "Coyotes." "You want to tell people the truth?" he snapped, turning on me. There was real heat in his eyes now, flare-bright and shaky. "You want to walk into REI on Monday and say we ran away from what Jake tell me what that thing was, and I'll put it in the story." I opened my mouth, closed it again. The word monster was there, ridiculous and childish, and somehow the only one that fit, but even thinking it made my stomach turn. Maya stared at the dashboard, jaw clenched. "Coyotes," she said finally. "Fine. We heard coyotes. We bailed. People already think I'm skittish. It'll track." She opened the door, swung her legs out, then hesitated one more time. The cabin light washed over her shoulder, where her shirt had slipped sideways. In that brief, harsh glow, I saw it. Dark bruises, already blooming, in the shape of 4 long oblong marks, wrapping high around the top of her upper arm. Not smudgy, not random. The fingerprints of something with a grip too strong and fingers too long. My stomach flipped. "Maya," I said. "Your arm." She glanced down, then yanked her sleeve up like she was putting the bruise away. "I know," she said, not looking at either of us. "Door frame, car seat, coyotes. Take your pick." We all knew it wasn't a door frame. She slammed the door gently and walked up to her building without looking back. We watched until she disappeared inside the front entrance, swallowing her. Hal drove me home in the same silence we'd left the woods in. When he pulled up to my building, the sky was a little lighter, the city a little louder. Delivery trucks, early commuters, a guy walking his dog coffee in hand headphones on. Nobody looked at us. Nobody had any idea. "You gonna be okay?" Hal asked, staring straight ahead. "I don't know," I said honestly. He nodded once, jaw working. "We're not talking about this with anyone," he said. "You hear me, coyotes? That's it." "What about us?" I asked. "Do we?" "Not tonight," he cut in. "I can't. Not tonight." I got out of the truck, my body suddenly too heavy, my feet remembering every rock and root they'd stepped on. The ordinary concrete of the sidewalk felt weird under my bare, bandaged soles, later like it was a costume of safety I hadn't earned. We didn't hug. We didn't make plans. We just looked at each other for a second, two people who had gone into the woods and come back. Not quite the same, and then he drove off taillights, disappearing into the growing day. When people asked later why we bailed on the camping trip, we stuck to the script. We'd been out there an hour or two, we said. We'd heard coyotes howling closer than we liked. City kids not used to it. We got spooked. Packed up what we could, left the rest. No big deal. A little embarrassing. Lesson learned. Most people laughed. A few rolled their eyes. One guy at work made some joke about us being soft, and I let him, because correcting him would have meant opening a door I wasn't sure I could ever close again. Nobody asked why we didn't go back for the tents, why we never tried to retrieve hundreds of dollars of gear in broad daylight with the comfort of a blue sky overhead, why my shoes, the ones I'd arrived in, were still in the woods. Nobody asked about the bruise on Maya's arm, the 4 long marks that didn't match her hand or Hal's. She wore long sleeves for a while. Then spring came, and it faded, and you could almost pretend it had never been there at all. We didn't hang out as much after that. It wasn't a big fight or some dramatic falling out, just missed texts, canceled plans, the slow, quiet drift of people who are all trying to forget the same night in different ways. Whenever we did see each other, our eyes never quite met for long. We talked around it like there was a circle on the floor we refused to step into. Life, as it has this awful habit of doing, went on. I went back to my job, to my apartment, to my coffee punch cards and screens. The woods became a thing I drove past in the distance when work sent me on the highway. Just a darker line on the horizon. A thing other people posted selfies in. Months passed. Long enough that memory started to sand down the edges of that night. Long enough that my brain, eager to keep functioning, tried to recast it as something survivable. The footsteps became maybe. The clicking became probably not. The voice became stress. Then one Tuesday, I was taking the trash out behind my building. It was the most ordinary alley in the world, a strip of cracked asphalt between two brick walls with a row of dented green dumpsters lined up like crooked teeth. The air smelled like old cardboard stale beer and that indescribable sour sweet of garbage that's been sitting a little too long. It was late. Not forest late, but city late. Maybe 10:30. The sky overhead was more orange than black from the streetlights. A light above the back door hummed faintly, swarming with moths smacking themselves senseless against the bulb. I hefted my trash bag into the nearest dumpster. The lid was heavier than it looked. It slammed shut with a loud clang that echoed off the walls. For a second afterward, everything rang in my ears. And in that ring, in that moment where my brain was adjusting from loud to quiet, I heard it. A step. Slow. Heavy. Not on pavement, but on the strip of old gravel that ran along the back fence where some previous building owner had half-heartedly landscaped. The sound of weight on small stones grinding them down. A crunch that was too deliberate to be the wind. Then another. I straightened slowly, my hand still on the dumpster lid. The alley suddenly felt narrower, the space between the walls thinner. The light above the door flickered once, twice. Somewhere between the third and fourth step, I heard a click. Soft. Faint. But so unmistakably familiar, my stomach dropped, like someone had cut the floor out from under it. A small, hard tick-tick, like nails brushing across something solid. Not loud enough for anyone else to notice. Exactly loud enough for me. The footsteps and the clicking were coming from between two dumpsters in the narrow gap where nobody ever walked, where trash juice collected and weeds tried to grow out of old soda stains. Don't, I whispered to myself. Don't look. Don't. Of course I looked. I turned my head slow as rust and stared into the shadowed space between the second and third dumpster. The light above me didn't reach all the way in. It just painted the edges of their metal sides, leaving a slice of dark in between. There was nothing there. No shape. No outline of something too tall. No pale legs. Just that narrow strip of asphalt and gravel, and on it a single long smear of dried mud. Not a footprint. Not exactly. More like someone had set a foot down and dragged it, leaving a dragged-out, elongated mark with weird grooves at one end, as if two long toes had traced lines in the grime. I stood there for a long time, the dumpster lid cooling under my palm, my heart thudding in my throat, and my ears and the hollow behind my eyes. A car passed on the street at the end of the alley, its headlights sweeping by in a brief wash of white that never touched where I was. Somewhere above a window slammed. A TV laughed. The city did what it always does, carried on. I backed toward the door, without turning my back fully on the gap. My hand fumbled for the knob, found it on the second try. The metal was slick under my fingers. Inside, the fluorescent lights in the hallway felt too bright, the air too still. I locked my apartment door that night like I always did, slid the deadbolt, hooked the chain. It all felt flimsy in a way it hadn't before. People still ask me sometimes why I don't go camping, why I flinch at certain sounds, why I tense up in alleys and parking garages in the thin slices of space behind buildings where the light doesn't quite reach. I tell them I had one bad trip in the woods. I tell myself it was coyotes. I tell myself we imagine the voice that things don't learn your name and follow you back to the concrete. Most days, I almost believe it. We never went back for our tents. But sometimes in the narrow spaces between buildings, I get the same feeling it did. My name doesn't matter. If you're listening to this, you probably know me by the channel name anyway, the little red icon in your subscription list, the voice you fall asleep to when you definitely shouldn't. I'm the guy who reads other people's nightmares into a microphone and then watches the ad revenue crawl up a few inches every month. That's my life, more or less. It starts and ends in a room that used to be a spare bedroom and now looks like a parody of a content creator studio. One small square of a rented apartment in a forgettable building, somewhere between a strip mall and a freeway on-ramp. The walls are lined with cheap black foam panels, some of them peeling at the corners where the adhesive gave up. There's a cheap desk from IKEA permanently bowed in the middle from the weight of a PC tower, 2 monitors, and a microphone arm clamped to the edge. When I turn the lights off to record, the only glow comes from the computer screen's script on the left, audio levels on the right. My own voice bouncing in green bars across the black as I read. The rest of the apartment goes dark. The fridge in the kitchen clicks on and off like an old man clearing his throat. The PC fans hum in front of me a low, constant white noise that I don't really hear anymore unless they stop. That's what my nights look like. Just me, the mic, the dim blue of the monitor, and whatever someone decided to send me that day. If you're wondering, yes, I do read everything that hits the inbox eventually. It's part self-preservation, part superstition. Any email could be the next story that blows up, the one that gets clipped and reposted, that lands me on some Reddit thread about that one video that messed you up. Most of them aren't that. Most of them are harmless. Drunk confessions at 3 a.m. that turn out to be lifted from creepypastas older than my channel. Half-finished drafts. Vague, this isn't really horror, but maybe it is essays about bad bosses and exes. I try to be nice. I send a polite thanks, not quite right for the channel when I can. Every once in a while, though, a subject line hits just right. There's something about it, some combination of vagueness and specificity that makes me click immediately. That's what happened the night this started. It was almost midnight. Outside my window, the parking lot lights painted the cars in sickly yellow stripes. Somebody's baseboard heater was ticking through the wall. I had just finished recording a sponsored segment about VPNs. Nothing kills a scare. And now a word from our sponsor, and I was leaning back, rubbing my eyes, deciding whether I had one more story in me before sleep. I alt-tabbed over to my email, more out of habit than anything else. I braced for the usual flood newsletters I meant to unsubscribe from automated YouTube notifications a half-dozen collab request messages from channels I'd never heard of. Instead, my attention snagged on 3 unread emails stacked almost on top of each other, all sent within the last 48 hours. The subject lines were simple, almost lazy, but they did the thing. Weird house alarm story. He watched me through the wall. Something in the woods. 3 different names in the from field. 3 different email providers. 3 different timestamps. If they were some coordinated prank, it was annoyingly committed. I clicked the first one. The sender called herself Emily, late 20s, somewhere in the Midwest. She opened with the usual disclaimer, "I'm not a writer. Sorry if this is rambling," and then immediately dove into a memory that had clearly been rotting in the back of her head for more than a decade. 7th grade. A 2-story house at the end of a cul-de-sac, parents at work, brother on his way out. A security system that announced every open door in a friendly robotic voice. Front door, garage door, back door. You know the type. She described the floor plan with the kind of obsessive detail you only pick up when you've spent a lot of time being afraid. In it upstairs. Bathroom, then a short hallway, then the brother's room at the end, the stairs down to the front door to the right. A laundry chute set into the wall near the bathroom floor, leading straight down into the laundry room. You can picture it, can't you? Late afternoon, winter light, the TV murmuring downstairs, the humming HVAC, the click of the fridge cycling all the sounds of a house getting ready to be alone with you. She wrote about being in the bathroom, hand on the flush, when she heard a thud from her brother's room. The kind of heavy impact that sounds like a dropped book or a foot coming off a bed and hitting the floor. She assumed he'd come back for something, except the alarm never announced the front door opening. No cheerful, robotic voice. What followed wasn't screaming. It wasn't doors slamming or glass breaking. It was a voice. Low. Male. Too low to be her brother's. Not loud enough to make out words, just a string of syllables distorted into the shape of consonants. She wrote about hearing the S and the T sounds clearly like teeth tapping together, but never enough to understand what was being said. Just enough to know someone was talking in her brother's room when nobody was supposed to be home. She locked the bathroom door. She turned off the fan, the faucet, everything that made noise, and then she listened. Footsteps, slow, heavy ones, crossing the hall, the old wood floor complaining with each step. They stopped outside the bathroom. The doorknob rattled once, just enough to test, then let go. The steps moved away. Down the hall. Down the stairs. Here's where it got under my skin. She described hearing the crash of something hitting the mid-landing on the staircase, then the bottom. Like a body missing a step tumbling. Then the front door opening. Closing. The security system finally speaking. Front door. Like it had just caught up with reality. You and I know that's the part where stories usually end. Door opens, presence leaves, roll credits. But Emily wasn't done. She wrote about standing there with her hand on the bathroom doorknob, trying to decide if it was safe to move. About the laundry chute set in the wall by her knee. About how maybe 10 seconds after the front door closed, the small metal chute door began to rattle violently, like someone was jabbing up at it from below with a broom handle. 3, 4, 5 hard jabs. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Enough to make it vibrate, but not quite enough to burst open. In a house where everyone was supposed to be gone, she ended her email with a present tense detail She lives alone now in an apartment 3 states away. The house was sold years ago, but she still locks the bathroom door even when nobody's home. And some nights, right when she turns on the fan, in the space between the motor starting and the pipes settling, she swears she hears that same thud again, like sound isn't bound by addresses. I sat there for a second, staring at the blinking cursor after her sign-off. Then I clicked the second email. He watched me through the wall. This one was from Alyssa, 16, at the time of her story, living with her mom in a tired apartment building in the Bronx. 7th floor, end of the hall. You've seen it in 100 movies. Narrow corridor stained carpet, fluorescent lights, buzzing overhead, a single window at the end, looking down at a parking lot. She wrote about the man who always sat on the windowsill outside his door. Same spot, same posture every time she came home. 60-ish, gray hair, wringing his head, never smiling. Her mom told her, "Don't talk to him, don't look at him, just walk straight to our door." Of course, one day, he said her name. "Evening, Alyssa." No introduction, no "I live in 7H." Just her name like he'd plucked it out of her pocket. She never told him. She hadn't written it on the mailbox. She still doesn't know how he got it. You know where it goes from there. Her mom works nights. Alyssa's home alone. She showers. She hears a weird grumbling in the wall, like something chewing through plaster. She gets out wrapped in a towel and finds a tiny hole in her bedroom wall, the wall that separates her room from his apartment. She bends down. She looks through. And there it is. An eye. An actual human eye staring back through that little perfect hole so close she can see the veins and the slow, involuntary twitch of the lid. It blinks. It focuses. It breathes against the plaster so that a faint fog blooms at the edges. She falls back. Later, she finds a second hole in the bathroom lined up perfectly with the shower. He knocks on her door, not long after, pounding with his fist, shouting, "Open the door." I didn't drill those holes. Over and over, as if denial could erase the way he'd watched her. Cops get involved. They open his apartment. They find cheap drill bits, a handful of phone lenses, a notebook with times that match her shower schedule. Maintenance patches the walls. The building evicts him. That should have been the end. Years later, in a brand new building in a different city, Alyssa hears a soft "rawr" in her bathroom wall, like a drill biting gently into fresh drywall. She presses her ear against the paint. The sound stops. No holes this time. Not that she can see. Just that familiar, awful sense of someone being way too interested in what should be private. By the time I got to best, regards Alyssa, my scalp was prickling. My own apartment wall felt a little too close. I could hear my neighbor's TV through it, some canned laughter track, just a bit too loud. I clicked the third email. Something in the woods. This one was from Jake, early 20s, when it happened older now. A guy whose best friend Hal dragged him out camping for the real experience. No campgrounds, no bathrooms, just a dirt road off a state highway, a fire, and a mile of dark in every direction. You already know the structure, firelight, and jokes. Then the forest noise dying one by one. The crickets go quiet. The wind stops feeling friendly. They start hearing footsteps just outside the circle of light. Not 4-beat patterns. 2. Heavy. Slow. Something big walking a ring around them, always staying just out of sight. The sound that got to him wasn't even the steps. It was the strange clicking, growling that came with them. Like someone rolling metal between their teeth. Like a jaw moving with something lodged where it shouldn't be. They kill the fire down to coals, crawl into their tents, try to pretend this is normal. Jake lies in his sleeping bag, listening to those steps get closer, watching a wrong-shaped shadow move across the tent wall. Too tall, too. Stretch the head bent at an angle that makes your neck hurt, just imagining it. The shadow stops by his head. Something taps on the nylon above him with long, hard fingers. Click, click, click. Then it moves on. To Hal and Maya's tent. You can fill in the rest. Fabric collapsing. Maya screaming. Hal roaring. Run. Bare feet on wet dirt. Branches whipping faces. That clicking following them between the trees. The voice, if you can call it that, trying to say Jake's name in a throat that didn't know how. The truck. The dead end. The two long gray legs caught for half a second in the headlights between two trees. And later, months later, a quiet city alley behind Jake's apartment. A dumpster lid slamming. Footsteps on old gravel. That same tiny click between two trash cans where the light doesn't quite reach. Nothing there when he looks, just a long smeared mud print on the concrete, like someone dragged their foot instead of lifting it. Maybe it followed us out, he wrote. Or maybe I just brought the sound back with me. By the time I finished Jake's email, the apartment felt different. It was the same room, obviously. Same foam on the walls, same hum of the PC, same fridge, cycling off in the kitchen with a soft thunk. Outside, some car rolled past a faint hiss of tires on wet asphalt. The upstairs neighbor walked across their living room, the floorboards creaking in the same three places. Nothing had changed, except now, every one of those noises had the potential to be something else. 3 emails. 3 different people who will never meet each other. 3 different places you could find on a map if you felt like ruining your weekend: a house in the Midwest with a laundry chute and an old alarm panel. A 7th floor apartment in the Bronx with patched over holes in the drywall. A strip of woods off some unnamed dirt road where a cooler and a pair of shoes are probably still rotting under leaves. They had nothing obvious in common. The houses were different. The years were different. The threats were different. Some strangers wait on the stairs, a neighbor's eye in the wall, something not necessarily human, pacing the edge of a fire. And yet, as I sat there in my little soundproof box, staring at those 3 subject lines glowing side by side in my inbox, something in me tightened. It was the sounds, the thud in the empty hallway, the jab at the laundry chute door, the soft, persistent drilling inches from tile, the slow breathing against plaster, the clicking, always the clicking like a signature. All of them took place in spaces their writers thought were safe. A bathroom with a locked door, a bedroom wall you grow up assuming is solid, a campfire ringed by laughter and cheap beer where the worst thing you expect to surround you is cold air. You tell yourself you're safe. 4 walls, a zipper, friends, alarms, deadbolts, the glow of your own screen. Then something you didn't invite finds a way to make a noise inside that belief. If it were just one story, I probably would have recorded it, uploaded it, and moved on. That's the job: turn other people's fear into content and ads. But 3 of them in the same week, all orbiting the idea that what you hear when you think you're alone might not be the house. That felt like something else. In the silence, after that thought settled, my own apartment suddenly seemed very busy. The fridge hummed, then cut off with a soft shudder. The hallway light outside my door buzzed and flickered, making the shadows under the door jump. In the ceiling, the old pipes let out a single hollow knock, like someone tapping the metal with a finger. I sat very still. My microphone arm creaked as it settled. Somewhere under the desk, the tower fans changed pitch. A neighbor's door opened down the hall, then closed. Footsteps muffled through carpet. It was all normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the only real difference between me and the people who sent those emails was that they had already decided to tell their stories, and I was still inside mine. There's a rhythm to recording nights that I don't usually have to think about. I set the scene the same way every time blinds half closed overhead light off the only illumination coming from the monitors and the cheap softbox lamp I bought secondhand from a wannabe beauty vlogger. It's shoved into the corner behind the camera. I almost never turn on, just bright enough to keep the room from feeling like a cave. I sat down at my desk, the chair squeaking its familiar protest. The foam panels on the walls drank up the small sounds, turning the room into a padded box. My DAW recording software was already open on the right monitor, blank tracks waiting. Levels reset. No plugins yet. Clean slate. I slid the mic arm toward me. The metal joint gave that little soft click it always does. The XLR mic hung suspended in front of my face black pop filter, like a miniature shield between my mouth and the capsule. I adjusted the gain knob on the interface, watching the input meter rise and fall as I said, testing, 1, 2, 3, out of habit. Levels sat right where I wanted them. No clipping. No hiss. Outside my tiny studio, the rest of the apartment was quiet. The kitchen was a suggestion through the doorway, a square of deeper dark. The fridge hummed, then fell silent, its compressor cycling off with a soft shrug. Through the thin wall opposite my desk, I could just barely hear the steady rumble of the building's AC units mounted outside vibrating the bricks. I glanced at the clock in the corner of the screen. 12:14 a.m. Prime recording time. Neighbors mostly asleep or wearing headphones. Fewer cars in the lot outside. Less chance of some drunk guy deciding the perfect place to argue on the phone is directly under my window. I opened Emily's email on the left monitor, the text already formatted into something like a script. I cleared my throat, took a sip of lukewarm coffee I should have dumped an hour ago, and hit record. A red dot lit up. The waveform began to creep across the screen. Emily's story. I started my narrator voice sliding into place. A bit lower, a bit slower. Familiar. Submitted with the subject line, Weird House Alarm Story. It felt strange telling a story about someone else's house while sitting in my own, but that's what I do. I read. People listen, then they click on something else. I worked my way through the first part smoothly, her cul-de-sac childhood, the house layout, the alarm panel. I didn't stumble until I got to the bathroom. I was in the upstairs bathroom. I read eyes tracing the text. Hand on the flush, listening to the fan, when I heard a thud from my brother's room. I paused a beat there more for pacing than anything else. That's when I heard it. A sound behind me, small but clear. A thud. Exactly like the one I had just said out loud, except this one didn't come from my speakers. It came from the wall, behind my chair. Not loud. Not dramatic. More like someone had dropped a paperback onto carpet on the other side of the plaster. A soft, dull impact that you wouldn't notice in the middle of a normal day, but that lands differently in a soundproofed room at midnight, right after you've read the word thud. I froze mid-sentence. The waveform kept crawling forward, recording my silence. There's always noise, I told myself. Pipes settling. Neighbors moving. Someone closing a cabinet a little too hard 2 apartments down. I've edited hours of my own breathing around sounds like that. Still, I turned in my chair, and looked at the wall. Foam panels, black egg crate texture, no cracks, no obvious explanation. The building's main hallway was on the other side of that wall. Maybe someone had dropped something while coming up the stairs. I rolled my shoulders, faced the mic again, and kept reading. The story carried me forward. Emily locking the bathroom door, listening to footsteps, the laundry chute rattling under unseen blows. Her voice in my head as I read describing the thin metal door shaking in its frame. I made it through her sign-off and hit stop. The room fell into the soft, static quiet that always feels too empty after you've been talking for a while. When I played the raw track, back to check for mouth clicks and mistakes, I heard something that wasn't mine. Everything sounded normal at first. My voice, the rustle of my hoodie, the slight background hiss I knew I'd clean up later. Then I reached the line I was in the upstairs bathroom, hand on the flush listening to the fan. Right after I said, "Fan faint but distinct," there was another thud on the recording. A little delayed. Off to the right. I stopped the playback, backed up 5 seconds, listened again. There it was, a soft impact like knuckles on lumber, living in the left channel, just under my words. I hadn't imagined it. "Fine," I muttered. "Neighbor. Whatever." I flagged the time code mentally. Something to maybe cut or mask under music if it bothered me later. I opened Alyssa's script next. Her voice came easier. Maybe it was the city I could picture. Maybe it was the rhythm of the story, but I slid into it quickly. "My name is Alyssa," I read. I was 16 when this happened. We lived on the 7th floor, second to last door, at the end of the hall. I could hear the Bronx in my head as I spoke sirens in the distance, an elevator dinging too slowly, that constant buzz of a building that never quite sleeps. The first half of the story went fine. The man on the windowsill, the hallway, her mom telling her not to talk to him. I didn't trip until I got to the hole in the wall. I leaned in, I said softly into the mic, matching the tension in the words, close enough for my eyelashes to brush the plaster. And I saw an eye looking back at me. For a second, I swear the hair on my arms lifted, not because of anything I heard, because of what I didn't. In my headphones, underneath my own narration, there was something. A whisper. The faint suggestion of sibilant syllables slithering just below audibility. It wasn't clear enough to make out words, but it had the shape of language. The hiss of an S, the quick tick of a T, like someone trying to follow along a hair's breadth behind my voice. I stopped reading. The track kept rolling. The green bar on the monitor bounced quietly with the sound of my breathing. The whispering stopped. I frowned, rewound a few seconds, listened again. This time, on playback, it was gone. Just my voice and the ambient noise of my own room. No whisper, no extra sibilance. Maybe it had been the sound of my tongue, my lips, my brain getting cute with alliteration. Maybe it was the old pipes and my imagination getting together to screw with me. I shook it off. I've read worse things. People whispering into their own bathroom mirrors. Late-night calls from numbers that don't exist. It all blends together after a while. I took a breath, hit record again, and moved on. By the time I got to Jake's story, I could feel that familiar recording fatigue creeping in the dry mouth, the scratch at the back of the throat, the slight lag between brain and tongue. I should have stopped, walked around, refilled my water. Instead, I clicked into his email and started. My name is Jake. I was never the outdoorsy type. My best friend Hal, was the exact opposite. I read the camping setup, the fire, the circle of light. I leaned into the part about the footsteps circled just outside what they could see. I tried to keep my voice steady on the line about the clicking and growling, even as my own ears strained for something they weren't supposed to hear. When I reached the sentence, the sound wasn't the forest. It was something walking on two legs, with a mouth that didn't sound right. My headphones betrayed me. The click came from the left side, then the right, then directly in the center of my skull. Not from the room, not from outside the window. From inside the mix in my ears. Sharp metallic click, click, click about 3 or 4 in a row, with a tiny bit of resonance like they were bouncing off something close, the diaphragm of the mic maybe, or the case of my headphones. Each one landed right in the micro silences between my words, somehow not tripping over them. I flinched, pulling my head back. My mouth snapped shut mid-sentence. The waveform jumped at the sudden movement. "Okay, no," I said out loud, ripping one ear cup off. My own voice sounded too loud in the half-exposed room. "Nope." I stared at the input meter in the DAW. You get used to reading those bars like a second language when you do this long enough. You know what your voice looks like, how the peaks and valleys fall when you speak. You also know what other noises look like: keyboard clicks, stomach growls, neighbors slamming doors down the hall. The clicks I'd just heard had been so clear in my ears, it felt like someone had taken a fork to my teeth. The meter, though, had barely moved. There was my voice, a solid green slug across the timeline. There was the small spike of me, jerking in surprise. But there was no little cluster of peaks where the clicks should have registered. The space where they had lived in my hearing was flat. I scrolled back, hit play, listened with both ears. Nothing. Just my narration. No extra sounds. No metal teeth. No tapping. No jaw full of hardware. If I hadn't been sitting there 2 seconds earlier, I would have sworn I'd imagined it. The room felt smaller all of a sudden. The foam closer. The air a little thicker. I sat back in my chair, headphones around my neck now, and stared at the 3 scripts on my screen. Emily's house, Alyssa's wall, Jake's woods. All their stories about hearing things that shouldn't have been there when they thought they were alone. And now, I was sitting in my own small box, hearing things that shouldn't be in the recording I was making. My job, in theory, ends when I hit upload. I'm the middleman between other people's worst nights and your willingness to listen to them. I'm not supposed to be part of the pattern. But as I looked at the lines of text and the lines of audio, something in me shifted. Not a big cinematic revelation. Just a small click in my head, like the sound in my headphones. If this was going to be a video, if I was going to record these stories and throw them onto the internet for people like you to play while you cooked or worked or tried to fall asleep, I couldn't just pretend I hadn't heard anything. So I did something I don't usually do. I stopped reading their lines and I started talking to you instead. I hit record again, leaned a little closer to the microphone, and let my narrator voice soften, flatten just enough to sound a little more like me. If you're listening to this right now, I said, eyes on the mic, I want you to do something for me. The red light glowed. The waveform inched forward, capturing the shape of every word. Doesn't matter where you are, I went on. If you're in your car on the highway with the tires humming and your turn signal ticking, if you're at work pretending to answer emails while my voice plays in one earbud, if you're in your kitchen phone propped up against a coffee mug with the fridge humming behind you and the light over the stove buzzing, I paused, listening to my own breathing in the headphones. Just stop whatever else you're doing for a second, I said. Don't pause the video. Don't mute me. Just listen. I let a few beats of silence hang there. Not too many. You click away if I give you real silence. Just enough. Listen to your own room, I said softly. The air conditioner cycling on and off. The clock on the wall, if you still own one, ticking a little too loudly in the quiet. The neighbor upstairs, walking across their floor. The pipes in your building rattling. The little pops and clicks your house or your apartment or your dorm makes when it thinks no one's paying attention. The PC fan's whirred in front of me. Somewhere above a pipe gave a tired knock, like a distant answer. Make a mental list, I continued. That buzzing, that humming, that faint bubbling in the pipes behind your sink, that vibration in the table when your dishwasher kicks on. All the noises you've trained yourself to ignore. I glanced at the input meter again. And then I said, ask yourself a stupid question. I allowed myself a short, humorless breath that passed for a laugh. Ask yourself how sure you are that every single one of those sounds is the building, the plumbing, the fridge, your imagination. I held the pause a fraction longer this time, because Emily thought the thud she heard was her brother, I said. Alyssa thought the roar in her wall was pipes. Jake thought the clicking was some animal in the dark, right up until they didn't. I swallowed. The mic caught it. I saw the tiny blip on the waveform. You're used to my voice coming out of your speakers, your car audio, your earbuds, I went on. That's what you clicked on. That's what you expect. But sound is lazy. It doesn't know the difference between in the story and in the room. It just moves, and you decide what to call it. I lean back a little, the chair creaking. So keep listening, I said. To me, sure. To Emily, to Alyssa, to Jake. To the ad. I'm probably going to drop in the middle of this so I can pay rent. I let my gaze slide to the dark corner behind the softbox, where the foam panels met in a seam. But while you do that, I said quietly, pay just a little more attention than you normally would to what your own walls are doing, to what's happening under your floor, above your ceiling, in the narrow spaces you don't think about. I didn't mean to, but I glanced at the wall behind me again. Because if you're hearing this, I finished, you're already doing the one thing all three of them did, right before something stepped into their lives. I stopped there. The room pressed in with the soft weight of my own words. The monitors glowed. The fridge cut on again, stuttered, hummed. Somewhere in the building, something made a sound too small and too far to identify. My headphones caught nothing. The meter didn't jump, but for the first time since I started the channel, I couldn't tell if the noise was just a building doing what buildings do, or if it was the sound of a story still in the process of being written. I didn't plan on keeping any of this in. When I sat down to record that episode, I thought the weird clicks in my headphones and the stray knocks in the wall were just artifacts, glitches, things I'd edit around and then forget about once the video went live, and the comments started filling up with timestamps, and this one gave me chills and fake. But good story, bro. But here's the thing about making horror for a living. Eventually, you start to notice when the pattern shifts. I've been doing this long enough to know my own noise floor. I know what my apartment sounds like at midnight, at 1 at 3. I know which pipes in which walls pop when the neighbor upstairs flushes. I know the way the elevator motor hums when someone comes home late, and the way the front entrance door downstairs slams if they're careless. I've turned all that into the background hum you never hear when you're focused on a story. Since I recorded those 3 emails, that hum has changed. It started small. After I finished the rough cut of the episode, Emily's house, Alyssa's wall, Jake's woods, I exported a test audio file, just the narration, no music. Normal routine. Let it render. Drop it on my phone. Go sit on the couch. Listen through once, with earbuds, make notes. The first time I played it back, right when I hit the part about Emily locking her bathroom door. My actual bathroom door, 10 feet down the hallway, made a single clean click, like the latch settling. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was just perfectly on time. Coincidence, I told myself. The night I got to the section about Alyssa hearing drilling in her wall, my neighbor decided that was the perfect moment to hang a picture. Tiny roar through the plaster, just as my own recorded voice said the word hole. It made me jump hard enough that I had to back the audio up 30 seconds to figure out where I'd left off. Coincidence, too. I edited, I mixed, I added the usual low-key music under everything. The weird noise in Jake's track, the clicking I thought I'd heard but couldn't see on the waveform, didn't show up in the final bounce. The file looked clean. Peaks where they should be. Silence where I'd left it. When the upload finally finished, it was a little after 2 in the morning. The progress bar on YouTube slowly crawled from processing HD to checks complete. I filled in the title, the tags, the description. I scheduled it to go public at 3:00 a.m., peak time for the insomniacs and graveyard shift workers that keep my analytics graph alive. Habit again. I sat there for a moment after I hit schedule, staring at the thumbnail frozen on the screen. 3 vague images, 3 vague titles, all wrapped up in one nice digestible package for the algorithm. Then I noticed the time in the corner of my monitor. 2:17 a.m. It meant nothing to me at the time. Another random digital clock, reading in a long string of late nights. I leaned back, stretched, and decided I'd earned a glass of water and a minute away from the screen before I checked the early comments. I left the softbox on, but it bled only weakly into the hallway. The rest of the apartment was dark. The floor under my bare feet was cool as I padded out past the bathroom, past the coat rack, toward the tiny kitchen. The fridge hummed to itself, its little compressor working overtime. My phone was face down on the desk behind me when I left the room. Halfway to the sink, the apartment filled with a small burst of sound. Not from the PC speakers, which were muted. Not from the hallway. From my phone, one sharp, chiming notification tone, the default one I've heard 1,000 times when emails and comments come in. It rang once clean and hollow in the dark, then nothing. I hesitated, one hand on the kitchen counter. No second ping, no vibration, just that one lonely chime hanging in the air. I walked back to my desk. My glass stayed empty in my hand. The monitors had dimmed into their standby glow, bathing the mic and keyboard in pale blue. My phone lay exactly where I'd left it, screen up now. The lock screen was on. No banner, no little stacked icons at the top, no red badge on the mail app, no YouTube comment preview. The notification shade when I slid it down was empty. No missed calls, no texts, no your video is now live email yet. I picked it up, turned it over, checked the side buttons, volume still on. No apps running that should have chimed, and then auto-cleared. The last thing in the log was a weather alert from 2 hours earlier. The screen timed out in my hand, the light dying with a soft wink. The time flashed just before it went dark. 2:17. I put the phone down harder than I meant to. Coincidence, I said out loud, because saying it made it feel more true. Glitch. Whatever. The air in the room had shifted. Not colder exactly, but denser. Like the foam on the walls, and the cheap rug on the floor, and the low ceiling had all leaned in a fraction of an inch. I backed out into the hall again, suddenly very aware of the front door at the far end. In most of the stories, I read the front door is where things start or end. It's where you stand, trying to convince yourself no one's out there. It's where you pretend the peephole makes you powerful, and not the other way around. I don't usually think about mine. It's just there. Wood deadbolt peephole, 3 cheap locks between me and the rest of the building. That night, walking past, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not the usual kind. Not the fast, hurried tread of somebody late for work or the sloppy shuffle of someone drunk. These were slow, heavy, deliberate. Each one landed with that soft, muted thud you get from worn carpet over thin plywood. One step, pause. Another drawn out heel to toe. Getting closer? I stopped walking. The wall on my right buzzed faintly with the building's AC. The overhead light in the hallway hummed its fluorescent hum. Under it, the footsteps came on. Whoever it was wasn't talking. No keys jingling. No grocery bags rustling. No dog leash snapping. Just that careful, weighty tread, like they were testing each board to see which would give. They came right up to my door, and then they stopped. The silence that followed had a shape, a weight. It felt like someone had pressed their hand flat against the other side of the door and was leaning in to listen. I held my breath without meaning to. My throat had gone dry. The glass in my hand felt heavy, stupid. Years of reading other people's mistakes into a microphone filled the back of my head. Don't open the door. Don't ask who it is. Don't give whatever is on the other side proof that you're real. I moved closer anyway. The peephole sat at eye height, a little brass circle with smudges from the last time I cleaned it. From where I stood, the door itself looked perfectly ordinary. No shadows under the crack. No telltale flicker of movement on the edges. I raised my eye to the hole. Nothing. Not the warped fisheye view of the hallway I usually get. No distorted carpet pattern. No exit sign glow at the far end. No blurred shapes of other doors. Just darkness. Not the soft gray dark of an unlit hall. A flat, absolute black, pressed right up against the glass, like someone had put their thumb over the lens from the outside. Or like someone's face, some part of it was so close to the peephole that the viewing angle couldn't catch anything but the absence of light. I stayed there, eye open, breath shallow, staring into that black circle. On the other side of the door, the footsteps didn't resume. No one knocked. No one cleared their throat. The building around us went on, doing what buildings do. Pipes ticking, heaters, cycling some television, murmuring faintly, 3 floors up. But right in front of my door, there was nothing. After a long, slow count in my head, I stepped back. If you're waiting for the part where I ripped the door open anyway, there isn't one. I didn't. I backed away down the hallway, glass still empty in my hand, the peephole shrinking back into anonymity as I went. The footsteps never left. Not that I heard. There was no retreating thud, no echo of weight moving away. Wherever they went next, sound didn't narrate it for me. I went back into the recording room, shut the door, and sat down at the desk. The monitors woke up with a twitch when the mouse moved. The waveform from my last take still lay there, green and jagged. The microphone hung in front of me, patient as ever. This is the part of the story where someone like me is supposed to reassure you. It's probably nothing. It's all in our heads. These are just stories. That's what keeps the comments light and the watch time good and my inbox from turning into a support group. I don't have that in me tonight, so instead, I'm going to do what I do best and talk directly to you. Wherever you are, right now, propped up in bed with the room lights off, hunched over a steering wheel, at a red light, sitting alone at your desk with one earbud in and your coworkers' screens glowing around you. I want you to take the same inventory I did. Listen. There's something humming in your space, the fridge cycling in the kitchen, the little whir of your computer fan, maybe the breath of your AC creeping through the vent in a steady whisper. There's a clock somewhere ticking. Even if it's not on a wall, it might be in your phone, the soft tap of a notification as it checks for messages, the faint buzz when an email arrives. Maybe you can hear your neighbors through the wall, muffled TV dialogue, or a shower turning on. Maybe you're close enough to a street to catch the distant whoosh of cars passing tires on wet pavement, like a low, shushing voice that never quite forms words. Now, just for a second, separate those sounds in your head. Name them. Fridge, fan, pipes, elevator, wind in the trees, whatever fits. Then ask yourself, is there anything that doesn't quite fit the list? A little knock in the wall where there shouldn't be pipes. A tap on the window you've already checked twice. A tiny persistent click near your ear that doesn't show up anywhere when you look for it. A sound that always seems to start up right when the story gets to a certain point. Remember Emily with her laundry chute rattling under unseen blows. Remember Alyssa finding an eye where the wall was supposed to be solid. Remember Jake realizing too late that something had learned his name on a dirt road miles from anyone. None of them thought they were in danger until something ordinary turned into context. A stair creak at the wrong time. A breath on the wrong side of plaster. A footstep that didn't match any familiar weight. Every person in these stories thought they were alone until sound proved them wrong. If anything around you goes quiet right after this sentence, don't check the door. Whatever it is, already knows exactly where you are. What makes this story so unsettling isn't just the ghosts, the stalker neighbor, or the thing in the woods. It's the way fear slips into ordinary spaces. We all recognize a suburban hallway, a cramped Bronx apartment, the edge of a campfire, a small recording room at 2 a.m. On the surface, these are true horror-style stories. People who heard something they shouldn't have heard survived and wrote into a channel. But underneath, there's a deeper thread about how we live with our private fears and what it means to finally speak them out loud. Emily, Alyssa, and Jake all have something in common. Each of them is alone in a place that's supposed to be safe. Emily has her family's alarm system. Alyssa has walls and doors and a mother's warning. Jake has friends, a truck, and the illusion that nature is neutral if you respect it. What breaks that illusion isn't a jump scare or a monster dramatically appearing. It's sound, a thud, a whisper, drilling in the wall, clicking in the dark. The story quietly suggests that horror often starts in the gap between "I'm probably overreacting" and "something is really wrong." Every character tries to rationalize what they hear. They doubt themselves before they doubt the environment. And that's something many of us do, even outside of horror. We downplay discomfort. We explain away the strange we silence our own alarms. The meta-narrator, the horror YouTuber, becomes a bridge between their experiences and ours. He's used to turning fear into content. But as soon as similar sounds begin to intrude into his own space, the distance collapses. Suddenly, it's not just their stories, it's his story. And by listening, it becomes ours too. That's the most powerful part, the way the ending looks straight at the listener and reminds us that our attention has weight. We're not just consuming fear, we're participating in how it echoes. There is unexpectedly something positive here. Each character survives and chooses to tell their story. They move apartments, grow older, set boundaries, change habits. They never get clean closure, but they get language. And language is a kind of light. Naming the thud, the drill. The click doesn't remove the fear, but it prevents it from owning them in silence. Maybe that's the real invitation to the audience, not to become paranoid, but to become more honest with ourselves and with others about the moments we felt watched, unsafe, or unheard. Horror in this form isn't just about scaring you. It's about saying, you're not the only one who felt something was wrong. So what about you? Have you ever ignored a small sound or feeling because you didn't want to seem dramatic or paranoid? Is there a place in your life, a hallway, a stairwell, a parking lot that changed for you after something unsettling happened there? When you hear stories like these, do they just scare you? Or do they also make you pay closer attention to your own limits and instincts? And right now, as you're reading this, what's the quietest sound in the room with you? And what does it mean to you?